When the savior is too nonchalant, the entire magical world descends into chaos. Harry Potter has been sorted into Hufflepuff, a decision that everyone deems erroneous until they realize that this boy, marked by a lightning-shaped scar, might be the most easygoing wizard Hogwarts has ever known. In his first year, he tamed the three-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone into a docile companion. In his second year, he brokered an agreement with the basilisk and utilized Voldemort's diary as a pillow for his afternoon naps. In his third year, he offered chocolate to the Dementors on the train. Potter, Snape bellowed, could you at least pretend to be frightened by dark magic? Harry handed over a cup of hot cocoa. Professor, would you like some marshmallows? In this realm brimming with screams, conspiracies, and enchantments, Harry, with his capybara-like demeanor, demonstrates through his unique Zen philosophy that sometimes the finest magic is simply to recline and share snacks with everyone. *** prologue. Like the frosting on a cake. ***. Hey, child! The sorting hat wriggled vigorously atop Harry Potter's head. This is the sorting ceremony. You mustn't fall asleep here. This is hardly befitting for a newcomer. Why not? Harry yawned, responding drowsily in his mind. It will yield a result regardless, won't it? The sorting hat wriggled even more intensely. Harry sat in a comfortable yet seemingly undignified manner on the stool, feeling as though he might doze off at any moment. The sorting hat fell silent. It had witnessed countless nervous first years trembling in anticipation, but never had it encountered one like Harry, who appeared ready to slumber the moment he settled into the chair. Well, the sorting hat sighed, courageous yet not reckless, intelligent but lacking curiosity, ambition? Almost non-existent, diligence? Barely adequate. Since you are so zen and relaxed, you shall be Hufflepuff. Very well then. The abstract savior in action. Albus. Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared at the entrance of the headmaster's office. The kitchen has reported missing 30 lemon cakes. I am aware, Dumbledore replied cheerfully, as he added the 29th sugar cube to his red tea. They're all in Hagrid's pumpkin patch. Harry is teaching the giant spider to host a tea party. A profound silence enveloped the headmaster's office. Crack. A crack formed in the teacup that Severus Snape held, splintering the serenity. Oh, Severus, relax. No, I believe the one who ought to relax is someone else. Snape stormed out of the headmaster's office with a dark expression. Professor McGonagall observed Snape's retreating figure, her brow furrowed, eyes filled with exasperation. Yet Dumbledore maintained his serene demeanor, gently stirring his tea, as if the entire incident bore no relevance to him. Albus, do you genuinely believe this is appropriate? McGonagall could no longer contain herself, her voice tinged with concern. I truly do not think it wise to appoint Severus as Harry's temporary guardian. The reluctant temporary guardian, Professor Snape Potter. Are you even listening to me? Snape's brow furrowed as his deep, magnetic voice escalated sharply. I am listening, Professor. You mentioned the method for brewing the love potion. First, on a full moon night, one must boil clear water in a silver cauldron until it reaches a rolling boil. Then sequentially add moonstone, mother of pearl, stir clockwise 7 times, and finally, drop in rose essential oil. Once the liquid turns pink, add rosemary. Harry raised his right hand, languidly responding to the irritated Snape, while his other hand casually lifted a coffee cup, offering, would you care for a cup of coffee? I've added milk to soothe the nerves. By the way, you taught me how to brew it the day before Valentine's when I hadn't yet turned 12. Tisque. Snape glared at the boy in front of him, lazily sipping coffee, his forehead pulsating with tension. If the illustrious savior's mind isn't filled with coffee, he ought to comprehend the fundamental difference between memorization and practical application. Yes, Professor, how about we have spaghetti with meat sauce for lunch? It's a rare holiday and I'd like to prepare something nice. Snape let out a heavy huff and strode purposefully toward the potions classroom. ***, a fantastical and peculiar magical adventure. ***. Count 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks across. Hagrid tapped the brick wall with his pink umbrella, and the wall parted like flowing water, revealing a winding street paved with cobblestones. Sunlight suddenly poured down upon Harry, causing him to instinctively squint. The Diagon Alley he had seen in newspapers unfolded before his eyes. Golden signs sparkled in the sunlight, shop windows filled with dancing cauldrons and quills that wrote by themselves while robed wizards hurried past, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of butterbeer and peculiar potion ingredients. Harry, welcome to Diagon Alley. Harry watched Hagrid excitedly introduce the scene, tilting his head and slowly uttering, "Wow?" Hagrid's expectant expression fell. Harry, what's the matter? I mean, why do you seem neither excited nor curious? This is your first glimpse of the magical world. Harry pondered for a moment, pointing at a bronze lizard statue that was swallowing its own tail at the street corner. That's quite interesting. A colossal question mark appeared above Hagrid's large head. Amidst an array of wondrous brooms, peculiar potions, various Quidditch supplies, books, and all manner of magical items starkly contrasting with the Muggle world, Harry chose a bronze lizard statue. This savior of the British magical community seems rather different from the image everyone had in mind. Asterisk asterisk the everyday life of Capybara Harry at Hogwarts is about to commence. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 1. The beginning is an unattractive yet delicious cake. The morning at the Dursleys was once again filled with Aunt Petunia's shrill voice and Dudley's thundering footsteps as the cupboard door was flung open. Harry Potter lay curled up in his blanket, leisurely counting the spiders crawling across the ceiling. Get up, lazybones. Aunt Petunia jabbed his shoulder with a broomstick handle. Dudley's birthday celebration is only 3 hours away. The lawn needs mowing, the cake needs picking up, and Harry sluggishly sat up, rubbing his eyes and retrieving a biscuit from under his pillow, offering it with genuine intent. Would you like this? I found it in the kitchen yesterday. Aunt Petunia glared at the suspicious biscuit, marked with teeth imprints, her expression contorting for a moment before she slammed the cupboard door shut with a resounding bang. Harry shrugged, stuffing the biscuit into his mouth as he sat up at a leisurely pace outside. Uncle Vernon was yelling into the phone. Dudley was smashing his new gaming console in the living room while Harry simply dressed in Dudley's old t-shirt, which was 3 sizes too big and hung down to his knees, but the fabric was comfortable, and he rather liked it. Assigned the task of mowing the lawn, Harry crouched in the garden, beginning to groom a hedgehog that happened to pass by. You've got a leaf on your back, he whispered to the hedgehog. Don't move. I'll help you get it off. To his surprise, the hedgehog remained still, its dark, beady eyes fixed on him, allowing Harry to gently pluck the dead leaf away. At that moment, a tremendous noise echoed from the sky. Harry looked up to see a giant on a motorcycle landing thunderously on the Dursleys' lawn, crushing Uncle Vernon's meticulously trimmed rose bushes. Suddenly, Harry recalled the owls that had delivered letters to him days earlier, only to be thrown into the fireplace by Uncle Vernon. He quietly exchanged the cereal biscuits he had saved up for some discarded newspapers from the magical realm with the owls, gradually familiarizing himself with aspects of the magical world. At that moment, he realized that the letter burned by Uncle Vernon appeared to be an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, the most prestigious school of magic in Britain. It was rather intriguing. He had the opportunity to glimpse the magical world. Alas, with the letter consumed by flames, it seemed he would not be able to venture into that realm. Nevertheless, he accepted this fate. Thus, was this giant a denizen of the magical world? After all, he recalled that the news had yet to report any peculiar inventions like a motorcycle capable of flight in Britain. The giant dismounted and approached Harry with strides that shook the very air. His beard dusted with some questionable frosting, and his booming voice startled the sparrows from the trees. Harry Potter. Happy birthday. How did he know his name? It was quite peculiar. Harry blinked, gazing at the giant, and then at the lopsided pink cake in his hands, adorned with 11 candles. Thank you? He hesitated, retrieving a whole biscuit, unblemished by teeth marks, from his pocket and offering it to the giant. Would you like to have this? The giant, with his wild hair and eccentric attire, later revealed to be Rubeus Hagrid, stared wide-eyed. The biscuit appeared diminutive in his enormous hand, akin to a mere sesame seed. He glanced at the biscuit, then back at Harry's composed expression, before erupting into hearty laughter that reverberated through the Dursley household, causing the windows to rattle. What a fine lad! Hagrid exclaimed, giving Harry's shoulder a hearty clap that nearly sent him into the ground. I knew you would be special, just like Lily and James. Harry steadied himself, slowly adjusting his glasses, and tilted his head in confusion. Who are they? Hagrid's laughter faltered. They are your parents. Perhaps we can discuss this later. 10 minutes later, in the Dursley living room, Uncle Vernon's face was as purple as an overripe eggplant. Aunt Petunia's fingers twisted the curtains tightly, while Dudley cowered behind the sofa, his eyes wide with terror at the sight of Hagrid's pink umbrella. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his favorite toy transformed into a pig by this terrifying giant. In truth, Harry was quite certain that it was a wand. He had seen similar ones in the newspapers, although none as peculiar as this umbrella. Those newspapers were now hidden within the folds of his mattress, from which he had gleaned several practical spells for everyday life, though they were somewhat unstable and occasionally misfired, allowing him to bypass chores like mowing the lawn or raking leaves. Anyway, Hagrid declared with a resounding voice, Harry is a wizard. He's off to Hogwarts. You lot of muggles had best not try to stop him. A profound silence enveloped the room. Harry glanced at his trembling uncle and then at Hagrid's flushed face, finally resting his gaze on the crumpled letter clutched tightly in Uncle Vernon's fist, identical to the ones that had been incinerated, the parchment envelope clearly inscribed, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, for the attention of Mr. Harry Potter. Harry reached for the letter, leisurely opening it and reading through its contents before looking up. So, can I bring a pet? Uncle Vernon emitted a strangled sound, gasping for breath, while Hagrid's booming laughter sent every bird outside into flight. After soaring through the skies for approximately 30 minutes, Hagrid's motorcycle touched down in front of a dimly lit alley in London. Harry clambered out, brushing the clouds from his sleeves, and gazed at the dilapidated building before him, which turned out to be a pub. "This is the Leaky Cauldron," Hagrid said, gesturing towards the rickety wooden door with a broad grin. "Step inside, and you'll find yourself in Diagon Alley, the liveliest spot in the magical world." As they entered the pub, Harry was enveloped in a dim and raucous atmosphere, the air thick with the scent of aged wood and tobacco. Behind the bar, a short and stout man was polishing glasses. Upon seeing Hagrid, his eyes lit up and a warm smile spread across his face. "Hagrid! It's been ages." "Hi, Tom," Hagrid replied, giving him a hearty clap on the shoulder. "I've brought a new friend, Harry Potter." Immediately, the clamor in the pub ceased, and every gaze turned towards Harry. "Oh, Merlin! Oh, Merlin! It's really Harry Potter!" A voice quivered, and the pub fell into a momentary hush, only to erupt into a cacophony of whispers and awe. Hagrid, sensing Harry's discomfort, gently patted his shoulder in encouragement. "Don't worry, they haven't seen you in ages after all. You are the boy who defeated Voldemort." Oh. Harry seemed somewhat distracted, slowly nodding his head. "It's fine, Hagrid, don't worry. Let's move along." Just as they took a few steps forward, a person wrapped in a headscarf reeking of garlic squeezed through the crowd, heading directly towards them. Chapter 2. The shopping begins with galleons for cookies. The shopping excursion commenced with an abundance of galleons for cookies. Harry squinted as he was overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of garlic. Suddenly, a turbaned man seized his shoulder, stuttering, "Ah, Harry Potter. What an immense honor it is to meet you." Hagrid promptly tugged Harry back a step, disapproving of Quirrell's conduct. "Professor Quirrell, do not frighten the child." At that moment, Quirrell's head twitched violently. Harry, curious, tilted his head and noticed something writhing beneath his turban. "Would you like a mint?" Harry inquired, producing a green candy from his pocket. "Effective for dizziness." Quirrell recoiled as though scalded, and the movement beneath his turban intensified. Seizing the opportunity before the crowd could react, Hagrid hurriedly led Harry through the back courtyard of the pub to a brick wall. "Count 3 bricks up, then 2 across." Hagrid tapped the bricks with his pink umbrella, and they parted like flowing water, revealing a winding cobblestone street. A sudden burst of sunlight enveloped Harry, causing him to instinctively squint. Diagon Alley, which he had seen in the newspapers, unfurled before him. Golden signs shimmered in the sunlight, and shop windows brimmed with dancing cauldrons and self-writing quills. While robed wizards hurried past, the air thick with the mingled scents of butterbeer and peculiar potion ingredients. "Harry, welcome to Diagon Alley," Hagrid exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Harry, tilting his head, slowly uttered, "Wow." Hagrid's hopeful expression faltered. "Harry, why do you seem neither excited nor curious? This is your first glimpse of the magical world." Harry pondered a moment before pointing to a bronze lizard statue at the street corner. "That's rather interesting." A large question mark appeared above Hagrid's head. Among countless whimsical brooms, bottles of strange potions, and an array of Quidditch supplies and books, magical wonders so distinctly different from the Muggle world, Harry opted for a bronze lizard statue. Much to Hagrid's dismay, it seemed the savior of the wizarding world was not quite as imagined. Furthermore, Hagrid felt it necessary to emphasize that this child appeared somewhat challenging to manage. Harry's rather challenging journey through Diagon Alley commenced at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, where the goblins exhibited a complex attitude towards him. On one hand, he was the heir to the Potter family vault. On the other, his first reaction upon seeing mountains of galleons was to inquire how many cookies they could purchase. Surely, this savior could not be a fool. The goblins whispered among themselves. "Oh, Harry, it's not about the cookies," Hagrid exclaimed helplessly, hastily stuffing coins into Harry's pocket, his instincts urging him to act first and explain later. "You need to buy a wand, robes, and textbooks. Merlin's beard. Harry, don't feed that dragon guarding the vault. Keep your distance. It might be a bit irritable if it doesn't recognize you." His warning seemed rather belated. Harry had already given all the beef jerky in his hand to the chained Ukrainian iron belly. The dragon's damp nose brushed against his palm, releasing a sulfuric breath. "Thank you," he said, offering a translation, "and he mentioned he has a toothache. Perhaps he needs someone to help brush his teeth." Hagrid. The goblins. Finally exiting Gringotts, Hagrid felt an unusual fatigue. After all, he typically did not need to be on edge due to the actions of a fragile child. He required a moment to breathe. "Harry, I just remembered, I need to retrieve something from Gringotts. It's quite important. How about you wander over to Flourish and Blots and browse a bit?" "Sure," Harry nodded, following the route indicated by Hagrid's large hand toward the bookstore. Inside Flourish and Blots, the Monster Book of Monsters was busily tearing at its companions. Harry casually picked one up, and it immediately opened docilely in his palm, even rubbing its pages against his fingers. "Strange," the shopkeeper murmured, intrigued. "These books usually bite." Harry scratched the spine, his tone somewhat drowsy. Perhaps they enjoy being touched like this. Harry purchased his textbooks in Flourish and Blots, also acquiring a miniature bookshelf, courtesy of a promotional offer, as convenient as a keychain. Hagrid had not yet returned, so he casually asked the shopkeeper for the location of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, intending to order his school uniform. Upon entering Madame Malkin's, Harry observed a platinum-haired young lad trying on clothes. The moment he noticed Harry, the lad elongated his voice. "Look who it is. Your collar is crooked." Harry squinted and interjected, reaching out to straighten the boy's collar. "This looks better." The young lad froze, his ears slowly reddening. When Narcissa returned, she found her son deigning to assist another in measuring sleeve length, addressing him as Harry with surprising familiarity. "Narcissa?" Upon further contact, Narcissa instinctively felt that this savior seemed somewhat amiss. Unable to articulate why, she simply sensed something peculiar. "Oh, Harry, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello." Harry replied politely, retrieving a gift box from his pocket, silver green in hue. Upon opening it, he revealed a perfectly intact cookie. "Would you like a cookie?" He meticulously adhered to the Dursley family's customary attitude towards nobility, presenting a well-packaged gift. "Narcissa?" Concerned that her somewhat naive son might be led astray, Narcissa gently bade farewell to Harry, pulling Draco, who wished to converse further, away. Not long after they departed, Hagrid arrived, exclaiming, "Harry! Oh, thank goodness you're all right. I've finished up. Let us go buy your wand at Ollivander's." The experience at Ollivander's wand shop further confirmed Harry's uniqueness. The old wand maker had scarcely uttered the phrase about wands choosing their wizards when Harry sneezed, prompting all the wand boxes in the shop to suddenly leap into a tap dance. The topmost wand, made of holly, flew out, gently tapping Harry on the shoulder. "Fascinating. Utterly fascinating." Ollivander's pale eyes sparkled. "This wand's phoenix feather in you." "I'm sorry, sir. I think I require another." Harry interrupted, caressing the holly wand before placing it back in its box, then turning to grasp the beech wand resting on the table before him. It had been the quickest to act, albeit a bit shy in its movements. Had he not been attentive, he might have missed it entirely. Harry's youthful voice, imbued with a languid cadence, resonated peculiarly within the wand-laden room. "Beech phoenix tail feather, 11 3/4 inches, supple. It says it prefers a quiet master." "I quite like it too." Harry accepted the wand, conjuring a small daisy and placing it behind the elder's ear, softly inquiring, "Is this all right?" Chapter 3. Accompanied by wizards and chocolate frogs as Hagrid finally dragged Harry out of the wand shop, the sun had already begun its descent. Harry cradled a multitude of shopping bags, while the bronze lizard, insistent on accompanying him, perched atop his head, contentedly nibbling at his hair. Ollivander stood at the shop entrance, still dazed, absent-mindedly stroking behind his ear. "Tomorrow we board the Hogwarts Express," Hagrid remarked, his expression tinged with concern. "Are you certain you don't want to buy a toad or an owl?" Harry shook his head, retrieving a cookie from his pocket and breaking it in half, offering one piece to Hagrid and the other to a passing stray cat. "Hagrid, every house has a window seat, right?" Harry retrieved another biscuit, savoring it as he spoke clearly. "I enjoy basking in the sun. The sunlight at Hogwarts is delightful, Harry, and there are adorable little creatures like the Weasley twins. You will surely take a liking to them." As twilight descended, Harry perched himself on the windowsill of the inn, gazing at the moonlight illuminating the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley. The bronze lizard had coiled around his wrist, asleep, resembling a warm bracelet. In the distance, several inebriated wizards were attempting to use the levitation charm to steal the moon, but only succeeded in lifting their hats. Harry stifled a yawn. Tomorrow, he would be heading to the magical school, he mused lazily, wondering about the tastiness of the biscuits there. When the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains of the leaky cauldron, Harry was already dressed and ready. The bronze lizard lay atop his suitcase, tapping rhythmically on the latch with its tail. "Time to set off, little one." Harry nudged the lizard's head, and it promptly sprang onto his shoulder as they ventured out. King's Cross Station was even more crowded than Harry had anticipated, and he barely stood out among the throng as he pushed his luggage cart. "Remember, it's platform 9 3/4, he recalled Hagrid's earnest instructions, situated between platforms 9 and 10. As thoughts swirled in Harry's mind, his body instinctively guided the luggage cart straight towards the wall, his steps leisurely as if strolling through a park. Just as the cart was about to collide with the barrier, the bronze lizard suddenly leaped from his shoulder, biting into the bricks, which rippled like water. "Oh, magic!" With a sense of anticipation for Hogwarts cuisine, Harry whispered, pushing his luggage through the wall that led to the magical realm. The Hogwarts Express puffed steam, its gleaming red exterior adorned with the brass plaque reading 5972. As soon as Harry had stowed his luggage, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Make way!" A red-haired boy, dragging a heavy suitcase, dashed forward, dust clinging to his nose. "Mum, I'm going to make it." The suitcase's wheels got stuck in a gap on the platform. Harry lent a hand, preventing the boy from tumbling. "Thanks." The boy, panting, looked up at him. "I'm Ron Weasley. And you are?" His gaze fell upon the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are Harry Potter." Harry nodded, pulling a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his pocket. "Would you like some?" "Just a hint. The green ones are apple-flavored." Ron numbly accepted the candy, only snapping back to reality once Harry had walked away, hurriedly pushing his suitcase forward. "Wait. We can share a compartment." The throng did not easily accommodate Ron's request, and as the train began to move, Harry had already found a window seat. Just as he settled his suitcase, the compartment door swung open. "Is anyone sitting here?" A girl with brown curly hair peeked in, her prominent front teeth striking, yet she possessed an overall air of delicacy, reminiscent of the few diligent girls in Harry's Muggle school class. "All other compartments are full. May we come in?" Harry nodded gently. The girl promptly dragged her suitcase inside and introduced herself. "I'm Hermione Granger. Harry Potter. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Wait, you are Harry Potter? I've read all about you in the books. You're a significant figure in a history of modern magic, the rise and fall of dark arts, and important magical events of the 20th century." Hermione exclaimed, excitedly pulling in a somewhat shy boy. "This is Neville Longbottom." Harry nodded politely, shifting to make space for the two young witches and wizards. He noticed that Hermione recognized him as well, although initially enthusiastic. Her reaction was not as exaggerated as those he had encountered in the pub, perhaps owing to her upbringing in the Muggle world. As for the other, Harry glanced at the somewhat dazed Neville and sighed inwardly, realizing the boy's lack of response was likely due to personal reasons. At that moment, the compartment door swung open once more, and Ron, breathless, squeezed inside. "Finally found you." Only then did he notice the presence of the other two individuals, and he offered an awkward smile. "Oh, hello." As the train rolled past fields, Harry noticed a few peculiar creatures darting through the clouds outside. They had horse-like bodies, bat-like wings, and white eyes devoid of pupils. "Strange creatures," Harry murmured, blinking as he became increasingly entranced by the clouds. He fancied that resting among them would be quite comfortable, particularly in late summer or early autumn. When the afternoon tea cart passed by, Harry purchased an array of snacks. Ron watched the chocolate frogs eagerly, yet hesitated to reach for them. "Here." Harry pushed an entire box towards him, his gentle tone making his 11-year-old voice sound surprisingly mature. To Ron, this gesture was a tremendous act of kindness. "I'll treat you. It's a pleasure to meet you all." "Really? That is fantastic. My mum made sandwiches. Would you like one?" Harry had just accepted a sandwich when Ron eagerly tore open the wrapper of a chocolate frog, ignoring the leaping frog, and focused on the collectible card. "I'm just one card short of a complete set." "Oh great, it's Dumbledore again." "Harry, do you want to see?" "Here you go." Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. Harry examined the card closely, but suddenly, the chocolate frog leaped onto Hermione's hair, causing the girl to scream in fright at the swiftly moving shadow. Unperturbed, Harry produced a licorice wand, and the frog immediately changed direction, heading back towards him. "How did you do that?" "I haven't read about this solution in any book," Hermione inquired, rearranging her hair. Harry stuffed the frog back into its box, took a bite of the licorice wand, and replied lazily, "It prefers the taste of licorice. It told me so." Hermione. Chapter 4. The criteria for sorting. Perhaps the Sorting Hat's decisions were influenced not only by personality, but also by the kitchen's location. When the train's announcement indicated their imminent arrival, the compartment was cluttered with candy wrappers and snack packages. Ron was demonstrating how his long-neglected pet rat, Scabbers, could play dead, while Hermione was passionately recounting knowledge gleaned from Hogwarts, a history. To Harry's surprise, Neville turned out to be the more engaging conversationalist, as both he and Harry found themselves slowly staring at a boy and girl across from them. As dusk gathered outside, raindrops began to tap against the glass. Harry gazed at the majestic silhouette of the castle atop the distant hill, feeling a flicker of anticipation for the first time. "It's time to change into our robes," Hermione reminded everyone. "I've heard the sorting ceremony is quite significant." Harry slowly retrieved his pristine black robe from his suitcase, while the bronze lizard seized the opportunity to burrow into the pocket of his robe, leaving only the tip of its tail visible. "What do you think the sorting will be like?" Ron appeared somewhat anxious. "My brother said something about battling trolls." Harry raised an eyebrow, carefully adjusting his tie. "That sounds rather perilous. Perhaps it's merely a psychological test?" None in the compartment knew the specifics of the sorting ceremony, yet all regarded it with great importance. Save for a drowsy Harry. I want to be in Gryffindor. My whole family is in Gryffindor. If I end up in the evil Slytherin, I would be too embarrassed to return home. I've heard Ravenclaw has a lot of reading. That sounds appealing. My grandmother advised me to go to Gryffindor. Harry, you should join Gryffindor as well. You are the savior who defeated Voldemort. You ought to represent justice and bravery in Gryffindor. Ron eagerly leaned towards Harry, excitedly introducing him to the many dark wizards within Slytherin, whispering tales of their nefarious practices in dark magic, urging him to exercise caution. Me? Harry, enraptured by the rain, turned slowly at the mention of his name. The houses? I'm fine with any. As the train gradually came to a halt at the small platform, the rain intensified. A booming voice resonated across the platform. First-year students. Over here. Hagrid's figure, holding a lantern, stood out vividly through the rain. Following the other newcomers, Harry trudged towards the lakeside, where a fleet of small boats awaited. For to a boat, Hagrid bellowed, and Harry thought his voice was perhaps a tad too loud. Children, watch your step. Just as Harry settled into the boat, it glided automatically towards the heart of the lake. The inky surface rippled ominously, hinting at some enormous creature swimming beneath. That's a giant squid, Neville whispered. My grandmother told me. Harry reached down to touch the water, and suddenly quipped. It says the water temperature is quite pleasant tonight. Neville nearly toppled from the boat, while Ron and Hermione exchanged bemused glances. As the boat sailed on, the lights of Hogwarts Castle pierced through the downpour, leaving all the first years breathless. The tower's spires shot into the clouds, and the warm glow emanating from the windows twinkled like stars. Isn't it magnificent? Hermione murmured in awe. Harry nodded in agreement, adding, it might be a bit energy-consuming in the outside world. Outside? I mean the Muggle world. The four young wizards chatted amiably as their boat glided closer to the resplendent castle. The boat entered a tunnel beneath the cliffs, finally docking at an underground jetty. Hagrid led them up the stone steps and paused before a massive oak door. Is everyone here? He counted and nodded slightly, gruffly announcing, all right, I'll knock. It wasn't long before the door swung open from within. A tall witch in a vibrant green robe stood at the entrance, her expression stern, prompting Harry to think she would be quite formidable. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take the first years from here. The subsequent introductions gave Harry his first impression of her. Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House and professor of Transfiguration. The first years followed her through the corridor, the torches on the stone walls casting elongated shadows. Professor McGonagall briefly introduced the four houses, and informed them that the sorting ceremony would commence shortly, instructing them to tidy their appearance. After her departure, Harry adjusted his tie and noticed the bronze lizard snoring in his pocket, giving it a gentle stroke, only to be nipped at the finger in return. Just then, several pearly white ghosts floated out from the wall behind him, locking eyes with him. A new student. A plump, monk-like ghost exclaimed joyfully, I hope you'll join Hufflepuff. Go away. An eyeglass-wearing ghost shoved him aside. Have you seen this child's refined appearance? Clearly he belongs in Ravenclaw. The other ghosts chimed in with their own arguments. Nearby children screamed in fright, while Harry remained unfazed, casually pulling a biscuit from his pocket. Anyone want a bite? The ghosts froze. The plump monk cautiously reached out to grab it, only for the biscuit to fall through his hand and land on the ground. Oh, what a pity. Next time, I'll bring some McDonald's. Just then, Professor McGonagall returned, beckoning the first years to form a single line behind her. Harry waved goodbye to the ghosts and hurried to catch up with the others ahead. He's quite charming, isn't he? One ghost remarked softly, watching Harry's retreating figure. The grand doors of the great hall opened slowly, revealing thousands of floating candles illuminating the space. Long tables were filled with students, and the ceiling reflected the starry night sky. It was in such an enchanting setting that the first years were ushered into the hall, and as they walked, Harry even heard Ron gasp in amazement. Leading the procession, Professor McGonagall placed a four-legged stool in the center, and retrieved a tattered, pointed hat. The hat suddenly split open, beginning to sing. After its performance, thunderous applause erupted. When I call your name, you will come forth to be sorted. Professor McGonagall unfurled a parchment. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Harry watched as his classmates were sorted into various houses, until it was finally his turn. When Harry Potter was called, a hush fell over the hall, followed by a flurry of whispers. As he approached the stool, he felt hundreds of eyes upon him. The moment the hat touched his hair, it emitted a sharp cry. Oh, another Potter. Another Potter. Harry blinked, attempting to engage the sorting hat in conversation. You know my father? Of course. James Potter, an outstanding Quidditch player, among other things. The hat suddenly paused, writhing on his head, screaming in his mind, What is this? This doesn't seem like Gryffindor. Harry yawned lazily, completely relaxed. No one says I must be in the same house as my parents, right? Besides, your head massages are quite pleasant, thank you. Sorting hat. This is the sorting ceremony. Don't fall asleep on me now. This is not befitting of a first year. Why not? Harry yawned again, drowsily replying in his mind. It'll all lead to a conclusion. Won't it? The sorting hat twisted even more vigorously. Harry sat on the stool in a comfortable yet somewhat unbecoming position, feeling as if he might drift off at any moment. The hat fell silent. It had encountered countless nervous first years, but never one who seemed ready to sleep the moment they sat down. All right, the sorting hat sighed, courageous, yet not reckless, intelligent, yet not inquisitive, ambition? Nearly non-existent, diligence? Just barely acceptable. Since you are so laid back and relaxed, then go to Hufflepuff. All right then. Chapter 5 began with hot cocoa and concluded with pumpkin pasties. Harry felt quite satisfied with the sorting result, especially since he had heard that Hufflepuff's common room was closest to the kitchens. Applause erupted from the right table, and the Hufflepuff students enthusiastically welcomed him over. As soon as Harry sat down, someone handed him a cup of hot cocoa. Welcome to Hufflepuff. A handsome boy greeted him excitedly. I'm Cedric Diggory, 3rd year. Hello. Thank you, this cocoa smells delightful, Harry replied slowly, sipping the cocoa while feeling the bronze lizard turn in his pocket. He glanced up at the staff table, where the expressions of the teachers were more dramatic than he had ever seen in any Eastern face-changing performance. In the center of the staff table sat a white-bearded old man who winked at him. He had seen him in pictures and newspapers. It was Dumbledore. The seat next to Dumbledore was empty, presumably Professor McGonagall's place, while on the other side sat a tall, thin man clad in black robes, with a pale face, prominent cheekbones, a sharp chin, and long greasy black hair. Harry noticed that this man was glaring at him with piercing eyes, exuding an air of coldness and authority, as if he had just swallowed a lemon. Harry felt he recognized this figure from a newspaper, an old issue of a potion magazine featuring a commendation from the Potion Association, where the man appeared in a moving picture, with a caption thanking the young potion's master Severus Snape for his contributions to potion making. Meanwhile, Harry squinted at Professor Quirrell, noticing his neck seemed to twitch again. The sorting ceremony was in full swing, with Ron, Hermione, and Neville being assigned to Gryffindor, while Draco was allocated to Slytherin. Once the last of the newcomers had been sorted, Dumbledore rose to emphasize the school rules, cautioning that the room at the end of the 4th-floor corridor was perilous. Harry paid little heed to this warning, convinced it bore no relevance to him. Then he heard his favorite phrase, "The feast has begun." The long banquet tables were arranged in an orderly fashion, each sufficiently lengthy to accommodate dozens of students. The surfaces gleamed, reflecting the soft glow of the enchanted candles above. Dressed in pristine white tablecloths, the tables showcased exquisite silverware, with knives and forks shimmering in the candlelight, each set meticulously arranged as if eagerly awaiting the arrival of their hosts. At the center of the tables, rows of high-stemmed crystal goblets sparkled like purest crystal, filled with drinks of various hues, exuding tantalizing aromas. Food adorned both ends of the tables, creating a vibrant tableau. Golden, crispy roasted chickens exuded an enticing fragrance, neatly arranged on large platters, each piece glistening as if showcasing its delectable nature. Juicy, tender slices of roast beef were stacked high, accompanied by fresh green herbs that added a refreshing touch. A medley of vegetables included soft, roasted carrots, diced pumpkin, and vibrant green peas, all placed in small dishes with a harmonious color palette. Beside these main courses, an array of desserts awaited. Rich chocolate cakes emanated a deep cocoa aroma, their smooth surfaces adorned with icing and fruits. There were also jam-filled pastries, with crisp crusts and a sweet tart filling that tantalized the taste buds. Additionally, creamy puddings, served in small bowls and dusted with powdered sugar, looked utterly irresistible. Harry first helped himself to a scoop of mashed potatoes, grabbed a slice of pumpkin pie, and then took a piece of chocolate cake, subsequently tucking a small loaf of bread into his pocket, for the bronze lizard had awakened. "What's that?" Cedric inquired, noticing the lizard's tail with curiosity. "Just a little creature," Harry replied, taking a bite of his pumpkin pie and showing the bronze lizard to Cedric, vaguely explaining that he had found it a few days prior, and decided to adopt it. "It looks rather nice. So, can you really talk to animals?" Cedric asked, reaching out to touch the bronze lizard, then quickly adding, "I apologize, this has already spread like wildfire, and I'm just a bit curious." "It's nothing. I too possess a keen sense of curiosity, and there's no need for apologies." Harry gently shook his head. "I merely observe. I cannot genuinely converse with animals." He gestured towards the staff table, feeling unexpectedly animated as he explained to Cedric, for instance through observation. I've discerned that Professor Snape isn't as averse to sweets as he pretends. Professor Quirrell seems to conceal other scents beneath the garlic, and regarding Headmaster Dumbledore, aside from his fondness for sweets. As Harry spoke, the kindly old headmaster suddenly sneezed, conjuring a singing violin that hovered in the air, seemingly reveling in mischief. Oh dear, Cedric remarked, a look of amused bewilderment on his face. Regrettably, by the time the feast concluded, all food, including the pumpkin pie, vanished without a trace. Dumbledore rose once more to deliver a bedtime reminder, reiterating that the Forbidden Forest was off-limits to students, and that entry to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor was prohibited, wishing all the young witches and wizards sweet dreams. As the freshman feast came to an end, the prefects led the newcomers to their dormitories. The Hufflepuff common room, located underground, was accessed through a stack of large wooden barrels. The prefect demonstrated the required knocking rhythm, emphasizing to the new students, remember, it's the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. Following the throng of newcomers into the Hufflepuff common room, Harry found himself in a circular space filled with comfortable armchairs and fluffy cushions, with vines trailing from the ceiling, and even a small greenhouse nestled in one corner. He began to envision the joys of curling up in a warm armchair by the fireplace during winter. The boys' dormitory was to the left, and the prefect pointed out the spiral staircase, assuring the newcomers that their luggage had already been delivered. Harry was assigned to a room shared by 4, with a 4-poster bed draped in soft yellow curtains, perfectly positioned by the window to soak in sunlight. His roommates were amiable, and they introduced themselves. Edgar Bones, nephew of Amelia Bones, known for his family's integrity. Toby Smith, a Muggle-born whose father was a baker in London and mother a primary school teacher. And Rupert Macmillan, pure-blooded, but renowned for his family's cultivation of magical herbs. I'm Harry Potter, an ordinary wizard. Hufflepuff students were always sincere and friendly, and it wasn't long before the group was engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere warm and inviting. Although most of the dialogue was initiated by Toby, with Edgar advancing it, Rupert and Harry occasionally chimed in. Yet the ambience remained unexpectedly harmonious. As their eyelids began to droop, they bid each other good night. Harry sluggishly climbed into bed, and the bronze lizard emerged, curling up on his pillow. Good night, Harry whispered to it softly, changing into his pajamas and listening to the gentle lapping of the lake outside, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 6. A slice of homemade bread to start the day. The Hufflepuff dormitory was even more comfortable than Harry had envisioned. The morning sunlight filtered through the lake, casting dancing light spots on the bed curtains. Upon opening his eyes, Harry discovered the bronze lizard lounging on his pillow, curling its tail around a piece of bread it was munching on. Where did it get that bread? Toby poked his head in to answer his question. Hey, Harry, when I was eating bread, your lizard came over, so I fed it a piece. It's from my dad's baking. Want a slice? Sure thanks. Harry accepted the bread slice Toby handed him, taking a bite and giving him a thumbs up as he rose to tidy his bed. Good morning, Harry mumbled to the bronze lizard, poking its plump cheeks playfully. Dressed and ready, Harry placed the bronze lizard on his shoulder, which seemed to revel in the attention, its tail swaying gently as it occasionally nuzzled Harry's face. Harry chuckled, ruffling its head, then followed Toby and his roommates out of the dormitory. The Hufflepuff common room was filled with a warm ambience, its rounded, vaulted ceiling adorned with various baskets brimming with books, textiles, and magical trinkets. While it lacked the lofty ceilings and grand fireplaces of other places, it exuded a homely essence, which felt even more precious. Come on, Harry. I heard today's breakfast features delicious pumpkin pies, Toby exclaimed excitedly, playfully bantering with Edgar as he led the way to the corridor leading to the Great Hall. Harry strolled leisurely behind, the bronze lizard clinging to his shoulder, curiously surveying the surroundings. The corridor was bustling with students, all clad in tidy robes, their faces alight with the energy and anticipation of a new day. A hearty breakfast was in order to complement the morning, and the Hogwarts Great Hall's breakfast spread was a feast tenfold more lavish than that at the Dursleys'. Upon entering the hall, they beheld a long table laden with an array of foods, from toasted bread and eggs to a variety of fruits and juices. Most enticing to Harry, however, were the tantalizing pumpkin pies. He could scarcely contain his excitement as he approached the Hufflepuff table, selecting the largest pie to place on his plate. Hey Harry, give this a try. Rupert claims it's a Hogwarts specialty, magical sausages. Toby handed him a sausage that shimmered enticingly. Harry took a bite, and indeed, the flavor surpassed that of an ordinary sausage, imbued with a hint of magical sweetness. The bronze lizard, seemingly drawn by the aroma, peered out from Harry's shoulder, using its tiny claws to snatch a morsel of sausage and savoring it with delight. "See, I told you Harry would enjoy it," Toby chuckled, conversing with Rupert while pouring himself a steaming cup of pumpkin juice. Surrounding Harry, a group of badgers chatted amiably over their breakfast, creating a warm and convivial atmosphere. Harry leisurely piled fried eggs and bacon onto his plate, discreetly slipping a few slices of ham to the lizard nestled in his pocket. During this time his fellow Gryffindors, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, approached him, discussing topics such as the treasures of the Gryffindor common room. Draco, now sorted into Slytherin, also sauntered over with his 2 henchmen just as breakfast was nearing its end, exchanging a few words with Harry. Although he appeared haughty and awkward, Harry sensed that this young lord was not as dreadful as Ron had portrayed. Hogwarts truly was a wondrous place, Harry mused as he took a sip of milk. Here, magic was not just a mere spectacle. "Harry, are you prepared for our first class today, which is charms?" Rupert, sitting beside him, elegantly wiped his mouth and inquired gently. Harry nodded, his mouth full, unable to respond verbally. By the time he finished eating, only 5 minutes remained before class commenced. His roommates had given up on urging him, merely patting him on the shoulder with sympathetic expressions as they hurried off to their own lessons. He leisurely took one last bite of pumpkin pie, grabbed a few more slices, and then pushed his plate aside, ready to rise for the classroom. The charms classroom was located on the 4th floor. As he walked, he observed the moving stairs, finding their twisting movements quite amusing. Upon reaching the classroom, Professor Flitwick had already begun explaining the fundamentals of the levitation charm. "Mr. Potter," the diminutive charms professor called from atop a stack of books, his mustache twitching. "You are almost late." Harry glanced at the clock on the wall, his expression calm, noting that there were still 30 seconds until class began. Flitwick's mustache twitched once more as he sighed. "All right, find an available seat. As I was saying, today we will learn the levitation charm. Let me demonstrate the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa." He waved his wand, his body shifting as he balanced on his toes, and a feather gracefully floated upward under the influence of his magic. Harry stifled a yawn, slowly extracting his own wand from his sleeve. "Now everyone, please begin your attempts." With Professor Flitwick's command, the classroom erupted into a chorus of incantations. The girl with golden curls beside Harry managed to make her feather rise with just one attempt, her pride evident as she cast a triumphant glance at him. She resembled the daughter of a pureblood family, though Harry regrettably could not recall her name. Unfazed by her possible flaunting, he calmly waved his wand. Nothing happened. He pondered, trying again, and this time the feather quivered slightly. Squinting, Harry recalled Flitwick's tone movements and gestures, and attempted a third time. Finally, the feather began to float, albeit it soon soared directly to the ceiling of the classroom. After an exhilarating charms lesson, it was time for lunch. Indeed, lunchtime had arrived. The Hufflepuff charms class was the last lesson of the morning. But since Harry had risen late, and the dining hall seemed to provide continuous food to help the first years acclimate to life at Hogwarts, it appeared to follow a normal schedule. In reality, Harry had finished breakfast at 11:10. It was only because Rupert and Edgar mentioned that the dining hall would not cease serving food on the first day for newcomers that Harry had allowed himself to sleep soundly, realizing that having relatives studying at Hogwarts provided a wealth of information. "Harry," as he exited the classroom, Ron came bounding over, dragging Neville along, evidently having been waiting for him outside. "Shall we head to lunch together?" "Ah, sorry Harry, he already made plans with me." Chapter 7. The theme of friendly lunch conversations includes syrup pies. Ron's words had barely left his mouth when Draco Malfoy emerged from around the corner, his signature haughty demeanor on full display, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, who loomed like 2 small mountains in the corridor. Harry Draco elongated his tone. "My father insists we should engage more with students from other houses." He cast a glance at Ron's flush-red ears and scoffed. "Of course, that excludes certain uncouth individuals." Ron clenched his fists, the redness creeping from his ears to his cheeks. "Who are you talking about?" "All right," Harry interjected suddenly, interrupting the imminent conflict. "Let us all have lunch together, the 3 of us." Ron and Draco widened their eyes in unison, as if Harry had just proclaimed his intent to ballet dance atop a troll. "I mean," Harry said, taking out a piece of pumpkin pie and taking a leisurely bite, "the dining hall tables are quite large, aren't they?" Thus, the most peculiar lunch arrangement in Hogwarts history was formed. The Savior Potter, a Weasley, a Malfoy, a Hufflepuff, a Gryffindor, a Slytherin, and 2 bewildered sidekicks. As for Neville, he found this bizarre combination too much to bear and stammered that he wasn't hungry before hastily departing. As this unusual group entered the Great Hall, the volume of conversation diminished significantly. "Harry, are you out of your mind?" Ron hissed in Harry's ear, glancing at Draco. The Malfoys are all dark wizards. Draco sneered, walking alongside Harry, and casually retorted, the Weasleys are all paupers. Ron let out a sharp exclamation. Raising his wand and preparing to charge at Draco, Harry, with one hand, managed to pull a seat at the long table, placing a Yorkshire pudding on each of their plates, using a calm yet subtly reassuring tone to defuse the situation. Try this. I've heard it's a new recipe developed by the house elves. Fortunately, matters remained somewhat in control, as at least these two gentlemen were willing to humor Harry, exchanging mutual glares while temporarily laying down their arms to eat. Remarkably, the food seemed to possess a sort of enchantment. When Draco discovered that Ron also despised carrots, they at least ceased their mutual glares. Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe were too absorbed in shoving meat pies into their mouths to engage in any disputes. So, as Harry munched on a roasted potato, he asked them, "Why do you think the other house is so terrible?" Ron immediately launched into a tirade about the dark wizards that had emerged from Slytherin, while Draco mocked Gryffindor as a house full of mindless brutes. As Harry listened, he suddenly tucked a piece of pumpkin pie into his mouth, freeing his hands to retrieve 2 gold galleons from his pocket. Care for a wager? Draco and Ron turned to him, each wearing identical expressions of bewilderment. I bet you can find 3 commonalities. Impossible. They both exclaimed in unison, then fell silent. The first commonality. Harry pushed 1 galleon toward Ron, leisurely continuing, is that you both dislike the same foods. Draco wrinkled his nose. That doesn't count. You both enjoy syrup pies. I must say that demonstrates good taste, considering how delicious they truly are. Harry pushed forward another galleon, adding nonchalantly, there, that's the second. Ron opened his mouth at a loss for words, before finally mumbling, all right, that's a bit eerie. At the conclusion of lunch, Harry successfully coaxed both of his companions into admitting their shared fondness for Quidditch, their mutual disdain for homework, and their unanimous belief that Professor Bin's history of magic class was excruciatingly dull. Human relationships are in constant flux, influenced by an array of reasons that are often abstract, peculiar, yet commonplace and logical, just like Draco and Ron at this moment. Although their mutual animosity lingered, they were no longer poised to draw their wands for a duel at any instant. In the afternoon, Hufflepuff had a herbology class alongside Gryffindor. Once Ron finished his meal, he issued an invitation to Harry to form a study group, mimicking Draco by lifting his chin in a show of bravado as if he had bested him in some way. Provoked by Ron, Draco inhaled sharply, huffed in annoyance, and bid farewell to Harry, striding away with his 2 cronies, likely already plotting how to regain his dignity. The midday break was delightful, particularly after a satisfying meal. That feeling of contentment is incomparable. Harry nestled into his soft bed, sunlight streaming through the window and warming him as he smacked his lips and dozed off peacefully. In a dreamlike state, he envisioned a gathering of small animals encircling him as he recounted tales from a storybook. Suddenly, a cloud of dark mist loomed in the distance, startling the little creatures into retreat. Frowning, Harry rose from the ground, clutching his book, and faced the encroaching darkness. In the next moment he awoke. The sun shone upon him, everything as it should be. His roommates had yet to return, and class was soon to commence. Massaging his temples, he lazily yawned, draping his wizarding robe over his shoulders as he sauntered toward the classroom. As he ambled down the corridor, lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of raucous laughter. Moments later, Peeves the poltergeist descended from the ceiling, wielding a bucket of water. Freshman. Oh. Your head could use a good wash. He cackled, shaking the bucket menacingly as he prepared to pour its contents. Harry looked up and flashed a genial smile. Your bucket has a leak. Peeves paused, glancing down at his bucket. A small hole had mysteriously appeared at the bottom, causing water to stream out until it was empty. Oh no. Peeves exclaimed in a panic. My prank apparatus. Harry regarded him calmly and replied, I can help you fix it. But you must promise not to pour water on the students' heads again. Otherwise, this bucket will continue to leak. To demonstrate his point, Harry drew his wand and cast a spell at the bucket. Instantly, it returned to its original state, adorned with colorful patterns of small spheres. Wow. Peeves twirled excitedly with the bucket. This is splendid. All right, I promise. However, he halted mid-sentence, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Can I pour water on Filch's head? Filch, Harry recalled, was the cantankerous caretaker whom Rupert had spoken of, known for his aversion to students. Squinting in recollection, Harry remembered their brief encounter. He recalled Filch's demeanor and his treatment of students, suspecting he was incapable of performing magic. Thus, was he unfriendly toward students? Such individuals could be managed with a modicum of kindness, yet those who sought to strike a deal with him were not the same. Moreover, the cat was indeed quite endearing. Harry deliberated. As long as it doesn't harm the cat, it's fine. No problem. Peeves cheered, clutching the bucket before soaring away. Just as Harry turned his gaze back, he heard a deep voice echoing above him. The renowned Savior Potter is not in class, but rather loitering in the corridor? 5 points deducted from Hufflepuff. Good afternoon, Professor Snape, Harry greeted instinctively, even before raising his eyes to meet Snape's. Snape scowled, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the only remnant of his former friend. The visage that bore a striking resemblance to James Potter was irksome, especially as Harry stood before him, rummaging through his pockets without a care. Snape's brow knitted tighter, ready to unleash a torrent of disdain, when suddenly a small vial was thrust toward his nose. Snape instinctively glanced at the vial, which contained a deep green liquid. Eight-eyed spider venom, Professor. A gift for you. Snape accepted the vial, his voice low and stern. I hope this is not the spoils of Mr. Potter's rule-breaking. Otherwise, he will find himself facing further deductions from his house. Quite useful. It appeared that even the notoriously difficult Professor Snape was not entirely unmanageable. Unlike Hagrid or Ron, who were chatty and exuberant, Harry preferred to spend his time in tranquil solitude, yet the inexplicable burden of his savior status continually thwarted such moments. No matter where he went, countless eyes were upon him. While he could endure it, he would much rather bask in the sun and nap in peace. Perhaps the reclusive Snape would help reduce his social interactions effectively. As Harry observed Snape's expression, he felt that his cherished moments of solitude were finally within reach. Before Snape could finish his thought, he caught Harry staring at him, who suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Snape. His lips twitched imperceptibly as he prepared to speak, only to hear the boy quickly avert his gaze, tossing over his shoulder a casual remark about having class and dashing away. Snape, left baffled, pondered. What in the world was that boy laughing about? In Professor Sprout's greenhouse, the air was imbued with the fresh scent of soil and foliage. Harry and Ron squeezed together at a workbench, facing several pots of writhing green seedlings. Aside from Hufflepuff's recent deduction of 5 points, everything was quite pleasant. Harry found himself lost in thought, staring at the seedlings. Earlier, when Professor Snape had been fixing him with a glare, it felt as though he were looking through Harry at someone else. He suddenly recalled Hagrid's earlier musings. Your eyes are like your mother's, but you look just like your father. His mind raced with possibilities. Could Professor Snape be an old friend of his parents? Were the three of them particularly close? Yet, Snape had displayed a hint of disdain. It was likely that it was not a friendship among three, but rather a bond with one party that was more favorable. Furthermore, his relationship with the other party was, predictably, quite poor. Harry, Ron called softly from beside him, nudging his elbow into Harry's side to rouse him. The professor is going over the safety precautions. Harry snapped back to reality. Today we will be repotting the mandrakes, Professor Sprout demonstrated while donning a pair of pink earmuffs. Remember to wear your protective gear, Merlin's beard. Mr. Potter. It turned out Harry had already reached for one of the seedlings. Surprisingly, the mandrake, which was supposed to emit a deadly scream, remained still, allowing him to touch it, even rubbing its leaves against his fingers. It says the pot is too small. Harry turned to explain to Professor Sprout, the roots are a bit cramped. Professor Sprout adjusted her earmuffs, her voice tentative. You can understand what the mandrake is saying? Just observing, Harry gently extracted the plant from its old pot. Look, its roots are all tangled. Ron watched in astonishment as Harry deftly loosened the mandrake's soil and repotted it, culminating in the plant blooming a small flower, perhaps as a token of gratitude? More astonishingly, the entire greenhouse of mandrakes suddenly turned in unison towards Harry, collectively displaying a riot of colorful blossoms. This was utterly incredible. Professor Sprout recorded his thoughts with palpable excitement, filled with the conviction that this lad was a prodigy in herbology and must be retained. Following this impulse, he blurted out, Mr. Potter, the mandrake typically only flowers during its mature phase. Would you be willing to assist me in tending to them every Wednesday afternoon? Oh sure, came the reply. Thus, Harry secured a position as a greenhouse assistant. As he emerged from the greenhouse cradling a pot of mini mandrakes gifted by Professor Sprout, he unexpectedly collided with Draco, who was en route to his next class. Harry, Draco exclaimed, astonished by the tranquil mandrake nestled in Harry's arms. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly regained his demeanor, lifting his chin and awkwardly remarking, Why aren't you wearing earmuffs? It's behaving now, Harry responded, gently prodding the charming little plant's leaves. Would you like to touch it? Cautiously, Draco extended his hand, and to his surprise, the mandrake tenderly brushed against his fingertips. Feeling the mandrake's amiable disposition, his gray eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Harry, have you enchanted these ugly things? Before Harry could respond, the mandrake suddenly lunged, biting Draco's outstretched finger. Ow! Draco screamed, shaking his hand in dismay. How dare it bite a Malfoy? Ron, observing from the sidelines, doubled over with laughter. Seems it doesn't fancy your perfume, Malfoy. Ha 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 ha. Harry, somewhat exasperated, gently patted the mandrake's head, prompting it to reluctantly release its grip. Draco, fuming, departed with his 2 lackeys, threatening. I'm going to write to my father. Bang! That was the sound of the door being flung open with force. Whoosh! The sound of robes billowing in the wind. Clack clack! The sound of polished shoes striding purposefully. Sir, what do you mean by making me the guardian of that Potter? This was Severus Snape's hoarse inquiry. Oh, Severus, take a breath and allow me to explain, Dumbledore replied, seated behind his desk in the headmaster's office, sipping his tea, and smiling kindly. It appears that Harry has developed certain peculiarities since growing up with the Dursleys. I have observed him closely and suspect you have as well. He favors solitude, lacks social awareness, exhibits somewhat eccentric behavior, and seems to suffer from chronic fatigue. I believe he may require a temporary guardian to help him adjust and ensure his well-being, and you are the most suitable candidate, Severus. Moreover, this would better protect him from unnecessary harm. Chapter 9. Training is not as pleasurable as nestling in the kitchen with pies and bacon. Snape's black robes billowed in the headmaster's office like sails in a storm. A mixture of anger and dread flickered across his pale visage. You mean to say, his voice deeper than usual, I am to be responsible for that. Harry Potter? Indeed, Severus, Dumbledore affirmed earnestly. I sincerely wish for you to be his guardian. Just recently, I received word that Harry sent a sum of money to the Dursleys, informing them he would not be returning before graduation. This signifies that the Dursleys will no longer accept Harry. He needs protection, Severus. Dumbledore continued slowly, adding a 21st sugar cube to his tea. I hope you can share dinner with Harry at least 3 times a week, regularly check on his health, and ensure he is. I refuse. Snape interjected sharply. Let McGonagall do it or Pomona. Didn't she just recruit that boy as her assistant? The old headmaster's blue eyes twinkled behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Severus, it seems Harry has developed quite an affinity for you. Just today. He even sent you a vial of 8-eyed spider venom, did he not? Snape's expression soured as if he had consumed a bottle of bubotuber pus. That was. Dumbledore, not permitting Snape the luxury of further elaboration, adopted a suddenly grave tone. We must ascertain the nature of his unique connection with animals and plants. This could signify the manifestation of some ancient magic. Whenever he witnessed Harry's affinity for flora and fauna, Dumbledore was reminded of an old acquaintance, though Harry's connection seemed to encompass plants as well, exhibiting an allure that was quite extraordinary. Snape fell silent, his gaze fixed on a small device on the headmaster's desk that emitted silver thread. Finally he squeezed out, twice a week. No more. At this moment, Harry, blissfully unaware of his impending guardianship, was attending flying lessons. Flying lessons were among Harry's most anticipated classes. Really? Perhaps. He mused. At least it was preferable to playing house with a peculiar uncle reeking of garlic in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. If that were the case, he looked forward to every class that wasn't Defense Against the Dark Arts. As the appointed time approached, Harry sauntered leisurely onto the lawn, where his classmates were already lined up in neat rows. However, the ever-tardy Harry was well versed in the art of arriving just in the nick of time. The Hogwarts lawn was bathed in golden sunlight, a gentle breeze wafting through the air, carrying the scents of grass and earth. First-year Hufflepuffs stood in a line, each with an old broomstick resting at their feet, nervously awaiting the commencement of flying class. Harry Potter stood among the Hufflepuff ranks, his eyes half closed, as if he might doze off at any moment. His broomstick lay on the ground, appearing more worn than the others, with several twigs awry and a small vine entwined at the end, as if it were the last pick of the lot. Remember, Madame Hooch instructed loudly, extending her right hand, lift off. Harry yawned, glancing down at his broom. Lift off. The broomstick sprang up into his palm with a whoosh, even brushing against his fingers like an eager puppy. Though it resembled a mangy mutt, it was still quite obedient. Nearby, several Hufflepuffs struggled to follow suit, but alas, their broomsticks rolled about on the ground, refusing to budge. Madame Hooch nodded approvingly at Harry, and once everyone had grasped their broomsticks and mounted them, she continued with her instructions. Now, gently push off the ground, maintain your balance. Before Madame Hooch could finish her sentence, Harry's broom had already begun to lazily ascend, floating 2 feet above the ground, steady in its hover. Harry glanced down, and then simply reclined atop it. The Hufflepuff students whispered in astonishment, while Madame Hooch's complexion suddenly paled. Potter, she shouted, her voice rising sharply. Get down. This is too dangerous. Harry shifted his position for greater comfort. Lazily waving at Madame Hooch, it's fine, Professor. It's quite stable. Sunlight warmed his figure. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, and the broom swayed slightly, resembling a cozy hammock. Moments later, Harry's eyelids began to droop. Merlin's beard. In a hazy daze, Harry sensed Madame Hooch's voice echoing from a distant place. He's fallen asleep. Indeed. Harry had succumbed to slumber, while his broom carried him higher, eventually halting at a height of 20 feet. Appearing like a languid cloud from afar due to his wizarding robes, the students on the lawn gazed upward in astonishment. Should we rescue him? Hannah Abbott nervously inquired of her classmates. I think he looks quite comfortable, Rupert Macmillan murmured. Hey, watch me. Toby mounted his broom, charging upward, intending to prod Harry awake with the broom's tail end. However, Harry's broom suddenly veered to the side, causing Toby to miss and nearly tumble off. Meanwhile, Harry remained blissfully asleep, even rolling over. After confirming Harry's safety, Madame Hooch ultimately relinquished her attempts to rouse him. She sighed and announced to the others, well, today's task is to maintain balance like Potter. The Hufflepuff students exchanged glances before attempting to imitate Harry's posture, while lying on their brooms. Rupert successfully reclined, but the broom wobbled like a tipsy owl. Hannah promptly slid off, landing squarely on the grass. Edgar simply placed his broom flat on the ground, lying atop it and pretending to fly. Meanwhile, Harry remained suspended in the air, a slight smile dancing on his lips, as if he were dreaming of some delightful scenario. Perhaps he envisioned owning an entire chocolate factory? When the class bell rang, Harry's broom gently lowered him to the ground, and came to a soft stop beside him once he stood on the lawn. Rubbing his eyes and stretching, he mused. Is class over? Miss Hokey stared at him, hesitating to speak, before finally sighing and reminding him, try not to fall asleep next time. Harry nodded obediently and ambled towards the castle, only to be intercepted by the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, who dragged him into the Quidditch tryouts the following morning. After dealing with the enthusiastic Quidditch captain and the team's selection training, Harry hastily made his way to the kitchen. With a potions class looming before lunch, he figured he should replenish his energy. Perhaps a syrup pie would suffice, though he decided a few slices of bacon would be essential as well. Chapter 10. The brewing of potions perhaps required the companionship of pumpkin pie. As Harry pushed open the kitchen door, the house elves were bustling about, fervently preparing lunch. Winky was the first to spot him, exclaiming, Mr. Harry Potter, Winky has prepared a special syrup pie for you. Thank you, Winky. The Yorkshire pudding recipe is indeed more delectable now. Well done. Harry accepted the steaming pie. Could I also have a glass of pumpkin juice and a few slices of bacon? Of course. The kitchen always welcomes the great Mr. Harry Potter, Winky exclaimed, receiving enthusiastic agreement from the other house elves. It seemed his suggestions for improving the food were quite well received. Leaning against the warm countertop, he savored his brunch while listening to the house elves chattering about new recipes. Suddenly, the back door of the kitchen swung open, and a familiar figure entered, Cedric Diggory. Their eyes met, and they paused for a moment. Harry, you. Cedric observed the pie in Harry's hands with some curiosity. He appeared to seamlessly blend into the group of house elves, clearly a frequent visitor. How did you find the kitchen? Harry swallowed the last bite of his pie and replied leisurely, everyone in Hufflepuff is very friendly. It seems to be a shared secret. Would you like to try this? He gestured towards the freshly baked cream puffs on the table. Cedric hesitated for a moment, then decisively followed his instincts, stepping over to grab one and taking a bite. His eyes instantly lit up. This is far better than what they serve at Hogsmeade. That is because it's specially made in the kitchen, Harry explained. They added a touch of lemon zest. What a marvelous idea, Cedric praised, taking another and enjoying it with a hint of delight on his handsome face. You enjoy it first. I have class, so I must take my leave. Harry snatched a piece of pumpkin pie from the nearby plate, waved goodbye to Cedric, and slipped out of the kitchen. The potions classroom was located in the dungeons of Hogwarts, which were cold, damp, and filled with an array of peculiar scents. Harry descended the spiral staircase at a leisurely pace, his mouth full of food, still clutching a piece of pumpkin pie he had pilfered from the kitchen. One must admit, Hogwarts meals were indeed a significant improvement over those served at the Dursleys. Ah, look who it is. The illustrious savior, Potter. Harry heard a familiar, sinister voice rise above him, delivering a chilling remark, you are late. Oh, it's Professor Snape, Harry thought. It seemed he had been under the professor's watchful eye since his enrollment, so being late was hardly surprising. As Harry drifted into thought, Snape was fixing him with his trademark brooding glare, his words laced with malice, irritation, and an unmistakable impatience. After a moment's contemplation, Harry took a leisurely bite of his pumpkin pie, deciding that for the sake of his future peace, he ought to make an effort to explain to Snape why he, the king of timing mishaps, had faltered. Thus he mumbled around the half-eaten pie, "I apologize, Professor. The staircase turned too quickly. I felt a bit dizzy. May I enter?" "TSK. This brat is nothing like Lily." Snape's lips twitched as he maintained a stern expression, and strode back to the classroom. "Cool mean. Hufflepuff loses 10 points for your tardiness. I hope your potion-making skills are not as dismal as your sense of time." The classroom was already filled with students, each paired with a partner. Harry noted his friends and dorm mates signaling him to hasten and find a seat, clearly intimidated by Snape's presence. Ignoring the commotion, he slipped into the only unoccupied seat and stuffed the remaining pumpkin pie into his robe pocket. Unbeknownst to him, just a minute prior, Snape had swept into the classroom, coolly delivering his meticulously crafted opening remarks, only to find Harry Potter absent among the students. Consequently, the 3 questions he had intended to pose to torment Harry had to be postponed, leaving him somewhat vexed. Today, Snape turned to the podium and began the lesson. "We will be learning to brew the Scabbers potion. It is a fundamental potion, yet it requires precise ingredients and impeccable timing. Be cautious when adding porcupine quills. Remember to lift the cauldron away from the flame." After facing the inevitable 3 questions, responding with 3 resounding "I don't knows," and incurring an additional 5-point deduction for his house, Harry shielded himself from Snape's venomous barbs and mental assaults. He retrieved a silver dagger from his pocket, and began to slice the moonstone he had procured from Diagon Alley at a leisurely pace. He recalled that adding daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion would yield the draught of living death, and sensed that Snape's sudden introduction of 3 advanced questions seemed to serve a hidden purpose, one of which might be to reinforce his strict persona. Moreover, do daffodil and wormwood not symbolize regret and sorrow? What was Professor Snape regretting or mourning? Or was it merely a coincidence? Nevertheless, even if he were expressing something, such an oblique manner of communication suggested he did not wish to be detected. Never mind. For the sake of goodwill, I shall feign ignorance and indulge his desire to solidify his persona. After all, not knowing does not necessarily equate to an inability to answer. It could also imply a reluctance to respond. As Harry sliced the moonstone, his mind raced. Simultaneously, he noticed that although Snape was teaching, his gaze remained fixed upon him. But who would care? Besides, the moonstone under the light displayed a blue-white sheen, flowing like moonlight, and it was quite captivating. Harry found himself entranced. "Potter." Snape's voice cracked like a whip. "If you continue to dawdle, your first-year evenings will be spent dealing with slugs." Harry abruptly lifted his head, his emerald eyes locking onto Snape's. "Professor, if one were to cut the moonstone according to the angle of its light, it might enhance the potion's efficacy. Don't you think?" "Snape." He strode over, his black cloak billowing behind him, as if mirroring his current mood. He halted before Harry, peering down at the moonstone, which had become uneven due to Harry's slow actions. This led him to believe that Harry's earlier comment might have been mere conjecture, and his brow furrowed deeper. Completely unacceptable. Hufflepuff loses 5 points. Harry. Just admit it. You're simply itching to deduct points, aren't you? No need to be unreasonable, Professor. But Professor. Even Harry, typically serene, found himself stirred to a slight emotional upheaval by the vexing bat-like professor. Pointing assertively at the cauldron on the podium, he remarked, "Did you not demonstrate the same slanted cutting technique just now? Even though the Scabbers potion does not require it, you still chose to demonstrate. Why is that?" Severus Snape, taken aback by Harry's keen observation, fell momentarily silent. A murmur of whispers rippled through the classroom. The 11th chapter on refining the method for preparing roasted lamb chops proved far more enticing than enhancing potions. Snape's expression morphed into a subtly intricate mask of contemplation. Could it be that this young scamp possessed some genuine talent? He scrutinized Harry for several seconds, deciding to observe further. With a cold huff, he turned back to the podium, leaving behind a curt instruction to continue with their work. Harry shrugged, pinching the piece of pumpkin pasty nestled in his robe pocket, as he calculated how much longer until lunch. Ignoring the vague glances and observations from his peers, he bypassed his textbook and tossed the prepared moonstone into the cauldron, which began to bubble and emit a gurgling sound. Harry stifled a yawn, finding the noise reminiscent of the coffee machine at the Dursleys during afternoon tea. Ah, how the sunlight then was warmest and most comforting, perfect for an afternoon nap. Perhaps a brief respite wouldn't hurt, given that there was still time before adding the next ingredient. With half-closed eyes, he leaned against the table, attempting to doze off. After all, he had long memorized the preparation method for the Scabbers potion. First, grind the snake fangs into a fine powder, about 2 teaspoons. Chop a handful of dried nettles. Then, add the slug to the cauldron and heat over medium until it becomes viscous. At this point, incorporate the powdered snake fangs and dried nettles, stirring clockwise 3 times, then simmer on low for 5 minutes. Observing the potion should turn a vibrant green. Finally, extinguish the flame and promptly add the porcupine quills, lest the potion react violently or even explode. Stir counterclockwise once. When the potion turns orange, it is complete. The resulting Scabbers potion would be used to treat scabies caused by magical mishaps or potion errors, specifically the pustules or rashes on the skin. He casually extinguished his cauldron and tossed in the porcupine quills, which erupted into a plume of ethereal blue smoke, glimmering with specks of silver. The spectacle captivated his classmates, drawing their astonished gazes as they speculated on its origin. Harry took a moment to steady his breath, then sighed softly, leisurely bottling the aurora-like concoction. Potter. Snape approached with a furrowed brow, striding over with purpose. What have you done? I'm not entirely sure, Harry replied, slowly tapping the cauldron with his knife. Waiting until Snape's impatience grew palpable before adding, I just thought you wouldn't demonstrate an unrelated material without reason, would you? Snape's gaze remained fixed on the potion bottle, still swirling with the enchanting blue and silver mist, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. That was an advanced version of the Scabbers potion, acting more swiftly, accompanied by soothing properties to prevent scarring, while mitigating side effects like the brief stinging associated with the ordinary version. As Snape provided this succinct explanation, a chorus of awe swept through the classroom. Students whispered amongst themselves, marveling at the extraordinary potion-making talent of the renowned savior. Meanwhile, Harry began to ponder what would be for lunch. Snape turned back to the podium, his black robe swirling more dramatically than usual. Harry noticed the tips of his ears had turned slightly red. He rested his chin on his hand, finding the professor, who might be a friend of his parents, intriguingly amusing. Continue your work. Also, Potter, stay after class, Snape commanded. Okay, Professor, Harry replied, not engaging further. After class, Harry languidly packed his belongings until the other students had departed, leaving only him and Snape in the classroom. Potter, Snape emerged from the shadows of the podium, obscuring his expression. How did you accurately brew the advanced version of the Scabbers potion? Harry pondered for a moment, tidying his tools, and responded nonchalantly. I just felt that the properties of the moonstone were likely related to its shimmering texture. By the way, Professor, it's nearly lunchtime. May I go eat? TSK. This young scamp may not resemble Lily, but thankfully, he bears no resemblance to the foolish and detestable Potters. Snape mused, his expression becoming ever more complex. He fell silent for a moment, his deep voice resonating in the shadows. Do not be late in the future. And come to my office tomorrow evening. All right, Professor. Harry placed the last tool into the storage box and closed it, obediently agreeing but attempting to add a rationale. But the staircases at Hogwarts are quite dizzying. I didn't mean to be late. Ha! Incorrigibly rebellious, Snape scoffed, striding out of the potions classroom with his teaching materials in tow. Harry trailed behind him, meandering out to find Ron and Hermione waiting at the door. Harry, what happened? Ron rushed up as soon as he saw Harry emerge. Your roommate said you were kept behind. Snape didn't he do anything to you, did he? Nothing to worry about, Harry shrugged, hoisting the potion toolbox onto his back, and freeing a hand to retrieve the piece of pumpkin pasty from his pocket, waving it enticingly. Want some? Though it's a bit cold. Forget that for now, Harry. Did you know? Ron began to say something, but Hermione tugged at his robe. There are too many people here, Ron. Ron glanced around instinctively, indeed spotting several students passing nearby. All right, Harry. Let us meet by the Black Lake after lunch. We have a major discovery to share. Harry chewed on the pumpkin pasty, tilting his head slowly as a large question mark appeared above him. What? Hermione sighed at Harry's somewhat vacant expression. How is it that the savior of the British wizarding world seems a beat behind? Is the British wizarding world truly relying on a Harry to confront the formidable and terrifying dark wizard Ron spoke of? Never mind, Ron. We can first join Harry for lunch. Neville should have found us a spot, Hermione suggested. Following Ron and Hermione to the dining hall, Harry found Neville seated at the end of the Gryffindor table, seemingly waiting for someone. Ron dashed over to whisper something in Neville's ear, then beckoned Harry to join them for lunch. Harry was indifferent about where he ate, lazily making his way to sit beside Neville, and began to dig in. Today's lunch featured roasted lamb chops, beautifully golden and enticing, with a lightly crisped exterior showcasing an alluring deep brown hue, adorned with flecks of spices. Harry reached for 2 pieces, savoring the taste. The roasted lamb was perfectly tender, with a delightful contrast between the crispy outer layer and the juicy interior. As he took a bite, the crisp skin crackled gently between his teeth, followed by the succulent meat melting in his mouth, the rich aroma of lamb intermingling with the spices, creating a robust flavor that was both savory and aromatic, lingering delightfully on his palate. Perhaps a layer of barbecue sauce would enhance the flavor even further, Harry murmured softly, taking another hearty bite of the roasted lamb chop. Casting a sidelong glance at what others were eating, beside him, Neville, though typically reticent, was thoroughly enjoying his meal, one hand clutching pumpkin juice while the other relished bacon tucked in a sandwich. Meanwhile, Ron was enthusiastically showcasing his chicken leg, devouring it with astonishing speed, prompting Harry to marvel at his efficiency. Hermione, on the other hand, sipped her pumpkin juice delicately, her plate holding a Yorkshire pudding, indicating she was nearing fullness. Harry, burp. Seeing Harry seemingly lost in thought, Ron swiftly concluded the battle, stood up, and rushed to Harry's side, urging him, "Let's finish our snacks and head to the Black Lake. We've discovered something." After glancing around and lowering his voice, he added, "It concerns the secret of the fourth-floor corridor, the primary purpose of their nocturnal excursion, as Chapter 12 would reveal, was to procure some late-night snacks." The afternoon sun glimmered upon the surface of the Black Lake, with the tentacles of several giant squids subtly surfacing. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville settled down in a secluded spot beneath the trees. Hermione retrieved a hefty tome from her bag, the cover embossed with the golden title, Hogwarts, a history, sparkling in the sunlight. Harry's first impression upon seeing the book was that it looked exceedingly heavy. "Boys, look here," she said, flipping to a page marked with a bookmark. The right side of the fourth-floor corridor was designated a restricted area in August 1991, just weeks before the start of term. At that same moment, she produced a copy of the Daily Prophet, reporting a break-in at Gringotts, where Hagrid had removed something from the vault earlier that day. Ron whispered conspiratorially, "I bet it's that. The package Hagrid took from Vault 713. Harry, puzzled, recalled he hadn't mentioned Hagrid's visit to Gringotts to these friends. How could they possibly know? Although confused, he refrained from inquiring further, as he could easily deduce who had divulged the information. Some individuals exuded a sense of transparency, as if they imbibed veritaserum like water. With a calm demeanor, he nibbled on a biscuit pilfered from the kitchen. "So," Ron exclaimed excitedly, gesticulating animatedly, "that thing is currently in the fourth-floor corridor. Dumbledore himself said it's dangerous. It must be something extraordinary." Neville timidly added, "F. Filch has been patrolling around there lately." Hermione closed the book and gazed sternly at Harry. "We suspect someone might be after it. Recently, several wandering young wizards have claimed to have seen a shadow lurking in the corridors, particularly near the fourth floor." Harry pondered, casting his gaze towards the castle. Hogwarts stood majestically under the sunlight, its towers striking against the azure sky. He had little genuine interest in the fourth floor. An instinct told him it was somehow connected to him, which made him even less inclined to engage. Ron, after waiting in vain for Harry to suggest they investigate that evening, felt increasingly disheartened. This was not the brave savior he had envisioned. With a sigh of disappointment, he hesitated before defiantly snatching 3 biscuits from Harry's hand and crunching them down. Startled by the sudden disappearance of half his biscuits, Harry exclaimed, "What?" Hermione, equally taken aback, scolded Ron, "Why did you take his biscuits?" Harry was just sitting there, looking a bit dazed. "That is quite unfair." Ron mumbled through a mouthful of biscuits, leaving behind an unintelligible remark as he dashed off, leaving a trail of crumbs. Harry quickly stuffed the remaining biscuits back into his pocket for safekeeping, stood up leisurely, brushed off the crumbs, and casually remarked, "Be careful during your adventures," before wandering away. Hermione sighed heavily as she glanced at the still-dazed Neville. As night descended, Harry lay on his 4-poster bed in the Hufflepuff dormitory, staring blankly at the ceiling. A bronze lizard coiled beside his pillow, its tail rhythmically tapping against his cheek. "Do you think they'll go tonight?" he asked, breaking a piece of candy to share with it, while he chewed on another. The lizard tilted its head, flicking its tongue. Harry sighed, contemplating the situation. He had no desire to meddle in such affairs, but with Ron's reckless nature, Hermione's insatiable curiosity, and Neville could hardly manage his own toad, let alone avoid making noise during a nocturnal escapade. Wait, would Neville genuinely permit them to engage in such behavior that could result in significant house points being deducted? It was uncertain. Thus, it seemed their chances of successfully sneaking out that night were slim, unless Hermione or Ron resorted to knocking Neville unconscious. The corridors of Hogwarts were eerily silent at midnight, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the stained glass, casting mottled shadows. Harry crept along the wall, with the bronze lizard perched on his shoulder, serving as an alert system. Whenever someone approached, it would gently nip at Harry's earlobe as a warning. All right. "I'm out," he conceded to himself. He rather enjoyed his companions and the Hogwarts kitchen. It would be prudent to investigate firsthand. If trouble did arise, he could devise a strategy, but if it merely concerned his own trials, he would not hesitate to conjure a minor mishap that, while not lethal, would certainly require 100 galleons to remedy. Though, the latter seemed the more probable outcome. As he contemplated this, he turned the corner on the 3rd floor, and the lizard suddenly tugged at his ear. Instantly, Harry slipped behind a suit of armor. Catching sight of Filch stealthily making his way toward the 4th floor with a lantern in hand, he quietly followed Filch to the 4th floor corridor. Filch was merely patrolling. How dull. Well, nocturnal adventures on the 2nd day of term could be rather amusing. After confirming that Ron and the others were not caught, Harry strolled away. The 4th floor was under Filch's strict scrutiny and thus currently inaccessible. However, having ventured out, he decided to meander and perhaps digest his snack before bedtime. Trusting his instincts, he wandered aimlessly through the castle, until he stumbled upon an empty classroom. True to its name, the room was indeed vacant, with a few scattered items piled in the corners, and a full-length mirror positioned in the center. Upon seeing the mirror, Harry paused mid-chew, then sighed softly, retrieving a handful of candy from his pocket. He settled cross-legged before the mirror, and began to wait. After a short while, his awaited visitor arrived. When Dumbledore leisurely strolled in, he found Harry not lost in the depths of the Mirror of Arist, as he had anticipated, but rather gazing through it at his own reflection, his striking green eyes revealing a hint of resignation. "What do you see, Harry?" Dumbledore inquired gently, as he approached Harry from behind. Harry pursed his lips and sighed faintly, responding with indifference. "I see someone coming to take my candy, which results in half of it being taken away." Dumbledore blinked in confusion. Isn't the desire for parental love and togetherness what one should yearn for? Did he just say someone would take his candy? What is happening to my golden boy? Dumbledore recalled Snape's earlier questioning, and began to ponder seriously. Had he truly taken the wrong child? As Chapter 13 unfolds, it becomes clear that the bitterness may not merely stem from a lack of sugary frosting on a lemon sherbet. Dumbledore blinked his cerulean eyes, filled with perplexity behind his half-moon glasses. He slowly crouched beside Harry, his robe cascading onto the floor like a silver cloud. "My dear child." The old headmaster's voice was softer than usual. "The Mirror of Arist reveals the most profound desires of the heart. Are you certain what you see is candy?" Harry popped the final piece of candy into his mouth and stood slowly, declaring, "No, what I see is you taking my sweets." He gestured towards the mirror, uttering a statement that left Dumbledore momentarily speechless. "To me, it currently appears to be just an ordinary mirror, does it not?" Dumbledore was taken aback. For the happiest of souls, the Mirror of Arist was merely an ordinary mirror. However, he had never encountered anyone who could approach the mirror with such calmness, let alone an 11-year-old boy. Your old headmaster pondered his words carefully. "Do you understand the purpose of this mirror?" Harry nodded slightly and replied softly, "I have read about it in the library. It is the Mirror of Arist, capable of revealing the deepest desires of the observer's heart." He paused momentarily before adding calmly, "But I do not need a mirror to tell me what I want. What I possess is already sufficient." Dumbledore's beard quivered slightly. This unexpected response plunged the old headmaster into deep contemplation. He waved his wand, conjuring a comfortable armchair for himself and a small stool for Harry. It wasn't favoritism. He merely feared that if he provided Harry with an armchair as well, the moment he finished speaking, the boy might drift off to sleep in it. "Do you know?" Dumbledore's voice took on a nostalgic tone. "When your father first beheld this mirror, he saw himself as a Quidditch star." Harry tilted his head. "So he really did become a Quidditch star later?" "Indeed," Dumbledore smiled, warmth radiating from his cerulean eyes, "though only at Hogwarts." "It seems you are not particularly interested in Quidditch? Perhaps a more leisurely pace of Quidditch suits me better." The old headmaster chuckled lightly, continuing, "And your mother envisioned a scene of the entire family reunited." His gaze grew profound at that time. She had just quarreled with her sister. Harry noticed that as Dumbledore spoke these words, his eyes remained fixed on Harry's face, as if seeking some reaction. However, Harry calmly inquired, "So the mirror can ensnare one in illusory happiness?" "Very perceptive." Dumbledore nodded approvingly, "And that is precisely what I wish to caution you about. The mirror will be removed tomorrow, but before it is..." He conjured a box of lemon drops. "Would you like one?" Harry accepted the confection and suddenly asked, "What did you see in it, Professor?" Dumbledore's fingers lingered over the candy box for a moment. Yet before he could respond, Harry uttered an answer that seemed to take him by surprise. Or perhaps one he wished to avoid recalling. "Mr. Grindelwald?" Dumbledore's azure eyes narrowed momentarily. "I have encountered him before." He expressed how much he misses you and hopes you might visit him despite your busy schedule. Harry returned the lemon drop, which had lost some of its sugar coating, to the box that Dumbledore held rigidly in his grasp, adding calmly, "Perhaps your lemon drop would find a more suitable home." The bronze lizard in his pocket stirred slightly, seemingly reminding him that time was of the essence. "I believe I should take my leave." Harry stood up, gently patting the creases from his robe. "Sweet dreams, Professor." Near the tower, a third party had unexpectedly appeared, savoring a biscuit. If any Hogwarts student were present, particularly one fond of sneaking into the Hogwarts kitchens for a snack, they would undoubtedly recognize that the biscuit in the old man's hand was the newly invented salted caramel cream-filled biscuit. Not far from the tower, an exaggeratedly large owl struggled to fly, clutching a letter in its talons. The following morning, Harry received a note from Snape in the Hufflepuff common room. 7 o'clock tonight. Dungeon office, with a temporary password. Toby curiously leaned closer. "Snape is looking for you? Merlin, what have you done to offend him?" Harry crumpled the note into a paper airplane and tossed it out the window, where it spontaneously ignited mid-air. He averted his gaze, shrugged, and replied languidly, "Perhaps he wishes to teach me how to properly cut moonstone." At 6:55 that evening, Harry stood at the dungeon door. A bronze lizard perched on his shoulder. Just as he raised his hand, the door swung open of its own accord. "Come in, Potter," Snape's voice called from within. "Don't just stand there in the doorway." The office was far brighter than Harry had anticipated. The walls were lined with various potion specimens, and a small dining table was set for two, featuring a dinner of baked cod, creamy mashed potatoes, and steamed vegetables. Surprisingly, Snape's office was much warmer than his classroom, with blue flames dancing in the fireplace, contrary to the stereotype of bats favoring cold, dark lairs. On the table, alongside dinner, were 2 steaming cups of tea. "Sit," Snape commanded without looking up from the papers he was grading. "Recite the potion of life's essence recipe." Harry sat down slowly and began. "Add the powdered daffodil root to the wormwood infusion, then stir clockwise 7 times, followed by the addition of moonstone powder." "Stop." Snape suddenly set down his quill. "Why clockwise?" Harry raised his gaze calmly. "Because the crystal structure of moonstone is monoclinic, stirring clockwise better activates its magical properties." A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes. "Correct. It appears you are more than just a troublemaking Potter." Snape rose from behind the stack of papers on his desk and moved to sit at the table. "Finish the rest, and then we shall begin." Dinner proceeded in silence. Harry noted Snape's eating habits were almost meticulous. Each bite was of uniform size, chewed with the same number of times. Even the movements of his throat while drinking water seemed calculated. Snape sensed Harry observing him but merely frowned, ignoring it, and quickly finished his meal to continue instructing Harry. He retrieved a hefty tome titled Advanced Potion Theory from the bookshelf. "From today onwards, we will study advanced potion making every Thursday night. Now read the recipe for the Wolfbane potion on page 394. As Harry opened the book, he discovered the margins were densely filled with notes, some printed, others in elegant handwriting. For the next 2 hours, Snape taught Harry how to precisely slice potion ingredients, control the heat, and identify the states of potions. Remarkably, he refrained from using his usual sarcastic tone, guiding Harry calmly and professionally instead. Harry could not fathom what had prompted this sudden change in Snape, and simply complied with his instructions. Before leaving, Harry turned abruptly. "Professor, may I ask you a question?" Snape had returned to his cauldron, lifting his eyelids slightly. "What? You knew my mother, did you not?" The air in the room seemed to freeze. Snape's posture stiffened considerably. "Get out, Potter." Chapter 14. The tea and talk featured chocolate cauldron cakes. Harry lay in bed. Tonight's bedtime treat was sizzling honey toffees. "Will I gain weight?" "No." He recalled one time he had devoured his cousin Dudley's 9-inch chocolate cake before bed, and didn't he gain an ounce? He indulged in the toffee, allowing his mind to wander. From his observations, it seemed that Professor Snape had once shared a good relationship with his mother, but some subsequent events had left him with an enduring regret. After all, his reaction tonight said it all. A person's first response in a situation conceals their truest self. Having gleaned what he wished to know, Harry decided not to provoke Snape further for the time being, continuing to attend classes, eat, and sleep in tranquil ease. Days after the incident with the Mirror of Erist, a light rain fell one morning at Hogwarts. The damp, cold wind brushed against him, sending chills coursing through his dampened robes. Harry Potter, wrapped in Hufflepuff's thin yellow and black scarf, ambled along the path to the greenhouse, leaving behind a trail of footprints that were much lighter than those of the other students. He always had a habit of distributing his weight evenly while walking, reminiscent of an animal particularly adept at traversing marshlands. "Harry, wait for us." Hermione and Ron panted as they caught up, with Neville trailing closely behind. Ron's nose was flushed from the cold, resembling a niffler under a color-changing charm. "You need not run." Harry turned around, his voice tranquil as the undisturbed surface of the Black Lake. "Herbology class does not commence for another 20 minutes. But Professor Sprout mentioned we would be learning about the care of venomous tentacula today." Hermione's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. "We ought to review in advance. Or perhaps devise an escape route," Ron interjected abruptly, casting wary glances around as if the dangerous plants might leap forth from the snow to take a bite out of him. Neville stood silently beside Hermione, silently affirming her viewpoint through his presence. Harry retrieved a handful of fizzing whiz-bees from his pocket and offered them to his friends. A bit of sweetness helps to maintain body warmth. As Ron accepted the candy, he lowered his voice and asked, "By the way, I heard Snape summoned you to his office the other night? He didn't do anything to you, did he?" Chewing on the candy, Harry appeared to contemplate at a pace that matched his speech. "He taught me how to brew wolfsbane potion." "What?" Hermione halted abruptly, her voice rising sharply. "First years are not even introduced to wolfsbane potion. That is studied in third year." "Well," Harry nodded, "Professor Snape said I barely passed." In truth, he understood that even if he had suddenly improved the wolfsbane potion, Snape would likely only offer a terse acknowledgement of adequate. Ron and Hermione exchanged incredulous glances. After herbology class, a pristine white owl soared through the falling snowflakes, deftly depositing a letter above Harry's head before departing. Harry leisurely opened the envelope, discovering only a note and a lemon drop. The note, inscribed in a whimsical circular font, read, 8 o'clock tonight, my office. The password is Sour Fizz. Adi. Harry popped the lemon drop into his mouth, relishing the burst of tartness on his tongue, and then quietly sipped a cup of pumpkin juice. At 7:55 that evening, Harry stood before the stone gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office. A bronze lizard poked its head out of his pocket, emitting a faint clicking sound. Sour Fizz. The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a spiral staircase. As Harry ascended the first step, the staircase began to rise with such swiftness that it could easily disorient an ordinary person. Yet Harry stood firm, as though he were inherently meant to maintain balance upon a moving object. The office door opened automatically, revealing Dumbledore seated at a round table laden with confections, his blue eyes glimmering with curiosity behind half-moon spectacles. Harry hesitated for a moment, lowering his gaze to avoid Dumbledore's eyes as he greeted him. "Ah, Harry, you arrive at just the right moment." The headmaster waved his wand, conjuring an exceptionally comfortable armchair. "I recently acquired a selection of new sweets from the Honeydukes. Would you care to try this color-changing toffee?" Harry settled into the chair, his gaze sweeping across the array of desserts, and he ventured, "You're not summoning me merely for candy, are you, Professor?" Dumbledore blinked, replying softly, "A keen mind, Harry. In truth, I am intrigued by your perspective on the Mirror of Erised, not the textbook explanation, but your personal interpretation." Harry picked up a piece of chocolate cauldron cake from the table, taking a bite before responding leisurely. "It resembles a magnifying glass, amplifying the emptiness within the human heart." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, nearly disappearing into his silver hair. "Oh, that is a rather philosophical reply, Harry." He had just employed a little magic to confirm Harry's authenticity and completeness, leaving him increasingly puzzled about how Harry had been shaped by his time with the Dursleys. "Capybaras submerge when danger approaches," Harry suddenly interjected with an unrelated observation. "Yet, they mostly lie around basking in the sun. I think they're quite clever." "Ha ha ha, my dear child. You remind me of an old friend. He too often expressed profound insights through seemingly unrelated animal fables." Harry regarded the headmaster calmly, steering the conversation towards the crucial topic. "You summoned me today to inquire about my connection with Mr. Grindelwald?" The office fell abruptly silent, the temperature seeming to drop several degrees. Dumbledore's fingers lingered on the rim of his teacup for a moment before returning to their usual demeanor. He smiled benevolently. "What do you know of him?" "Not much. We merely became acquainted by chance," Harry admitted candidly, "but he seems to know quite a bit about you and initially treated me as some sort of sounding board." Dumbledore removed his glasses, gently polishing them with the hem of his robe. "What else did Gellert say?" "He mentioned that the biscuits at Nurmengard are not as delectable as those at Hogwarts." The headmaster's lips curled into a slight smile. "Ah yes. The house elf's culinary skills are indeed unparalleled." He replaced his glasses, his gaze deepening as he rose to approach the phoenix perched on its branch. Fawkes is about to undergo his rebirth. The phoenix grows unusually quiet before its renewal, much like gathering strength. Fawkes emitted a soft trill, and Harry approached, extending a finger to gently stroke the phoenix's feathers. To his surprise, the usually aloof creature affectionately nudged Harry's finger. "It likes you," Dumbledore remarked in astonishment. Animals generally take to me, perhaps because I tend to remain still? Harry swallowed the last morsel of cake. Chapter 15. The cost of rebirth. Fox's feathers began to emit a golden glow, and the temperature in the office gradually increased. Harry stood beside the perch, his eyes fixed intently on the phoenix's transformation. Flames spread from Fox's tail feathers, swiftly enveloping its entire form. Most individuals witnessing a phoenix's rebirth for the first time would instinctively step back. Dumbledore's voice resonated from behind. The heat of the flames is too intense for mortals. Harry merely nodded slightly, continuing to observe the burning fox, and suddenly inquired, "Does it not feel pain?" According to Fox, it is more akin to a liberation. Dumbledore approached Harry, conjuring a silver tongs to extract a burning tail feather from the flames. This is an immensely rare potion ingredient, typically only collectible at the moment of rebirth. Fox in the flames emitted a melodious cry, taking flight and circling the office. The burning ashes fell like golden snowflakes, vanishing before they could touch the ground. Harry extended his hand, and a single ash landed in his palm, transforming into a miniature star that lingered for a few moments before fading away. Interesting, Harry mused, inspecting his palm. This too is the price of rebirth. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes sparkled behind his spectacles. Indeed, rebirth. Child, you seem quite contemplative about this. Would you care to share your thoughts? It is a hard-won gift, yet not all anticipate it. What do you think? Harry spoke slowly, his gaze following the phoenix, which had noticeably shrunk in size after its rebirth. The old headmaster chuckled softly, waving his wand to conjure a steaming pot of fruit tea. Try this, a new product from the Honeydukes. Its flavor shifts with one's mood. Harry accepted the teacup, and the liquid instantly transformed into a gentle pale green, exuding the aroma of green apples. Dumbledore watched with curiosity, softly remarking, "Ah, the taste of tranquility and contentment. Typically, only those who have practiced meditation for an extended period can brew such a flavor." "I merely enjoy daydreaming." Harry sipped the tea and suddenly asked, "Do you know why the cockroach clusters are made to resemble real cockroaches?" Dumbledore blinked, this question straying into his realm of ignorance. A tradition? A prank? If the quantity of leg joints were to be reduced by 30, the texture would indeed become crisper. Harry calmly elucidated, and it would not impede their ability to traverse the table. The old headmaster's beard quivered slightly, as if he had caught wind of something utterly preposterous. Just then, the office window was abruptly thrust open, and a drenched owl stumbled in, crashing down onto the plate of pastries after delivering a rain-soaked letter. Harry rose, pouring a bit of warm water from the teapot to nourish the exhausted messenger, his movements tender as if handling fragile porcelain. "Thank you, Harry," Dumbledore remarked after perusing the letter, his brow furrowing slightly. "It appears our dessert time must conclude prematurely. Professor Sprout has discovered some anomalies in the greenhouse." "The headmaster?" "I shall accompany you, Professor." Upon their arrival at the greenhouse, Professor Sprout was wielding her wand to control a wildly thrashing tentacula, her hat askew and her face smeared with dirt. "Albus, thank heavens you've arrived," she gasped, adjusting her hat. "The tentacula has suddenly become exceedingly agitated. I have never witnessed such behavior before, Harry. What brings you here as well?" Harry surveyed the thrashing plant, leisurely donning a pair of gloves from his pocket. "I might give it a try." Before either professor could respond, he approached the tentacula. Surprisingly, the plant, which had been flailing its tendrils violently moments before, became still, as if observing this calm human approaching. Likewise, Dumbledore squinted, scrutinizing the composed student. Harry extended his hand, gently touching the main stem of the tentacula in a manner reminiscent of caressing Fox. "You were merely disturbed by the sound of the rain, weren't you?" His voice was barely audible, blending with the patter of raindrops. The tendrils of the tentacula gradually drooped and ultimately relaxed, with one slender vine playfully coiling around Harry's wrist. Professor Sprout's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "This is impossible. The tentacula never behaves this way." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with contemplation. "Harry, have you always had a way with plants?" Their essay rather temperamental rose in the backyard of number 4 Privet Drive. Harry replied while continuing to soothe the tentacula. "It always tries to prick me unless I water it promptly at 3 o'clock every afternoon." Such a statement often evokes a sense of peculiarity in the speaker, rather than genuine ability. However, Professor Sprout suddenly clutched Dumbledore's sleeve in excitement. "Albus, we must have him attend next month's special herbology seminar. This talent is truly rare." Harry continued to examine the tentacula's leaves, remaining unfazed by the praise, as if they were discussing the weather rather than his extraordinary gift. This minor incident did not disrupt Harry's school life. He remained engrossed in knowledge and nourishment. During the morning's charms class, Professor Flitwick was elucidating the key points of the day's lesson. The diminutive charms professor stood precariously atop a stack of books to barely reach the podium. Your wrist should be light, as if brushing across feathers, and remember, the emphasis of the incantation lies on the third syllable. Harry listened attentively, languidly waving his wand, earning a commendation from Professor Flitwick. When the class bell rang, Harry discovered a box of jelly beans emitting a faint buzzing sound had mysteriously appeared in his bag. Evidently a covert reward from Professor Flitwick. At lunchtime, the hall ceiling mirrored the clear weather outside, with a few lazy white clouds drifting by. Harry sliced the Yorkshire pudding into perfect squares and methodically consumed them, marveling that he could continue to indulge in such hearty fare. That evening, as he sneaked into the kitchen for a late-night snack, he spotted nearly headless Nick glumly hovering above a jelly pudding. "Ah, young Potter," the ghost sighed. "Have you come to escape the troubles of life?" Harry retrieved a plate of cold chicken sandwiches from the shelf. "I'm simply hungry. Why are you troubled?" Nick dramatically tilted his head back, causing it to wobble precariously. "The Headless Hunt has once again rejected my application for membership. All because I have just a smidgen of skin still attached." Chapter 16. It was rather disheartening to encounter spoiled chocolate cake during a visit. Harry chewed on his sandwich thoughtfully. "Have you tried using this to your advantage? Perhaps in a game of who can turn their head the most times?" Nick's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Merlin, what a brilliant idea." He suddenly lowered his voice. "In return, I shall share a secret with you. Behind the third suit of armor on the right side of the fourth floor, if you knock thrice on its base, you will discover a passage leading straight to the Honeyduke cellar." Of course, he winked, a knowing expression crossing his translucent face, which rendered his demeanor somewhat comical. For a Hufflepuff, the kitchen might suffice. Harry nodded, handing Nick a slice of apple pie from the shelf. Though he knew ghosts could not truly consume food, etiquette must be observed. Nick pretended to savor it before merrily drifting through the wall. The apple pie finally reached Harry's mouth, and he savored it slowly, relishing the intricate textures. The crust was flaky and melted in his mouth, as if with a gentle bite. He could hear the delightful sound of the layers crumbling between his teeth. The apples within were meticulously cooked, yielding a soft yet substantial chew, with the tart sweetness of the fruit mingling with the rich aroma of cinnamon, creating a warm and satisfying culinary experience. Satiated, Harry returned to the Hufflepuff common room to find the bronze lizard resting on his pillow. Beside it lay a letter. The note contained a brief line: "Saturday's classes will continue, and please bring some lemon sherbet." Harry folded the note into a paper airplane and tossed it into the fireplace, watching it succumb to the flames. He gently scratched the bronze lizard's chin. "It seems we shall be going on an excursion this weekend." The distance for apparition was somewhat far, likely necessitating several attempts. The bronze lizard emitted a satisfied click and curled up to sleep. Harry lay in bed, retrieving a fizzing bee candy from the jar on his nightstand, and drifted into peaceful slumber. Outside, the moonlight of Hogwarts gently illuminated the still surface of the Black Lake, as if an unseen hand was tenderly caressing the fur of a slumbering capybara. Nermangard. Within those cold, austere walls, there existed a narrow cell, the dwelling of Grindelwald. Despite the harrowing conditions, he exuded an air of elegance, as if residing in his own private domain. Sunlight filtered through a small iron window high above, casting a faint glow upon the stone floor of the cell. Grindelwald sat at a rudimentary wooden table, his posture poised and dignified, even clad in prison garb. His innate nobility could not be concealed. Before him lay an exquisite tea set, gleaming subtly in the dim light, standing out in stark contrast. He slowly grasped the teapot, his movements gentle and rhythmic, as if performing a silent ritual. The teapot tilted slightly, and the amber-hued tea flowed like silk into the cup, not a single drop spilled. He softly blew on the steam rising from the surface of the tea before lifting the cup to his lips, taking a delicate sip. His gaze was profound and tranquil, as if he were savoring not merely the tea within the cup, but the myriad secrets of the world. Surrounded by the cold stone walls and iron bars of the cell, he seemed to dwell in his own castle, relishing a moment of solitude that belonged solely to him. His unhurried demeanor evoked an uncanny elegance, as if he had never been imprisoned at all, but rather had encompassed the entire prison within his control. Perhaps, apart from that exquisite tea set, the only incongruity within this cell lies in the corner wooden box brimming with an assortment of confections. Top, top, top. The footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by the faint sound of crunching, and then Harry, with a finger biscuit clasped between his teeth, pushed open the door to the cell. "Sir, do you not intend to replace the furnishings in your abode? I hope that on my next visit for lessons, I might possess a chair of my own." Grindelwald smiled faintly, setting down his teacup, his gaze landing on Harry, a glimmer of amusement and appreciation in his eyes. "Mr. Potter, your sense of humor never ceases to astonish me." However, I must remind you this is a prison, not my drawing room. Yet if you insist on a chair, perhaps I could contemplate making a formal request." He paused before adding, "I believe they might acquiesce." Harry stepped into the cell, surveying his surroundings, ultimately fixating on the heap of sweets. He selected a piece that resembled chocolate cake, took a bite and grimaced. "How long have these been here?" Grindelwald chuckled softly, offering no response, merely gesturing for Harry to sit on the wooden bench opposite him. "I suspect they were difficult to eat even before they went stale," Harry mused, retrieving a large bag of lemon drops from his pocket and placing it on the table. After seating himself, he set the finger biscuit beside him and regarded Grindelwald with a languid stare. "What shall we learn today, sir?" Grindelwald unwrapped a sweet, savoring it for a moment before speaking. "Before we proceed, I still wish to inquire. Do you truly not intend to inherit my ideals and my loyal followers?" "Harry, you are aware that even though you concealed some of your thoughts after deducing my identity through our exchanges years ago, it does not alter the fact that we both yearn to transform this world. We both believe that only by dismantling the old rules can we forge a more potent magical realm." "That was in the past, sir," Harry replied, finishing his tea and pouring himself another cup. "Now, I merely wish to experience what it feels like to lead a life of simplicity. Let us not forget, had it not been for your invitation, I would not expend my magical energy traversing borders every fortnight to engage in these conversations with you. Do not feign pity for yourself, Harry. We both know your magic is inexhaustible as long as sustenance is plentiful, is it not? That is merely a means of energy replenishment. In truth, I relish the exquisite flavors of the food itself, sir. As for other matters, I shall refrain from consideration for the time being." "Very well, let us commence today's lesson. Are you aware of the prerequisites for advanced alchemy?" Within Hogwarts Castle, Snape's countenance, which should have softened due to rest, grew increasingly grim. He had suddenly realized he could no longer track Mr. Potter, whose mere presence stirred a whirlwind of complex emotions within him. The dining hall, the dormitory, the shores of the Black Lake, the rooftops, there was not a trace of him to be found. "This is just splendid." Snape spat through clenched teeth, his face etched with irritation. He strode purposefully toward the headmaster's office. Chapter 17. The search for clues to Harry's whereabouts ultimately centered on a toffee. Within the confines of the Nurmengard cell, the sunlight had shifted to illuminate the third crack in the stone wall. The teacup before Harry had been filled and emptied thrice. Grindelwald, wielding a second-hand wand, conjured silver alchemical symbols from a ribbon extracted from the confection box, allowing them to swirl gently in the air between them. The essence of material transformation is not forceful alteration. Grindelwald's voice resonated within the confined cell, but rather the understanding of the inherent connectivity of all things. Just as the tea in your hand is no different from this stone wall, or this wand at the most microscopic level. Harry chewed slowly on a gingerbread man biscuit, which he had intended as a late-night snack, but alas, the fare at Nurmengard was notoriously poor. His green eyes remained fixed on the glimmering symbols. When Grindelwald commanded a symbol representing Mercury to split into two symbols representing sulfur and salt, Harry's brow ever so slightly raised. Nickleby's seventh law. Grindelwald's lips curled into a subtle smile as he continued, "When the trifecta is complete, the product retains the core attributes of the original material." Harry's voice was as calm as if discussing the weather. "Thus, the true philosopher's stone does not alter matter, but awakens the dormant potential within it." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Grindelwald's eyes. "You grasped this more swiftly than I anticipated. Most students would require 3 months to comprehend this concept." Harry tore the last piece of gingerbread in half, offering the top half to Grindelwald. "Perhaps it's because I do not regard it as something requiring arduous comprehension. Much like eating a biscuit, one need not understand the entire process of digestion to enjoy it." Grindelwald accepted the half biscuit, erupting into laughter, his mirth echoing against the stone walls. "Albus must find it quite a headache to teach a student such as you. His theories on the power of love might not be effective with you. If you refer to my severance from the Dursleys after entering Hogwarts, then indeed, it is so. However, Professor Dumbledore has bestowed upon me many sweets and treated me kindly, and he is aware that I am here to see you, sir," Harry remarked objectively, casually popping a lemon drop into his mouth. Grindelwald said nothing, merely extracting another crystalline candy to inspect against the light. "Do you know why Albus is so fond of these sweets?" Harry shook his head, pouring himself a fourth cup of tea. "Because during our first encounter." Grindelwald's voice softened, recounting how the sourness of the candy could keep one alert, their shared experiences, and how some had never changed their preferences since. Harry gazed thoughtfully at his reflection in the teacup. "Therefore, please refrain from viewing me as merely a sounding board. Even though a confused owl once caused a letter intended for you to be delivered to me, I was more eager for old newspapers from the magical world. You always manage to deceive everyone, Harry. Of course, in the owl's eyes, a stack of papers returning to their origin may hold less value than a single oat biscuit. Grindelwald quickly regained his composure, gesturing for the alchemical symbols to realign. Now let us attempt to transmute copper into silver. Remember, it is not about changing it, but awakening its inner essence. Meanwhile, within the halls of Hogwarts, Snape's robes billowed through the dungeons like the wings of a bat. He had just inspected the final corner where Harry might appear, the astronomy tower, but found only crumpled chocolate frog wrappers. Blast it! Snape growled through gritted teeth, the tip of his wand shimmering with the faint glow of a tracking charm, yet he could not capture that familiar presence. The last location indicated by the tracking spell was the kitchen? Snape pivoted abruptly, striding purposefully toward the lower levels of the castle. His footsteps were so heavy that a portrait of Sir Cadogan awoke, clamoring to challenge him to a duel. Get out of my way, you imbecile! Without a backward glance, Snape cast a silent stunning spell, and the portrait slumped limply within its frame. The fruit still life at the kitchen door regarded this uninvited guest warily. If it possessed eyes. Snape's wand emitted a purple light as the portrait reluctantly swung open. Inside the kitchen, several house elves were preparing afternoon tea snacks. Upon seeing Snape enter, they panicked and bowed so low their heads nearly touched the floor. That boy Harry Potter. Snape's voice was as frigid as the Black Lake in December. He has been here? A daring house elf raised its head, its ears twitching. Esteemed Professor, Mr. Harry Potter visited this morning and took some gingerbread men, sandwiches, and cream puffs. And then? Severus Snape advanced a step, his expression still dark. Where did he go? The house elves exchanged glances, trembling as they responded, We don't know, sir. Mr. Potter mentioned he was seeking a quiet place to read. Snape's gaze swept across every corner of the kitchen, suddenly spotting some suspicious crumbs in the corner by the fireplace. They were remnants of color-changing toffees, the latest creation from Honeydukes, and he had just seen the same sweets on Dumbledore's desk yesterday. Dumbledore. A flicker of dangerous light passed through Snape's eyes as he turned and strode purposefully towards the headmaster's office. When he reached the stone gargoyle, it lazily yawned. Cockroach cluster. Snape uttered the password with a growl. The moment the gargoyle moved aside, Snape dashed up the spiral staircase. The office door stood ajar, and Dumbledore was seated at his desk, scrutinizing a peculiarly shaped gingerbread man. A glance was all it took for Snape to ascertain that Dumbledore must be quite fond of those boots made of icing that was at least 3 times thicker than that used on ordinary gingerbread men. Ah, Severus, the old headmaster greeted without lifting his gaze. Would you like a specially crafted gingerbread? The recipe is said to be from, Where is Potter? Snape interrupted Dumbledore, his voice low and menacing. Don't tell me you don't know. I have scoured the entire castle for his whereabouts, and suddenly, there are suspicious delicacies in your office's snack box. Dumbledore finally raised his head, the calm glint in his blue eyes visible behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Harry has taken the day off, Severus. He has some personal matters to attend to. Personal matters? Snape scoffed. What sort of personal matters could an 11-year-old have that necessitate disappearing for an entire day? Chapter 18. Interrogation ended abruptly, akin to a gingerbread man having its head bitten off. Dumbledore gently set down the cookie, his tone amiable. I assure you Harry is quite safe. In fact, he may be safer now than at any other time in Hogwarts. This explanation is utterly meaningless. Snape's voice rose by an octave. You know I promised Lily to protect Harry. Yes, Dumbledore interjected calmly, his voice softening. But protection does not equate to control, Severus. Was it not Lily's greatest disdain that others attempted to make decisions on her behalf? Snape's complexion grew even paler than usual, and he opened his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by a sudden ringing. A silver instrument on Dumbledore's desk erupted in a puff of blue smoke, forming the image of a capybara in the air. Ah, the old headmaster chuckled. It seems Harry has returned. If you head to the kitchen now, you might just catch some warm scones, perhaps even fresh cream puffs. The taste is simply delightful. I should have the house elves send some your way. I must say, Harry has a remarkable talent for culinary studies. A mix of anger and confusion flickered in Snape's eyes, but ultimately, he merely whipped his robes and turned to leave. At the door he paused, not looking back, his voice resonating in the shadows. If you intend for me to be his guardian, I must be made fully aware of his circumstances. Of course, perhaps it would be better if Harry told you himself. Bang! The heavy sound of the door slamming echoed in response to Dumbledore. When Snape burst into the kitchen again, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. Harry sat at the long table, surrounded by at least 20 house elves, each eagerly presenting him with an array of treats. The boy he had searched for all day was leisurely savoring a freshly baked scone. "Good evening, Professor," Harry acknowledged Snape, calmly raising his teacup in greeting, a smudge of icing still clinging to the corner of his mouth. "Would you like some tea? This is Ceylon black tea." Snape's lips pressed into a thin line, his words forced through clenched teeth. "Mr. Potter, would you care to explain where you have been today?" Harry blinked. Crunch. The sound of him biting off the head of a gingerbread man resonated in the air. "Taking private lessons, Professor. Approved by Professor Dumbledore. Do not use Dumbledore as a shield. Otherwise, you will regret it in a couple of days. Tell me, what lessons require?" Suddenly, Snape realized all the house elves in the kitchen were glaring at him disapprovingly, as if he were a fierce sphinx bullying a hatchling. He took a deep breath, lowered his voice and forced out, "My office, 7 o'clock tonight. Do not make me seek you out again." Harry nodded, continuing to sip his tea, seemingly impervious to Snape's irritation. With a flourish of his robes, Snape strode out of the kitchen. As he pushed the door to leave, he heard Harry's calm voice from behind him. "The scones today had rosemary, Professor. The house elves say it alleviates headaches. Are you sure you want to have one?" Snape's footsteps faltered for a moment, but he did not turn around. He simply slammed the door shut. At 6:55, Harry appeared punctually at the entrance to the cellar. This time, the door did not open automatically, but he was in no rush, merely leaning against the wall and counting the cracks in the ceiling. At exactly 7, the door swung open abruptly, Snape's grim visage appearing at the threshold. "Come in." His voice was dark, irritable, tinged with a hint of resignation. The atmosphere in the office felt heavier than usual. Instead of making Harry recite potion recipes as he typically did, Snape posed a direct question. "Discuss your whereabouts today." The illustrious Harry Potter. Noticing there was no chair prepared for him, Harry casually pulled a piece of leftover moonstone from his pocket, conjured a chair identical to the one behind Snape's desk with a wave of his wand, and leisurely settled into it. His posture relaxed as though basking in the sun like a capybara. "I went to see Grindelwald." Yes, the infamous dark wizard, old friend of Professor Dumbledore, currently imprisoned in Nurmengard. His alchemical skills are quite advanced, but his pastries leave much to be desired, wasting the ingredients I had brought him. A flicker of shock crossed Snape's eyes, but he quickly masked it, his expression returning to its usual impassivity. "You met Grindelwald today?" Indeed, Harry nodded. "He taught me the principles of material transmutation. I learned to turn copper into silver, albeit only for 5 minutes. Snape's grip on the desk tightened, his knuckles turning white. His voice remained low and devoid of emotion. "Do you understand how dangerous that is? That man is merely an old man who enjoys tea and sweets now." Harry interrupted calmly. "And his cell is protected by at least 17 different anti-dark magic monitoring spells. The most dangerous thing in there is probably his collection of expired pastries." Snape appeared momentarily rendered speechless, then visibly agitated. "Potter, this no da jest. Dark wizards do not invite people to consume expired chocolate cake." Harry produced a small cloth bag from his pocket. "He asked me to bring you this, claiming it was your mother's favorite herb seeds. He said you would know how to plant them." Snape's expression froze instantly, his gaze fixated on the small bag, as if it were a venomous snake poised to strike. The silence in the office was palpable, broken only by the crackle of the fire in the hearth. "Leave." Finally, Snape spoke softly, a weariness in his voice that Harry had never heard before. "Tonight's lesson is cancelled." Harry nodded and rose to leave. As he closed the door, Harry heard Snape's deep voice resonate once more, cautioning him against visiting Grindelwald again. At least not alone. Harry neither promised nor declined. He simply fell silent and gently shut the door. Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room, he found the bronze lizard circling his bed. The moment it spotted Harry, the lizard scurried towards him, its tail pointing to a letter resting beside his pillow, sealed with a familiar wax emblem. Harry picked up the letter, and the wax seal melted upon contact with his fingers, revealing neatly folded parchment within. The note contained only a few terse lines. "Next time, bring a stack of cockroaches that can crawl. P.S. Is Snape still as irritable as a firecracker?" Harry folded the letter into a small boat and placed it in a nearby cup of water, watching it gradually sink, vanishing without a trace. Outside, the moonlight remained gentle, while the giant squid of the Black Lake surfaced, its tentacles softly lapping at the water's surface as if bidding him good night. Chapter 19. The bacon and egg tart reflects the elves' affection. Another morning dawned, and Harry was roused by the bronze lizard, which playfully slapped his face with its tail. Blinking sleepily, he beheld the lizard's scales shimmering with a metallic sheen in the morning light, a class schedule clutched in its mouth. It was Monday once again, and they had Professor Flitwick's charms class that morning. Gratefully, Harry rose slowly, retrieving a handful of buzzing bee sweets from the jar on his bedside table to reward the lizard. It chirped joyfully, stashing the sweets beneath Harry's pillow. The Hufflepuff long table was imbued with the enticing aroma of toasted bread and sizzling bacon. Harry meandered into the great hall, settling down in an empty seat next to Rupert, where his golden plate was instantly laden with food, 3 times the usual portion. Harry prodded the precariously stacked bacon and egg tart. Did they miscalculate? Rupert chuckled, shaking his head as he softly replied, no. It's because the house elves in the kitchen have taken quite a liking to you. Harry shrugged, picking up his fork and beginning to indulge. After satisfying his hunger at his own table, Harry commenced his exploration around the tables of other houses. He had heard rumors that each house's table featured a dish that others lacked, and he was curious to verify the truth of this claim. At the Gryffindor table, Ron was attempting to teach his pet rat, Scabbers, some tricks for Neville, only to receive a fierce bite in return. I think he prefers the quiet, Harry remarked, nudging a plate of smoked meat towards Scabbers, who promptly settled down to eat. Hermione, emerging from a pile of books, inquired, Harry, have you prepared for today's lesson? I've consulted at least 5 reference texts and discovered differing schools of thought regarding the angle of wand movement. Hermione, Harry interjected casually, perusing the Gryffindor table before finally shoving a slice of toast smeared with orange marmalade into his mouth. Have you ever tried casting spells without consulting the books? Hermione's eyes widened in alarm, but that's not in accordance with proper procedure. The standard spellbook, beginner level, clearly states. Her words were interrupted by the arrival of an owl delivery. A gray barn owl dropped a small parcel in front of Harry, containing the latest dancing chocolate frog from Honeydukes. Typically, whenever nearby sweet shops released new products, Harry would splurge a little to sample the offerings. Harry sat down in the empty seat beside Hermione, leisurely unwrapping the parcel and extracting a piece to offer her. The chocolate sprang to life, performing a tap dance the moment it touched her fingers. Look, Harry said, quickly unwrapping another piece and deftly capturing it for himself, savoring it slowly. Sometimes, eschewing the manual makes things all the more delightful. He waved goodbye and drifted over to the Slytherin table. Harry, Draco called, seated in a central spot, unable to restrain himself as he spotted Harry approaching. In truth, Harry had noticed Draco craning his neck to get a better look at him as he walked towards Gryffindor, seemingly wishing he could stretch his neck to pull Harry over to Slytherin. Good morning, Draco, Harry greeted, taking a seat beside Draco, who had just cleared a space. Nodding at Crabbe, who had lost his seat, Crabbe produced a chocolate frog from his pocket and handed it to Harry, who happily accepted it before finding another seat. Why are you so eager to associate with that mud? Hey mate, Harry interrupted, selecting a rice pudding from the table to place on Draco's plate. His tone calm yet earnest. Blood status is merely a gimmick to attract common interests. What truly matters is one's abilities. Draco mulled over this while savoring a spoonful of pudding. After finishing his rice pudding, Harry rose to wander over to the Ravenclaw table. Following a delightful meal, classes commenced. Harry performed admirably in Professor Flitwick's Charms class, who discreetly expressed his approval. This affirmation manifested when Harry discovered a pack of exploding bonbons had mysteriously appeared in his pocket at the end of class. Indeed, he had to concede that Charms had temporarily claimed the top spot among his favorite subjects. The atmosphere in the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class remained peculiar. Professor Quirrell's garlic scent was so potent it seemed to manifest a faint purple mist in the air, and his turban was wrapped even tighter than usual. Today, we shall learn the fundamental knowledge of werewolf defense, he stammered, attempting to lecture, his gaze wandering. Please turn to page 39. Harry, seated in the back, squinted slightly. As Professor Quirrell turned to write, he leaned over to Toby and whispered, Do you smell that? The stench of garlic permeates the entire castle. No. Toby slowly shook his head. I detect a rotten scent beneath the garlic. Toby sniffed vigorously, suddenly sneezing and covering his nose, grumbling. All I can smell is my nose about to fall off. Midway through the lesson, Quirrell unexpectedly called Harry to demonstrate the standard defensive stance. As Harry sauntered up to the front, he noticed something wriggling beneath Quirrell's turban. Very good, Potter, Quirrell stammered, his stutter worsening as Harry deliberately completed the action at a snail's pace. Hufflepuff gains 5 points. When the class bell rang, Quirrell stumbled out of the classroom in a near panic. Harry contemplated this as he popped a mint into his mouth, the most effective weapon he had discovered against the garlic stench. Perhaps he ought to make time to visit Hagrid. On Tuesday afternoon, Harry visited Hagrid's hut for tea. Fong rushed over, enthusiastically licking his face, and nearly knocking him over. This rock cake is truly delightful, Hagrid, Harry remarked, tearing off a piece of the cake with his hands. He soaked it in milk and added a touch of his own honey sweets. If you add double the water to the dough next time, And remember to knead and let it rise, while also reducing the baking time and temperature. The rock cakes will achieve a more even thickness, with a crispy exterior and soft, juicy interior. Hagrid listened intently, his tousled hair and beard trembling with excitement. Oh, Harry, that sounds splendid. I shall certainly try your advice next time. Of course, Harry replied. Today's rock cake dipped in milk with honey is delightful. But would you like to try crumbling them into cookies after soaking them in honey milk? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Harry's emerald green eyes. Chapter 20. Honey rock cookies became the capybara's favorite. Harry lingered there until just before dinner. Hagrid, seemingly elated by his successful experimentation with an improved version of rock cakes and honey rock biscuits, began to indulge in honey mead in Harry's presence. Predictably, he overindulged a bit. With a flushed face and slurred speech, Hagrid mumbled, Fong's been rather temperamental lately. I ought to feed him more dragon meat. Fong? I haven't seen him in ages, Harry remarked casually, lifting his gaze. Suddenly aware of his slip, Hagrid hurriedly diverted the conversation. I mean a new dog. Yes, another three-headed one. Quite the adorable little creature. Pondering this, Harry took a bite of the honey rock biscuit. At midnight, while sneaking into the kitchen for a midnight snack, nearly headless Nick was floating gloomily above a pudding. Ah, young Potter, the ghost sighed. Yet he bore tidings of new developments concerning the castle. I just passed the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. There are at least 10 new protective enchantments. It seems Dumbledore is hiding some treasure in there. Harry grabbed a plate of cheese sandwiches from the shelf and took a bite. Like a stone that turns anything into gold? Nick's head spun around in surprise. Oh right. You're now Snape's ward, he told you? Ward? Harry exclaimed. Forget it. If I don't eat this sandwich soon, the cheese will dry out. I'll eat it out of respect. Harry hesitated for a moment, deciding to disregard the ward issue, and swiftly devoured the entire sandwich. Just guessing, he said, taking another sandwich and responding to Nick's inquiry. So, what's this ward business about? Nick, seemingly deaf to Harry's question, continued to whistle and drift through the wall, engrossed in his own monologue about the 4th floor. I heard there are trolls, devil's snare, flying keys, and a giant chessboard. It's practically a labyrinth. Harry nodded, snatching a jam tart. That sounds like quite the adventure. So what's this ward business about? Nick, as if in a trance, floated away whistling. All right then. Harry thought to himself, he had his own means of finding out. The next morning at breakfast, the golden plates in the great hall were filled with fried eggs, bacon, and grilled tomatoes. As Harry leisurely spread blueberry jam over his scone, he suddenly heard Dumbledore tapping his goblet. I have an important announcement to make. The headmaster's voice echoed in the hall. First, the menu for the Halloween feast has been finalized. There will be a chocolate fountain that spews fire. The cheers nearly lifted the ceiling off the hall, with several Gryffindor students excitedly tossing their forks into the air, only to be precisely intercepted by Professor McGonagall. She raised her wand with a stern expression, and the flying utensils gently returned to their respective plates, narrowly avoiding the heads of nearby victims. Harry observed the pale faces of the culprits, surmising they would not have a pleasant day ahead. Shifting his gaze to the staff table, he noticed Snape silently eating. To describe it merely as eating seemed a disservice. He appeared to derive no enjoyment from it, as if merely fulfilling a routine obligation to maintain his nutrition, with no further aspirations. It seemed somewhat wasteful. Harry furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something was amiss with Snape lately, though he could not pinpoint exactly what. The man always seemed burdened, his eyes betraying an elusive anxiety. It seemed likely that Nick's mention of Snape's guardianship was indeed true. He would need to find an opportunity to inquire with Dumbledore. He was willing to wager that this situation would not have arisen without the old man's prodding. By coincidence. Before he could approach Dumbledore, the headmaster had already sent him a note requesting his presence in the office that evening. That night, Harry arrived at Dumbledore's office as promised. The headmaster had prepared a table laden with self-dancing desserts and a pot of very sweet red tea. I have heard of your exceptional performances in charms and herbology, Dumbledore said, smiling warmly at Harry, who was dozing slightly in the armchair. Flitwick mentioned you made a feather waltz? Harry shrugged. It wanted to spin around itself. I merely followed its wishes. Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head, and suddenly conjured a small mirror. Tonight, we shall learn the revealing charm. A spell that can pierce through simple disguises. The incantation is, although Harry was unsure why he was being given an additional lesson, he listened attentively, as opportunities for personal instruction from the headmaster were rare. Naturally, if any tests required his effort, he would not take them seriously. He would reap the benefits while deciding how much effort to expend based on his mood. When Harry successfully made the mirror reveal the lemon drops in Dumbledore's beard, the old man's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. You know, Harry, your approach to learning magic reminds me of a young Newt Scamander. He too had a special rapport with magical creatures. Did Mr. Scamander chat with a venomous tentacula? Harry inquired. No, Dumbledore winked. But he once calmed an irate bowtruckle with a box of cricket biscuits. Cricket biscuits? That sounds rather unappetizing. Oh, they're merely made of ground crickets. Not quite suitable for us, I suppose. So having Professor Snape as my guardian is appropriate then? I suspect he and my father had a troubled relationship. Dumbledore's hand, which was adding sugar to his tea, paused momentarily, his azure eyes still twinkling. It is simply that you cannot return to the Dursleys for the protection afforded by blood magic. For your safety, Severus will temporarily look after you until you come of age. Oh, Harry replied nonchalantly, quietly sipping his tea, as didn't he truly require such protection? The office fell into an abrupt silence, the portraits dozing, with several already snoring softly. After a while, Dumbledore, noticing Harry's continued silence, sensed a disruption in the flow of conversation. However, being the wise elder he was, he took the initiative to ask, "Child, I believe you may have some curiosity regarding your parents?" Sort of. Harry finished his plate of pastries, then pulled out the honey rock biscuits and improved rock cakes he had swiped from Hagrid's stash, sharing some with Dumbledore. "Professor, no matter how curious I am, they will not be returning, will they?" "Ah, child, you are quite perceptive. I have never been more aware than I am now. Throughout life, one often clings to unattainable youth, and we are no different, Professor." Harry's emerald gaze locked onto Dumbledore's azure eyes through his spectacles. Yet no one present could read his thoughts. Chapter 21. For the sake of dessert budget, play nice today. Emerging from Dumbledore's office, Harry strolled leisurely back towards the Hufflepuff common room. A bronze lizard poked its head out of his pocket, emitting a soft clicking sound. "So," Harry whispered to the bronze lizard, "does this mean I am now Snape's ward?" The lizard tilted its head and wrapped its tail around Harry's finger. "Well, at least the dessert budget might increase." Harry shrugged, pulling a piece of toffee from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed around the corner, and Draco Malfoy appeared at the end of the hallway with his two lackeys. "Potter." Malfoy's pale face bore an unnatural flush, clearly having heard some gossip and followed it here. "I heard Professor Snape is going to be your guardian?" He spat, as if the words were distasteful to him. "Slytherin has its ears everywhere, doesn't he it?" Harry acknowledged, continuing to chew on his toffee. "Well, congratulations." All right. I mean." Draco hesitated for a moment before suddenly raising his voice, exclaiming, "This is utterly preposterous." "Well, I concur," Harry sighed, calmly interrupting him. "But do you know why capybaras can befriend crocodiles?" Draco was momentarily taken aback, stuttering, What? "Because they simply do not care about anything." Harry navigated past the astonished Slytherin duo, moving closer to Draco, gently adjusting his tie with a soft touch, then sauntering away. "Good night, Draco. Your tie is askew." After departing from Dumbledore's office, Harry meandered down to the dungeons. Dumbledore had mentioned that the guardianship paperwork would likely be completed by the following day, and he would soon be in a father-son relationship with his beloved Professor Snape. He resolved to check on his esteemed professor, hoping to foster a closer bond. In the future, when he wished to evade social interactions, he could simply retreat to Snape's office. Moreover, he might even procure a few coins from the professor's small treasury to indulge in some snacks. Thus, when Snape opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Harry, who was clutching a large plate of spaghetti with tomato meat sauce, his eyes wide with expectation. Snape's expression momentarily stiffened upon seeing Harry. He had clearly not anticipated the boy's visit at this hour, let alone with a plate of food in hand. His gaze swept over the spaghetti, and he frowned slightly, but soon regained his composure. "Potter, what brings you here? I assume you have not forgotten that curfew is imminent." His voice was low and laced with a hint of chill, yet Harry discerned a barely perceptible weariness in his eyes. "I came to remind you to have dinner, Professor," Harry replied nonchalantly, stepping forward as if oblivious to Snape's displeasure. "I know you haven't eaten yet. I happened to pass by the kitchen, and made some food to share." Snape stood at the threshold, showing no inclination to step aside, but Harry, taking advantage of his small stature and agility, boldly entered the office, placing the plate on Snape's desk. His gaze roamed the room, noting the clutter of documents and parchment that littered the desk, clearly indicating that Snape would be burning the midnight oil once more to attend to these tedious matters. "You appear quite fatigued, Professor." Harry approached the desk, picking up a piece of parchment that was densely filled with potion recipes and annotations. "Are you researching a new potion? An improved version of the Wolf's Bane potion? Perhaps brewing the base on a moonless night to diminish lunar interference?" And adding a drop of phoenix tears to enhance adaptability? What do you think? Snape's expression softened slightly. Though his eyes remained cold and inscrutable, he moved slowly to the desk, standing behind Harry. Potter, I do not require your sympathy, nor do I need your flattery. Harry shook his head, his tone remaining gentle. I am neither pitying you nor flattering you. I am merely expressing concern for my guardian. After all, from tomorrow onward, we shall be family, will we not? Ugh, Dumbledore. Snape's movements faltered slightly, his fingers, concealed beneath his robes, curled tightly as if struggling against something. After a moment, his voice emerged, low and deliberate. You are quite aware that this is merely a nominal arrangement. I will extend no special treatment to you. Nor should you expect anything from me. Harry nodded, his gaze earnest as he regarded Snape. I understand, Professor. I do not seek any special privileges. I simply wish to convey my gratitude for your efforts. I will respect you and take care of myself. After all, I do not wish for our relationship to begin on a tense note. Snape lifted his gaze, his stare piercing as he scrutinized Harry's face, seemingly searching for something. Ultimately, he merely snorted, picking up a fork to begin eating his pasta. After inquiring and selecting a book from Snape's shelf, Harry settled beside him, quietly reading without further conversation. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sounds of Snape chewing and the occasional clinking of silverware. Eventually, Snape set down his fork, the plate entirely emptied. He looked up at Harry, his voice still subdued but now lacking some of its icy edge, infused with a hint of warmth. Come to see me every Tuesday and Thursday evening. Now return to the Hufflepuff common room. Harry obediently agreed. At midnight, Harry stealthily slipped out of the dormitory. Donning the invisibility cloak he had just acquired from Dumbledore, the bronze lizard still perched on his shoulder. He followed the secret passage Nick had informed him about. Arriving at the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, his curiosity compelled him to investigate whether there truly lay something capable of causing dire consequences. Though he already had an inkling. Upon pushing open the oak door, Harry was confronted by a massive 3-headed dog. Oh, it's Fluffy. The 3 heads of Fluffy simultaneously turned towards him, 6 eyes glowing red in the darkness. The bronze lizard swiftly burrowed into Harry's collar, but Harry remained rooted in place, leisurely extracting a large piece of jerky from his pocket. This was a selection of various meats he had obtained from Hagrid, intended as a small token of gratitude to elevate his standing among the students, particularly those in Hufflepuff. Hey there, long time no see, big fella. He tossed the jerky towards the central head. Are you hungry? Chapter 22. Slytherin Headmaster's Office? No, rather, the depository of rock cakes. Fluffy's 3 heads lunged for the jerky simultaneously, nearly colliding in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Harry scanned the room, noting that the 3-headed dog stood atop a trapdoor, evidently guarding something. Well, guarding that something. Given Dumbledore's pace, now was not the right moment to utter that name. He pondered whether he should drop a hint to Hermione and the others regarding a name on a chocolate frog card. After much contemplation, he decided against it, opting for a different approach. You enjoy music, do you not? Harry remarked softly, noticing an old harp nestled in the corner. Fluffy's leftmost head suddenly turned towards him. Ears perked up. Harry began to hum a lullaby he had heard on the television at the Dursleys. His youthful voice was languid like the gentle afternoon sun, warm but not fervent, softly warming each flower it touched, gradually and tenderly. To his astonishment, Fluffy's 3 heads began to lower, its enormous body resting on the trapdoor, emitting a contented rumble. Good boy, Harry smiled slightly, tossing out a few more pieces of jerky. We'll come visit you another day. The following afternoon, Harry visited Hagrid's hut for tea. Fong enthusiastically bounded towards him, nearly knocking him over with affection. Fluffy is rather friendly, Hagrid. Hagrid, nearly spilling a whole plate of honey rock cakes while pouring tea, asked, You ventured down the corridor on the 4th floor? I mean, how do you know Fluffy? He's quite amiable, as long as you bring enough snacks, Harry replied, accepting a cup of tea that was as thick as tar. This tea is rather bitter. Hagrid shook his head, his massive frame somewhat flustered. Merlin, you're quite a remarkable child, Harry. Most people faint upon seeing 3 heads. What is he guarding? Harry inquired directly. The thing beneath the trapdoor. Hagrid spluttered on his tea. You shouldn't know about that. And neither should Hermione or Ron. You're all too young. That concerns Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. He abruptly clamped a hand over his mouth. Nicholas Flamel? Harry squinted, persistently pursuing the topic. The alchemist? He created the Philosopher's Stone, correct? Hagrid appeared on the verge of tears. I can't say anything. It's a secret. Very dangerous. Harry leisurely nibbled on the rock cake, refraining from pursuing further inquiries. However, as Hagrid rose to fetch more snacks, He noticed a copy of the Daily Prophet resting on the hearth, featuring an article regarding the recent break-in at Gringotts, dated shortly after their term commenced. He had previously spotted this newspaper at Hermione's. As Hagrid returned, Harry seemingly idly asked, "Is the little package you took from Gringotts safe?" "Of course." Hagrid replied without hesitation, "It's with me. I'm saying, Harry, you shouldn't pry into my affairs." With that confirmation, Harry nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, I was merely inquiring." He broke off a piece of the improved rock cake, and found it tastier this time. "Oh, that's thanks to you, Harry. Take more." Cradling a bag of rock cakes and honey rock biscuits taller than himself on the way back to the castle, Harry pieced together Hagrid's unintentional revelations. Nicholas Flamel, the little package from Gringotts, the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy, and the suspicious movements beneath Professor Quirrell's turban. A bronze lizard peered out from his pocket, emitting a curious clicking sound. It seemed that Hogwarts was harboring more than just students this year. Harry observed Professor Quirrell hastily crossing an open space in the distance, his turban billowing strangely in the wind, as if concealing something he wished to keep hidden. Troublesome matters indeed, Harry sighed softly, his expression remaining unchanged as he turned to knock on the door of the Slytherin head's office. Snape opened the door with a stern expression, the pile of rock cakes nearly colliding with his face. "Mr. Potter." He glared at Harry peeking from behind the cakes, teeth clenched. "What brings the esteemed Mr. Potter to disturb his humble, wretched old professor during his rest?" "Hagrid gave me too many rock cakes, Professor," Harry stated earnestly, his emerald eyes wide. Yet his words ruffled Snape's composure. "I can't fit them in my dormitory, so may I temporarily leave them here?" Was Potter's brain obscured by snacks? He, a master of potions, in his very office, the Slytherin head's sanctum, daring to use it as a storage space for his accursed treats. No. The word escaped Snape as though he intended to strike Harry with it. "Very well," Harry feigned retreat. "I had also intended to inquire about the matter behind Quirrell's turban." Snape's brow furrowed, and he turned to enter the room. "Come. Harry, seizing the opportunity, ambled into the office with his stack of rock cakes. "You're more astute than I anticipated, Potter." Just as Harry minimized the stack and placed it in a clean box in a corner of Snape's office, he heard Snape coldly warn, "But you would do well to tread carefully, lest you wish to meet an untimely demise. Some matters are beyond your purview." Harry let out a short, puzzled sound, momentarily distracted by thoughts of 100 ways to consume rock cakes. Snape's expression soured as he quietly ground his teeth. "Do not act recklessly," Snape's gaze sharpened. "Do not let your curiosity be your undoing. I have no intention of carelessly disturbing Voldemort, Professor." A startling declaration. Snape's pupils visibly constricted. "What do you know? If I divulge what I know, could you refrain from informing Professor Dumbledore? I'm not fond of childish games of adventure." Snape fell silent. After a moment, he drew his wand from his sleeve and cast a protective charm around them, then returned his wand, arms crossed before him, fixing his gaze on the boy whose demeanor was increasingly diverging from that of the insufferable James. "Speak. A garlic head hangs without a nose. Beneath the three-headed dog lies the Philosopher's Stone." Concise and rhythmic, his words encapsulated all the core information. Snape stared at him, suddenly freezing, and spoke slowly. "How do you know Voldemort lacks a nose?" Chapter 23. All for the sake of food and resisting greed. The atmosphere in the Slytherin head's office became tense. Snape's sharp eyes scrutinized Harry, his hands tightly gripping his wand. "Time will reveal all, Professor," Harry replied, gently caressing the edge of his potions textbook, his tone mild. "This has already been verified by Professor Dumbledore. I pass his scrutiny. Yours may commence at this moment." Snape fixed his gaze on him, then decisively raised his wand legilimens. After a while, Snape's expression momentarily faltered, settling into an impassive countenance. "I understand. However, do not engage in pointless risks, Potter." "Of course, Professor, trust me," Harry replied calmly, rising to restore the chair into a candy wrapper that he pocketed. "It's getting late. I shall take my leave now. Good night, Professor." Snape remained in place, watching Harry depart, exhaling softly, his gaze falling upon the box of rock cakes. The legilimency had confirmed that aside from snacks and sunshine, Harry possessed some unique abilities, as well as the capacity to effectively resist Dumbledore's probing into his mind. Quite sincere. Though those memories were not complete, they sufficed for validation at this stage. He stood up and took a piece of rock cake. Ugh, too sweet. When Harry returned to the dormitory, his roommates quickly surrounded him. "Harry!" Edgar was the first to exclaim. "We heard." Toby popped up from beside his bed, clutching several jars of jam. "Toby said you planned to bring back some rock cakes from Hagrid. He mentioned he has improved a new version with your help." Rupert added warmly, "and honey rock biscuits." which we haven't tried yet. We're eager to. Of course, I brought back quite a lot. Harry removed his outer robe, reaching into his pockets to drag out 3 large paper bags, and placing them in the center of the dormitory. I had Hagrid pack them specially. Wow. Is your pocket under the undetectable extension charm? Toby rushed over to observe closely. I just heard Rupert mention that charm yesterday. It's incredible how so many things can fit in a pocket. If I could do that, I'd fill mine with the bread my dad makes and water. That way, even if zombies come, I won't starve while hiding. The undetectable extension charm requires registration with the Ministry of Magic. Rupert spoke slowly, but who cares? The charm is amazing, Harry. The rock cakes smell delightful. Oh right. The rock cakes and biscuits. Toby lifted a jar of homemade jam from beside his bed. My mum's homemade jam. It's delicious spread on bread and biscuits. Everyone come and try. The 4 of them gathered together, unwrapping the packages, and eagerly sampled the improved rock cakes. Let me try, Toby exclaimed, grabbing a piece and taking a big bite. Crunch. So crispy. The outer layer of the rock cake had been enhanced, becoming even more crunchy. The moment he bit down, a crisp sound echoed, as if the crunchiness were a fanfare for his taste buds, leaving Toby momentarily stunned. Subsequently, a rich buttery aroma spread across his palate, with the addition of vanilla extract enriching the butter's fragrance, accompanied by a hint of sweetness, akin to drifting through a golden sea of butter, with wisps of vanilla clouds floating above, making one salivate just at the thought. Furthermore, at Harry's suggestion, a pinch of sea salt had been added to the improved crust. The briny essence of sea salt intertwines with the sweet aroma of butter, achieving a perfect equilibrium of salty and sweet. The grains of sea salt subtly dissolve during the baking process, permeating every crevice of the crust, allowing each bite to evoke a delicate contrast of flavors, as if reminding the palate that this is not merely an ordinary sweet pastry, but rather a culinary delight imbued with intricate flavors. Hagrid has also prepared fillings of red bean and apple, which everyone is encouraged to sample. Harry skillfully selects a red bean pie and an apple pie from a pile of rock cakes, offering them to Edgar and Rupert. After expressing their gratitude, the 2 proceed to take bites from their respective pastries. The red bean filling, having been simmered for an extended period, boasts an exceptionally smooth texture that melts in the mouth. Moreover, Hagrid meticulously followed Harry's advice during the cooking process, incorporating a suitable amount of brown sugar and a hint of cinnamon. The addition of brown sugar enriches the sweetness of the red bean filling, imbuing it with a subtle caramel flavor that harmonizes beautifully with the inherent bean essence. The inclusion of cinnamon imparts a unique fragrance, a warm spiciness that evokes the gentle embrace of autumn, enhancing the overall complexity of the filling. The apple filling is crafted from fresh apples grown by Hagrid himself, which Harry assists in dicing into small cubes before adding a splash of lemon juice and a sprinkle of cinnamon. The tartness of the lemon serves to balance the sweetness of the apples, rendering the filling refreshingly natural. The cinnamon similarly plays a pivotal role, intensifying the aroma of the apple filling, as if melding the scents of fresh apples and cinnamon into a perfect union. Additionally, a touch of honey is incorporated during the preparation, offering a gentler sweetness than granulated sugar, ensuring the apple filling remains moist and delectable. With a satisfying crunch from the apple cubes, the 2 friends give enthusiastic thumbs up, too engrossed in savoring their new flavors to exchange further words. Crunch. Guys. This is delightful. The group turns to see Toby with his mouth stuffed full of honey rock cakes, exclaiming the exquisite sweetness of the honey. The sweetness of the honey is naturally rich and complex, unlike the simplistic sweetness of granulated sugar, infused with a unique floral aroma. It conjures images of blooming flowers in the sunlight, with bees busily collecting nectar, brimming with the vitality of nature. Ha! Rupert chuckles teasingly. I never knew you had such expertise in desserts, Toby. Trust me. Come. Taste. Toby offers a piece of the honey rock cake to Rupert, who takes a bite, his usually squinted eyes widening in delight. Initially, the sweet aroma of honey envelopes him, followed by the hearty graininess of the rock cake, culminating in a satisfying crunch with a touch of creaminess. This combination renders the honey rock cake a delightful amalgamation of sweetness and rustic charm. As he chews, the honey gradually melds with the crumbs of the rock cake, creating a distinct textural experience. Moreover, the sweetness does not overshadow the graininess, nor does the graininess dilute the sweetness. Instead, they blend harmoniously, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Knock, knock, knock. Harry, Toby, Edgar, Rupert. Knock, knock, knock. What delectable delights are you indulging in within your dormitory? No one responds, as they are all engrossed in their feasting. Knock, knock, knock. I want in. Let me see. Hurry, open the door. Today, The Hufflepuff common room seems poised for yet another tale of resisting the temptation of solitary indulgence. Chapter 24. The Great Pumpkin Harvesting Operation Before Halloween. Harry, amidst his biweekly potions class and leisurely daily meals, eagerly awaited the arrival of Halloween. During this time, he had strolled to the 4th floor several times at night, casually inspecting the elementary challenges. The conclusion is that sleep is a far better option. Harry reclined on a hammock beneath a tree by the Black Lake, contemplating that once Halloween had passed, he could put his little plan into action. He had also received a parcel from Duke Honey, prompting him to assist Hagrid in harvesting pumpkins. He intended to bring back 2 pumpkins to the kitchen to try his hand at a pumpkin silverfish soup he had read about in a magazine. On the last weekend of October, Hagrid's hut, nestled at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, was shrouded in morning mist. In the pumpkin patch, Hagrid found himself troubled by a pumpkin as large as a wagon wheel, burdened by its weight and entangled vines that threatened to roll downhill and crash into the greenhouse. "It seems I arrived just in time. Do you need assistance?" A languid voice drifted from behind. Hagrid turned to see Harry standing in the morning light. His hair more disheveled than usual, eyes half closed, cradling a steaming cup of tea, though how he procured hot tea at 6 in the morning was a mystery. "Harry!" Hagrid's bushy beard trembled with excitement. "You've come at just the right moment. This pumpkin is meant for Halloween decorations, but oh dear!" Before he could finish, the pumpkin suddenly plopped off the vine with a crack, rolling towards the slope. Hagrid gasped, envisioning Professor Sprout's expression upon discovering the greenhouse smashed to pieces. How dreadful! Thud. Unbeknownst to him, Harry had already positioned himself in the pumpkin's path. He did not attempt to stop it. Instead, he set his teacup down and slowly sat down. The massive pumpkin collided with his back with a muffled thud before coming to a halt. Hagrid's eyes widened as he hurried over, pressing down on the pumpkin while helping Harry to his feet. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry turned back, patting the pumpkin, which was surprisingly soft. And this was merely the beginning. The subsequent scene left Hagrid questioning whether he had fallen under a confusion charm. Harry strolled through the pumpkin patch as if perusing a market, occasionally bending down to poke at a pumpkin. The pumpkins he touched seemed enchanted, effortlessly detaching from their vines and lining up to roll toward the cart. One particularly round pumpkin even adjusted its angle and gracefully hopped into the cart. "How is this possible? Is it magic? I don't recall such magic existing." Hagrid stammered in disbelief. Harry produced a small knife from his pocket, beginning to massage the stems of the vines, declaring they were merely nervous. Pumpkins can be nervous. They worry about not being delicious enough or being wasted once transformed into dishes. Harry gently squeezed a hardened vine, explaining, "You see, it's too taut here," indicating it doesn't want to fall. "It needs a massage at this point." As he worked, the vines indeed relaxed, causing a pumpkin to plop into his arms. Hagrid's worldview was profoundly shaken. He attempted to mimic Harry's technique on another pumpkin, only to have the vine snap back at his finger. By midday, the cart had become a veritable mountain of pumpkins. Harry was engaged in persuading the last few pumpkins when he suddenly heard a faint squeaking from the patch. A goblin clung fiercely to a miniature pumpkin, baring its teeth at Harry. Typically, this would lead to a goblin eviction scenario, and Hagrid was about to instruct Harry on how to swiftly expel the goblin, but Harry merely crouched down, retrieving a handful of raspberries from his other pocket. "Care for a trade?" The goblin's beady eyes darted between the pumpkin and the berries before it snatched the berries, thrusting the pumpkin into Harry's arms, along with a golden feather quill that it had seemingly pilfered from somewhere. "Thank you." Harry nodded at the goblin, placing the quill atop the pumpkin's stem as a decorative touch, lending a sense of ceremony for their trip to the Great Hall. Hagrid, who had opened his mouth to speak, was left dumbfounded. As Hagrid and Harry wheeled their mountain of pumpkins back, the cart creaked ominously on the slope. It was about to fall apart. Hagrid exclaimed, reaching out to steady the precariously teetering pumpkin tower. To his astonishment, the pumpkin at the pinnacle, adorned with a ghastly grin, suddenly tilted and soared directly towards the Black Lake. In a moment of impending disaster, the lake's surface erupted, splitting open to reveal a colossal squid that extended its tentacles to deftly catch the pumpkin, even adjusting the misaligned expression on its carved face. Harry waved at the squid, forming a trumpet shape with his hands as he shouted towards the lake. "Thanks. Just set it down by the shore, and I'll bring you some bread next time." The squid responded with an approving gesture, though no one knew where it had learned such a sign. Before placing the pumpkin on the lakeside and slowly sinking back into the water, Hagrid's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. It usually retaliated against even the stones thrown by students. How peculiar. I had helped it clear the weeds tangled in its tentacles before. Harry straightened the crooked wheel, wielding his wand to set it in motion. Let us go. It's time to prepare for carving the pumpkins. In the Great Hall on the eve of Halloween, hundreds of intricately carved jack-o'-lanterns floated in midair, or were stationed on the ground. Professor McGonagall was reprimanding a student for sculpting Dumbledore's face to resemble that of Santa Claus when she was interrupted by a sudden gasp. She looked up to see Hagrid and Harry pushing in a cart, on which stood the star of this event. A pumpkin carved into the shape of a capybara, large enough to be a round table. Even more astonishingly, when Harry lit the candle inside, the capybara pumpkin slowly blinked its eyes and yawned. Merlin's beard. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in awe. How is this possible? What a novel idea. Harry poked the pumpkin and replied nonchalantly. I left a vine connected to the nervous cluster at the stem while carving. Snape ominously appeared behind him. Potter, have you tampered with magical plants? Not at all. Harry replied innocently. I merely had a chat with it. It learned on its own. Just then, the capybara pumpkin turned its head and blew a gust of wind scented with pumpkin aroma toward Snape, causing the hem of his black robes to billow out like a large bat. Snape's expression was akin to having swallowed a live, wriggling toad, and he strode away with a grim demeanor. Harry watched as this temporary guardian departed, then turned to the bronze lizard perched on his shoulder, remarking, in fact, Professor walks even more like a bat than before. The bronze lizard emitted an approving click. Chapter 25. A bowl of silverfish pumpkin soup to ward off the humidity. The eagerly awaited Halloween had arrived. On that morning, an unexpected visitor arrived at the office of the Slytherin head. Knock, knock, knock. Snape, with his greasy hair and bloodshot eyes, opened the door with a stoic expression. As anticipated, it was Potter again. Speak, he said with an air of indifference, his deep black eyes attempting to stab Harry with a glare. Professor, Luvius enjoys listening to music, Harry replied, pulling a small wooden box from his pocket. This is for you. The reason being, he had overheard Ron mumbling that Snape often lingered in the fourth-floor corridor, possibly coveting that remarkable object. And to safeguard his long-term allowance and dessert budget from being depleted, he felt compelled to take some action. Snape stared at the wooden box in Harry's hand for a moment, snatched it from him and tucked it into his pocket, coldly uttering, Is there anything else? A single galleon, Professor, Harry replied, blinking his emerald eyes sincerely as he extended another hand. I've got my eye on a new Halloween candy set from Honeydukes. It's quite a bargain. 1 piece of intel plus a trinket for the price of 10 candy sets. Snape, is this a form of extortion? Snape was both vexed and amused. Listen, Potter, if your craving for sweets causes your grades to plummet, you will spend every night before graduation with a slug, he added. And do not come to me in the mornings without my permission. The door slammed shut, and Harry left with 2 galleons, feeling quite satisfied. Raising his hand, he playfully teased the bronze lizard on his shoulder, planning to head to the dining hall. On Halloween morning, a mysterious yet joyous atmosphere enveloped the Hogwarts dining hall. Above, the enchanted ceiling presented a soft gray-blue sky, reminiscent of the tranquility before dawn. Though sunlight had yet to fully illuminate the space, the hall was already aglow with gentle magical lights, casting a warm radiance throughout. The long dining tables were laden with an array of exquisite breakfast foods, golden crispy toast, fragrant fried eggs, fresh fruits, and steaming bowls of pumpkin soup. The pumpkin soup, a traditional staple of Hogwarts' Halloween feast, boasted a delicate layer of cream floating atop, exuding an enticing aroma that was simply irresistible. This year, however, following Harry's suggestion, the kitchen had also crafted a silverfish pumpkin soup alongside the classic. The pumpkin soup exhibited a vibrant orange hue, a natural result of the pumpkin-esque cooking, evoking a sense of warmth and brightness. The silverfish, typically silvery white or light gray, shimmered subtly within the soup, adding a refreshing white accent that enriched the overall color palette with striking contrast, capturing one's attention. Seizing the opportunity with only a few students present, Harry leaned in and leisurely retrieved a bowl, sipping it with a spoon. The pumpkin, having been simmered for an extended period, released its inherent sweetness, delightfully rich yet not cloying, filling the mouth with its fragrant essence. Its thick texture enveloped the palate, offering a warm, satisfying embrace, akin to receiving a cozy hug on a damp autumn morning. Harry then bit into a silverfish. The texture of the silverfish provided a stark contrast to the pumpkin soup. Tender and succulent, upon a gentle bite, the fish yielded its delicious and springy flesh. The delicate meat carried a subtle seafood flavor, harmonizing beautifully with the pumpkin-esque sweetness, neither overshadowing the other, but rather contributing a unique marine essence to the dish. Moreover, the silverfish contained minimal bones, making it a convenient option that did not detract from the overall culinary experience. In the face of such exquisite flavors, what should have been a praiseworthy appearance became the most inconsequential aspect. This, perhaps, was the true realm that a beautiful dish should aspire to achieve. Harry was thoroughly pleased with the kitchen's output. Had he the power to grade it, he would have awarded them all an O. As he savored the delightful fare, he surveyed the surrounding decorations. Though he had participated in the preparations yesterday, viewing them from a different perspective seemed to elicit a fresh appreciation. In a corner of the hall, Halloween decorations adorned the space. Jack-o'-lanterns were cleverly positioned at table edges, their eyes flickering with a ghostly green light, seemingly curiously observing each person entering the hall. Spider webs hung from the walls, adorned with faux spiders that swayed gently in the breeze, adding an air of mystery. As time passed, more students trickled into the dining hall, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Some wore standard uniforms, while others eagerly donned Halloween attire, sporting pointed wizard hats or amusing face paint. They conversed animatedly, sharing their expectations for the Halloween festivities, such as the evening banquet, special activities, and enigmatic surprises. Teachers began to arrive as well, maintaining their usual seriousness and elegance, yet their faces betrayed a hint of joy and observance of the holiday. Professor McGonagall's lips curled slightly upward, seemingly gratified by the vibrant energy of the students, while Professor Snape, though still expressionless, seemed to harbor a flicker of tacit approval for the festivities. At this moment, an atmosphere of ease and joy enveloped the entirety of Hogwarts. The great hall was alive with laughter and merriment, the radiant glow of magic intermingling with festive decorations, and the jubilant spirits of the students, rendering this Halloween morning imbued with enchanting allure and a warm ambience. "Look, it's Harry." A keen-eyed little badger spotted Harry seated in the corner, and excitedly elbowed his companions, exclaiming, "Look at what he has in his hand. It's another unfamiliar delicacy. Wow. It looks delicious. Let us go ask him." A group of little badgers rushed over, encircling Harry. "Harry, what delightful treat is this? Is it yet another of your new concoctions? Good morning. It's silverfish pumpkin soup. Wow. What a splendid red polka-dotted dress. Merlin. That's incredible. Truly befitting of the savior." This was perhaps the only aspect of being called the savior that Harry did not resent. "Would you like to try some?" Harry leaned over and fetched a few bowls of silverfish pumpkin soup, distributing them among his classmates. "Thank you. Wow. I'm about to dig in. Absolutely scrumptious." It seemed someone was attempting to speak with food in their mouth. As everyone became engrossed in the silverfish pumpkin soup, Harry quietly slipped away from the crowd, making his discreet exit. Chapter 26 marked yet another day of raiding the kitchen, filling his pockets with delectable treats. When Harry pushed open the door concealed behind a still life of fruits, the house elves in the kitchen simultaneously turned, their eyes gleaming like light bulbs. "Mr. Harry Potter," one of the elves squealed, rushing towards him, "the Halloween special capybara pumpkin pie has just come out of the oven." At the center of the kitchen sat a pumpkin pie as large as a wheel, its surface crafted from pastry into the likeness of a yawning capybara. As Harry cut a slice, the pie magically restored itself to its original form. "We made mini pies and added a touch of magic," another elf proudly proclaimed. "And there's color-changing gravy over here. It looks marvelous, my friends." Harry took a bite of the pumpkin pie, expressing his admiration, however. "I intend to bring something to the library that won't soil the books. Friend. The great Harry Potter has referred to us as friends." The elves squealed, darting back to their stations, bustling about as they packed an array of freshly baked snacks, candies, jerky, and drinks into Harry's arms. With one hand clutching his robe's pocket, and the other holding the pocket open, he protested, "That's too much, my friends." "Not at all. It is an honor to be a friend of Harry Potter." And with that, even more items were stuffed into his pockets. All right. What can I do for you?" "Oh right. These few sheets of parchment contain recipes I transcribed from a magazine and refined on my own. You can study them when you're not busy." "Wow." The kitchen elves collectively cheered, their excitement rivaling that of Tom catching Jerry, a raven drinking water, a snail savoring grapes, and death reaping the souls of the three brothers. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin headmaster's office, Severus Snape was conversing with an old friend. "It's quite rare, Severus." This old friend was tall, with platinum hair and pale skin that complemented the mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Enough small talk. Oh, very well. To honor my dear friend Severus, how about a year's improved beauty potion? Trust me, Severus, having the friendship of the Malfoy family will not be a detriment." Lucius Malfoy chuckled, leaning on his cane. "Now I must take my leave. It is Halloween, and Malfoy Manor has a feast to prepare." With a flash of his platinum figure, he vanished into the fireplace. Snape stared at the fireplace for a few seconds before striding purposefully towards the potions classroom. Every day is filled with trivial matters. His potion research was nearly stagnant. Madame Pants reclined in the librarian's designated chair, sipping tea while observing the quiet students engrossed in their reading within the library. She had not accomplished much in her life, nor had she experienced grand adventures. Her proudest achievement was managing the Hogwarts library to the point where even the slightest sound from a bookworm could be detected by her keen ears. Thus, she vividly recalled a Tuesday afternoon at the beginning of a term when she discovered that the restricted section's Book of Monsters was turning its pages without any human intervention. She instantly darted over, reminiscent of an owl that had spotted a mouse. To her astonishment, she found Harry Potter. The boy was curled up in the corner between two bookshelves, his head resting on a copy of Medieval Magical Plants, while cradling How to Tame Your Norwegian Ridgeback, which was comfortably snoring in the crook of his arm. Even more astonishingly, the notorious Book of Monsters, known for its biting tendencies, lay innocently on his lap, gently fanning him with its pages. Mr. Potter. Madame Pants's voice startled the nearby Book of Curses, causing it to snap shut in fear. What are you doing in the restricted section? Harry lazily opened his eyes. Madame Pants, good afternoon. Oh, they say the sunlight here is delightful. They say? Madame Pants's hands trembled. She had read countless books and seen even more, yet she had never encountered a book that could speak. Thus, she suspected it was merely a prank by this mischievous student, moving books into the restricted section and piling them on the floor, even using them as pillows. Did not sit well with the book-loving Madame Pants. She was poised to eject Harry from the library when he interjected, "Please hear me out." He sat up, patting the Book of Monsters on the cover. "It has a toothache and I was just checking on it." As if to prove his point, the book opened its mouth, revealing a page with a corner torn and patched up with a band-aid. Madame Pants felt utterly speechless for the first time in her life. A word she had thought was far from her grasp. This is impossible. How could these books? Oh, and the binding of the complete guide to toxic fungi is loose. The medieval spellbook has a slight cough, probably due to dust allergies, and the illustrated dancing wand has a sprained footnote. I haven't had time to treat them yet. Harry rambled on, gently patting the 3 books he had just named. Madame Pants stared incredulously at the boy before her, then glanced at the 3 books beside him. The top book, the medieval spellbook, coughed in a timely manner, releasing a small cloud of green spores. Madame Pants. From that day forth, Madame Pants tacitly allowed Harry to take his naps in that sun-drenched spot by the window, and the first book clinic in the history of the Hogwarts library quietly opened under her approval. Typically, every Tuesday afternoon, Harry would sit in his sunny nook, cradling a stack of ill books, lining them up in a row. Although the Book of Irritable Spells seemed to have a peculiar tendency to leap from the back of the line to the front, likely cutting in line. The remedies employed by this bibliotherapist included, but were not limited to, spine massages, foot stretching, ink replenishment, and bedtime stories specifically for particularly irritable volumes. Meanwhile, having declined the Quidditch team's overtures, Harry remained untroubled during October, a month that would typically be filled with practice, and he decided to take advantage of the early hours to visit the library. Due to Halloween, the students in the library scattered like sparrows drawn away by grains from afar, flocking away at the slightest sound. When Harry reached the entrance, Madame Pants was leisurely perusing an ancient tome, her demeanor relaxed and a stark contrast to her usual stern and serious appearance in the eyes of the students. Madame Pants. Good afternoon. Harry greeted Professor Snape while holding a tightly wrapped pumpkin pie in an oil paper bag, simultaneously retrieving a copy of Fantastic Beasts, European edition from his pocket, which emanated the delightful aroma of pumpkin pie. This was a book I had learned about from the locals, reputed to be quite good in Germany, and I intended to donate it to the library. Chapter 27 discussed defeating trolls, noting that beef pies could serve as an alternative to wands. Madame Pants accepted the book, her eyes gleaming with interest. Was this the rare German edition of Fantastic Beasts, European edition? She carefully opened the front page, noting its pristine condition. I employed a few clever tricks, Harry stated. He broke off a piece of pumpkin pie from the oil paper and offered it to Madame Pants, explaining it was a protective charm against pests taught to him by the house elf. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the pie, took a bite, and her eyes immediately narrowed with delight. By Merlin, this is even more delectable than the Duke of Honey's. She noted that the cookies contained dancing cinnamon powder. Harry also took a bite, adding, if you enjoy it, I can bring the recipe next time. Madame Pants rarely smiled, but she did so now, urging him, go on. Your patients are waiting. She gestured toward a sunlit corner deep within the library. Nodding, Harry embraced the oil paper bag and made his way toward the restricted section. As he passed a row of bookshelves, he noticed a history of modern alchemy peeking restlessly from the shelf, as if beckoning him. Don't rush, Harry gently reassured it. I'll attend to you shortly. His designated corner was already piled high with books awaiting his attention. The compendium of toxic fungi was sneezing, the spine of medieval spellbook creaked, and monstrous creatures excitedly fluttered its pages like a puppy eager for its master to return. Just as Harry settled down, a history of modern alchemy leaped into his lap. Flipping eagerly to page 394, which contained an entry about Nicholas Flamel, accompanied by a hasty note in the margin. The last guardian of the Philosopher's Stone. Hogwarts? Interesting. Harry chuckled softly, patting the book's spine soothingly and setting it aside, saying nothing further. The ownership of the Philosopher's Stone was of little concern to him. He neither coveted it nor felt inclined to protect it. However, this adventure could not be wasted, as moderate exercise was beneficial for digestion, allowing for a more substantial meal. On the last night of October, the corridors of Hogwarts were infused with the sweet scent of roasted pumpkins and candied apples. Hundreds of bat decorations hung from the ceiling of the Great Hall. Napping intermittently, startled awake by the laughter of students below, Harry Potter sat at the Hufflepuff table, leisurely slicing into a piece of pumpkin pie before sprinkling it with sugar. He exuded an air of calm, as though an invisible barrier separated him from the excited chatter of his classmates. I heard Peeves prepared exploding dung bombs this year. I wonder when he plans to use them. Look. Professor Flitwick conjured a skeleton that sprays rainbows. Harry took a bite of his pie, sugar dusting the tip of his nose. He contemplated whether to take another piece when a sudden loud crash echoed from the entrance. Troll. In the dungeons. Professor Quirrell stumbled into the hall, his complexion more purple than his turban. I thought you all should know. With that, he collapsed at the feet of a nearby student. The Great Hall erupted into chaos. The prefects shouted for students to return to their dormitories, and Professor McGonagall, in an effort to maintain order, sent sparks flying from her wand. Amidst the turmoil, Harry realized he still had half a piece of pumpkin pie on his fork. Can't waste it, he muttered, leisurely popping it into his mouth. By the time he savored the last bite of pie, he recalled catching a glimpse of Ron bolting towards the girls' restroom. The dining hall was now deserted. Did my presence fade to the point where no one noticed I didn't follow? He wondered. Heavy footsteps resonated in the distance, accompanied by a putrid stench reminiscent of rotting cabbage. Sighing, he remembered Hermione's absence from the hall, likely having deduced part of the situation. He stuffed the final morsel of pie into his mouth, selected several beef pies, a few Yorkshire puddings and some sausages, and stood up to leave just as every plate on the table vanished completely. He headed toward the source of the noise, intending to resolve the issue before the evening feast in the common room concluded. After navigating several turns, Harry finally spotted a 12-foot troll standing bewilderedly at the restroom door, dragging a wooden club. It clumsily bent down to sniff at the gap beneath the door. Hey, Harry called from 3 meters away. The troll slowly turned its head, its murky eyes fixated on the human boy who barely reached its calf. Logically, it should have swung its club at him, but instead, Harry retrieved an oil paper bag from his robes. Want to try some? Beef pies made by a house elf. The troll's nose twitched, and then it dropped its club, picking up the pie with fingers as thick as sausages. Notably, the club nearly smashed a nearby dragon statue. As it stuffed the food into its mouth, a semblance of a smile spread across its grotesque face. Want more? Harry produced 3 more pieces, but you must kick that stick away first. This is a trade. The club clattered 5 meters away. The troll obediently squatted down, allowing Harry to place the pies in its palm. At that moment, a restroom stall door swung open, and a shriek pierced the air. Following the sound, Harry opened the correct stall door to find Hermione curled up in the farthest corner, her face ashen. Hi, Hermione. What are you doing here? Harry greeted her slowly, handing the troll another pie to prevent it from becoming agitated again. I thought you all didn't like me, so I hid here and cried. And then the troll came in, Hermione stammered. Ron suddenly appeared at the door. Wand pointed at the troll. Harry, run. I'll find a way to distract it. No need, Harry softly interjected. This is Norbert. He just had my beef pie, right? Big fellow? The troll nodded obediently, even allowing Harry to pat its tree trunk-like arm. Ron and Hermione's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Thus, when the professors hurriedly arrived, they were met with the sight of a troll sitting like a tame dog, using the club's tip to dip into the toilet water to draw stick figures, while Harry leaned against its furry leg, offering artistic suggestions. The ears could be rounder, yes, just like that. Merlin's beard, Professor McGonagall gasped, steadying herself against the wall. Snape's black cloak billowed as if moved by an unseen force. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Ultimately, Hagrid arrived with a lantern to escort the troll back to the Forbidden Forest. At parting, it even attempted to gift Harry a drawing of what appeared to be a capybara. In another noteworthy event, Peeves, irate at being overshadowed during Halloween, retaliated by throwing 20 dung bombs at Professor Quirrell. As for Harry, he hurried back to the common room to join the feast, slipping into the kitchen before curfew, trading 3 pies for a copy of the Troll's drawing from the house elf. The next day, an abstract artwork framed in gold appeared on the Hufflepuff common room bulletin board, titled The Troll's Gift. Chapter 28. Professor, I would like to have Italian meat sauce pizza tonight. On another Tuesday following Halloween, Harry once again descended to the cellar, joining his guardian for dinner. He confidently uttered the password to enter, greeting a busy Snape who was grading papers. Good evening, Professor. Thank you for your efforts patrolling the 4th floor on Halloween. Snape raised his eyelids. On Halloween night, he pursued Quirrell to the 4th floor, where he encountered the creature known as Fluffy, as mentioned by Potter. Upon entering the room, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming scent, a curious amalgamation of magic and unfathomable dread. At the center of the chamber lay a colossal 3-headed dog, seemingly just roused from slumber. Upon spotting the intruder, its eyes gleamed with a ferocious light, and a low growl reverberated through the entire room. Snape recognized it instantly. Fluffy, the guardian beast clandestinely placed here by certain individuals at Hogwarts. The creature bared its enormous, sharp fangs. A single bite would surely necessitate a lengthy recovery. However, before Fluffy could pounce, Snape retrieved a small wooden box from his pocket, a trinket that had cost him 2 galleons. He had opened it once after Harry's departure. It was a music box. As he lifted the lid, a gentle, warm melody filled the air, and Fluffy's aggressive advance slowed, gradually entranced by the tune. Ultimately, the creature lay down at Snape's feet, lulled to sleep by the music. Lost in memory, Snape silently observed Harry, who had comfortably seated himself at the dining table, awaiting the meal. Beyond the infantile memories he gleaned from Harry's mind, understanding that Voldemort lacked a nose and possessed an inexplicable ability to commune with all things, he sensed there was something more concealed within him. These hidden facets could potentially serve as unforeseen variables in Dumbledore's grand design. What is it, Professor? Harry queried, his brow furrowed in confusion at Snape's grave expression. Is it that there aren't enough ingredients in the kitchen to prepare the beef pie I just mentioned? Not to worry, I can still have battered cod. Or perhaps a cod sandwich. Pizza could work too. How about a meat sauce cheese pizza? Extra cheese, please. Snape, sometimes. He felt as though he was engaging in a battle of wits with the air itself. Choose one, he replied succinctly. That meat sauce cheese pizza. The others I can have another time, Harry declared. Snape cast a faint glance at the boy, who was fixated on the empty dining table, suddenly feeling a sense of weariness. In a manner of speaking, this child could thrive on his own as long as sufficient food was provided. Yet, paradoxically, Harry possessed strong opinions, and few could sway his thoughts without ample justification. Is this truly your child, Lily? He mused. Come here. What is it, Professor? Harry obediently stood and approached him, though his occasional glances at the dining table clearly betrayed his yearning for food. Snape withdrew several sheets of parchment from the documents on the table, and presented them to Harry, speaking in a low tone. Take a look and sign here. Harry accepted the papers and glanced at them, discovering they contained details about the inheritance of the Potter estate. The total value of the properties was sufficient to sustain him comfortably for the rest of his life, even including a portion of the Black family estate. The matter regarding the Black family manor will require further deliberation. The rest you may manage as you see fit. Harry nodded, signing the documents with a sense of calm, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Professor. This inheritance is significant to me. In return, may I cook for you during the holidays? You need only focus on your potions research. Having tasted Harry's meat sauce pasta, Snape furrowed his brow in contemplation. Dumbledore had him performing menial tasks daily. Thus, he could similarly have his golden boy undertake such work. Especially since the boy was volunteering, it seemed quite reasonable. I hope Mr. Potter is not one to indulge in hollow pretenses, he mused. Rest assured, Professor, Harry replied earnestly. So can we have dinner now? Snape felt an inexplicable frustration simmering within him and snapped, Eat. He then ceased to respond further. After dinner, it was once again Harry's time for private lessons. Perhaps it can be considered so. Regarding the improvement methods for the Wolfsbane potion that you previously mentioned, do you have anything further to add? Since you wish to hear my thoughts, I shall summarize them succinctly. Harry sat across from Snape, rising to precisely extract the parchment filled with his ideas for the Wolfsbane potion from the desk. He waved his wand, lifting the words into the air, and began. Based on pharmacological analysis of the traditional Wolfsbane potion, the core of the improvement lies in optimizing its bioavailability and tolerance. Having benefited from your guidance and my own knowledge during this period, I propose the following points. Firstly, we could introduce a nano-silver carrier system to replace crude silver powder, thus enhancing material efficiency and reducing costs. This would enable targeted delivery of active ingredients, such as moonstone, minimizing gastrointestinal irritation. Furthermore, employing a time delay charm from the slow-release potion process could extend the serum's effective concentration up to 72 hours, covering the entire transformation during the full moon. Additionally, incorporating a low-dose extract of mandrake as a calming agent could synergistically suppress excessive activation of the beastly cortex, while flavor-masking agents like magically enhanced capsaicin would significantly improve patient compliance. From my preliminary calculations, this improvement plan would maintain the original efficacy while reducing the failure rate by at least 30, and it possesses substantial clinical translation potential. Snape's expression shifted from furrowed brows to a slight frown, and finally to a gentle easing of tension. Not bad, he remarked, an uncommon compliment. The candlelight in the cellar cast flickering shadows on the parchment, and Snape's long fingers unconsciously caressed the quill, his gaze resting on Harry, who was using his wand to manipulate the nano-silver carrier structure into three-dimensional points of light, adjusting the molecular arrangement as if playing with building blocks. You've overlooked the antagonistic reaction between moonstone and mandrake extract, he interjected suddenly, his tone softer than usual. When serum concentration exceeds 0.3, the calming effects may inadvertently activate the werewolf's olfactory cortex. Snape continued, drawing his wand to calculate a few equations in the air. It seems you are more useful than I initially imagined. He retracted his wand, turning away with a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Starting tomorrow evening, you will be responsible for recording the interactions of various materials and potions every night. Then can we have cod burgers for dinner tomorrow, Professor? Snape inhaled deeply. I hope your mind won't be cluttered with trivial food thoughts while you record. Chapter 29. That is a seminar next to the chocolate factory. After Halloween, the students returned to their mundane, everyday routines. However, Harry found himself with no time to spare. The scheduled herbology seminar, originally set for October, had been postponed to November. And as the days passed, it was soon to commence. On a damp Wednesday morning, Professor Sprout was in the third greenhouse conducting a health check on the newly arrived Australian biting cabbage. Her patched hat was drenched in dew, and the hem of her robe was ensnared by a mischievous devil's snare, making her appear as though she had just crawled out of a swamp in the forbidden forest. Harry, hand me that calming potion, not the left bottle, that's the shampoo for mandrakes, she exclaimed, flustered as she dodged the acidic spray from the cabbage, only to be distracted by a gentle humming coming from behind her. Harry Potter was seated cross-legged atop a pile of dragon dung, gently stroking the most ferocious biting cabbage. Astonishingly, the plant that had recently bitten off half of Neville's sleeve was now behaving like a docile puppy, nuzzling against Harry's palm, its serrated leaves rustling contentedly. By Merlin's beard, Professor Sprout adjusted her crooked glasses, suddenly recalling something. She fished out a crumpled letter from her pocket. Speaking of which, the International Society of Magical Botany has sent an invitation regarding the seminar next month in Bruges. I hope you can accompany me. Harry slowly raised his head, the biting cabbage shaking its leaves in discontent. A seminar? Indeed. Professor Sprout was so exhilarated that her patchwork hat perked up. She was the first wizard in 3 centuries capable of coaxing a lullaby from the venomous tentacula. Professor von Schneider, the chair of the committee, proclaimed that if Harry could demonstrate the taming of a Hungarian horntail-level venomous tentacula live, they would consider featuring his photograph on the cover of next year's Magical Plants magazine. Harry pondered for a moment, continuing to scratch the biting cabbage, before slowly posing an important question. Is there a tea break? Of course. The finest chocolate factory in Belgium is right next door. Professor Sprout suddenly lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. I've heard they've developed a new type of chocolate that dances the samba. Due to the rhythm of the dance, the specially formulated syrup inside remains rich and flavorful. However, it hasn't hit the market yet. This is one of their secret weapons to outshine competitors next month. I only received this insider information because I supply part of the materials. Keep it under wraps. Harry blinked. In that case, Professor, will our college also hold a farewell party filled with an array of delectable foods? Professor Sprout paused for a moment, then closed her eyes and agreed. I would be delighted to accompany you to witness new wonders, Professor. Thank you, I look forward to it. Professor Sprout beamed with satisfaction. Now, let us inform our students about the farewell party, but it may take some time to get approval from the headmaster. Let us set it for the day after tomorrow, Friday evening. Also, I hear that Snape has become your guardian? I will have a word with him. Harry made his way back to the castle from the greenhouse, taking a detour to the basement. Professor Sprout is taking me to the best chocolate factory in Belgium, next to which the International Society of Magical Botany will hold a seminar. Snape, accustomed to the peculiarities of his temporary charge, who had a relentless focus on food, was currently grading assignments, his brow furrowed enough to crush 10 flies. Professor, I estimate I won't be able to continue our research on the improved wolfsbane potion for about a week. Snape scrawled a harsh T on a piece of parchment. Another piece of academic rubbish. So, I've anticipated the research timeline, and compiled a list of literature and potential experimental data that may be needed next week. It's all neatly organized for your review. Snape lifted his gaze from the heap of academic debris, his deep black eyes finally resting on Harry. He saw Harry tiptoeing to place a bound parchment booklet atop the pile of documents on his desk. Setting aside the rubbish in his hands, he picked up the booklet to peruse it. Due to insufficient objective conditions, some of the projected timeline content may not be entirely accurate. I will catch up on any missed progress when I return. Additionally, Madame Pants has already organized the relevant literature and placed it on a separate shelf for your convenience. Snape couldn't deny that, ignoring the booklet's pumpkin aroma, the content largely coincided with their recent research progress and was not far off from his own estimates. How infuriating. This Potter is unexpectedly reliable. There's no need for concern regarding progress, but I hope Mr. Potter does not bring your recklessness to the international seminar. The plants there are not as pliable as those in the Hogwarts greenhouse. Snape delivered a few warnings, adding, I also do not wish to receive letters from Belgium notifying me of some fool encountering misfortune at the seminar. I will be cautious, Professor. Thank you for your concern. Harry nodded, rising from his chair. Well then, I shall take my leave. I will bring you a souvenir of the new chocolates from the factory. Exiting the office of the Slytherin head, Harry leisurely ascended to the first floor and returned to the Hufflepuff common room to inform his fellow students about the farewell party. So Professor Sprout will allow us to host a farewell dinner on Friday evening. A chorus of badgers erupted with excitement. Dinner, feast, delicacies, hooray. The Hufflepuff common room resounded with cheers. Harry, will there be silverfish pumpkin soup tomorrow? I must say that flavor is simply divine. I can't stop thinking about it. I want some rock cakes. Ever since Hagrid's improved rock cakes became known, too many people have been visiting his hut daily. We haven't had any for several days. The chocolate cauldron cake must be named. We, the chocolate faction, will fiercely defend the honor of chocolate. Surrounded by a throng of badgers, Harry responded to each of their comments with a calm demeanor. Ultimately, he managed to escape their clutches by claiming he needed to consult the kitchen staff about the menu. Thus, the Hufflepuff common room was filled with an assortment of rock cakes, silverfish pumpkin soup, chocolate cauldron cakes, and many delectable treats for their Friday night revelry. As Harry and Professor Sprout began their preparations for their journey, in the carriage en route, it appeared more chaotic than a spilled jar of sweets. The night before departure, the greenhouse was ablaze with light. Harry's suitcase was performing a tap dance on the floor. To be precise, it was the Brazilian dancing orchid within that was rhythmically manipulating the zipper. As Professor Sprout stuffed the 17th pot into the case, Neville, who had come to assist, trembled as he reminded her, Professor, the International Flu Network regulations state that carry-on luggage cannot exceed 3 Class B or higher dangerous plants. Rules are meant to be broken. Longbottom, she declared grandly, shoving a shrieking Mimbulus Mimbletonia into Harry's pocket. Last year, a German even sneaked in a dozen biting cabbages. Besides, with Harry around, these little fellows are tamer than house elves. Harry, chewing on a color-changing toffee while embroidering a capybara pattern on his dragonhide gloves, raised his head. Candy pressed to one side of his mouth. Should I coax them into playing dead for security? No sooner had he said this than the venomous tentacula at his feet collapsed dramatically, its leaves turning a ghostly white, as if petrified. Neville stared aghast. As the guidebook fell from his hands with a thud, Professor Sprout patted him on the shoulder triumphantly. See, this is why Dumbledore granted us permission to use his private flying carriage. Harry crouched down, gently touching the lifeless venomous tentacula. The leaves immediately regained their lush green hue, playfully wrapping around his wrist like a petulant snake. Playing dead is fine, but don't truly suffocate yourself. He chuckled softly, poking the leaves before turning to wink at Neville. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous bang echoed from the greenhouse dome. All petrified, a spell shot through the skylight, striking Harry's suitcase with pinpoint accuracy. The roots of the dancing orchid instantly stiffened, the zipper clicked shut, and every plant within the suitcase froze into still-life specimens. Neville gasped in shock. It's the Ministry of Magic. However, Professor Sprout grinned widely. Producing a silver-green badge from her robe, emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest and the words Dangerous Plant Transport License. Dumbledore had anticipated this situation. The Ministry was never at rest. Nor were their leaders. She muttered a few words, raised the badge, which projected a three-dimensional image. The old headmaster leisurely sipping tea, giving a thumbs up to the camera. International Flu Network regulations? Professor Sprout glared at the retreating Ministry officials, humming a tune as she affixed the badge to the suitcase. The Hogwarts greenhouse is protected under the Education Exemption Act. With a click, the suitcase unlocked automatically, and the dancing orchid joyfully shook off the petrification dust, even giving a little cheer with its roots. The venomous tendrils seized the opportunity to entwine around Professor Sprout's wand, the leaves and vines manifesting a peculiar protective inscription, twisting and contorting in an enchanting manner. Neville, witnessing this lively and spirited scene, could not suppress a chuckle. Harry approached, pressing the last of his color-changing toffees into Neville's hand. The wrapper instantaneously transformed to display the Hogwarts crest, before morphing into the likeness of a mandrake. Come on. We're nearly done. Thank you for your hard work. Harry hoisted his suitcase into the carriage, where the capybara motif on his dragonhide gloves waved cheerfully at them. Tomorrow morning, the professor and I shall depart. The greenhouse will be entrusted to your care. The mandrakes mentioned they hold you in great fondness. As the lights of the greenhouse dimmed behind them, only the bioluminescent orchids illuminated the darkness, tracing three crooked arcs, reminiscent of a curious, whimsical, yet shimmering future on the brink of departure. The following morning, when the silver carriage, adorned with a Hufflepuff cup relief hastily affixed by Professor Sprout, descended once more upon the castle grounds, Professor McGonagall gasped in astonishment. Pomona, is this what you call traveling light? She gestured toward the carriage, ensnared in a green cocoon of vines, through which suspicious munching sounds intermittently emerged, casting a dubious glance. Oh, merely a few souvenirs. Professor Sprout replied with a hint of guilt, pushing the voracious venomous tentacula further inside. Harry, quickly get in. We shall miss the rainbow route across the English Channel. Dumbledore mentioned there would be a splendid surprise. As the carriage ascended, Professor McGonagall's roar was torn to shreds by the sea breeze. Pomona Sprout, if my lawn is gnawed into a second black lake by those biting cabbages. Inside the carriage, a cacophony of plant shrieks erupted. Harry was splattered with green goo by a Mimbulus Mimbletonia. Wiping his face with a handkerchief, he found a patch of space to lie down, peacefully closing his eyes. Professor Sprout was attempting to subdue a rampaging sneezewort with a rolled-up copy of Dangerous Plant Transport Guide, only to have her glasses knocked off by a flailing vine. Outside, above the English Channel, 7 rainbows intersected at angles defying magical conventions, forming a route uncharted by the Flu Network. Even more bizarrely, at the intersection of the rainbows floated an aerial greenhouse woven from vines, where countless luminescent plants swayed beneath a glass dome, resembling stars descending into a sea of clouds. This was the splendid surprise Dumbledore had foretold. Ecstatic, Professor Sprout pounded on the carriage wall, and the poisonous tendril instantly arranged its leaves to spell utopia. The carriage jolted violently. Harry peeked out from the corner, clutching a biting cabbage. Professor, they claimed that for a landing in the newly established utopia along the rainbow route, we require live navigation. No sooner had he spoken, than the roots of the dancing orchid plunged into the carriage floor, spreading luminous veins like a living map. Harry drew his wand, assisting it as the entire carriage began to morph. The wooden framework sprouted tender shoots, the yoke transformed into a vine propeller, and even the capybara motif on the dragonhide glove sprang to life, merrily scampering along the interior walls. Hold on tight. As the carriage-turned aircraft ascended to a certain altitude, the plants extended their tendrils, catapulting the two into the air. In the next moment, they tumbled into the embrace of the rainbow greenhouse. Here there was no soil, only flowing light. The venomous tendril unfurled into a transparent jellyfish. The Mimbulus Mimbletonia divided into countless glowing spores, while the roots of the dancing orchids resonated with the greenhouse's vine network, orchestrating a symphony only the plants could comprehend. Professor Sprout stood at the center of the river of light, her white hair adorned with glowing spores, resembling a rejuvenated forest goddess. She opened her arms, her voice softer than any spell. Welcome to the Green Vein, the utopia of the plant kingdom, documented as the first fully plant-led intercontinental ecological network in the magical realm. It appears only with the rainbow route, and is entirely serendipitous. We are indeed fortunate. Chapter 31. Using color-changing toffees as pacifiers for venomous tentaculas. Harry retrieved a slice of pumpkin pie from his pocket, taking a bite as he gazed upwards. The dome of the rainbow greenhouse was slowly closing, while the carriage had already transformed into a glowing seed, sinking into the depths of the light flow. Well, it seems it may take some time to locate it again. I hope that when Professor Dumbledore sees his carriage has acquired the ability to transform into a helicopter, and then into a seed, he won't pluck too many more of his beard hairs. The bronze lizard returned to his shoulder, clicking softly. Harry could discern words like plant abduction among its sounds. No. Harry's fingertips brushed the light flow, and a brand new dancing orchid blossomed in his palm. He tilted his head slightly to correct the bronze lizard's terminology. It's not that we were abducted by the plants. Rather, we were invited. In the distance, the rainbow route stretched toward the horizon. The glowing plants gradually illuminated with the dimming light, akin to countless eyes watching their journey. Professor Sprout suddenly burst into laughter, startling a swarm of luminescent dandelions. Merlin's beard. This is paradise. The corners of Harry's mouth lifted slightly as he gently patted the bronze lizard's head, surveying his surroundings. The river of light flowed beneath them, every plant radiating a soft glow, as if welcoming their arrival. Professor Sprout waved her wand, and a burst of green light shot forth from its tip. Merging into the flow of light, the current began to quicken, carrying them deeper into the heart of the rainbow route. They traversed tunnel after tunnel formed by glowing plants, each exuding different hues and fragrances. Some tunnels were filled with warm orange light, as if immersed in sunlight. Others emitted an ethereal blue glow, imparting a sense of mystery and tranquility. These tunnels were the passageways of the green vein. Professor Sprout explained to Harry beside her. Each tunnel connects various regions, guiding us according to our intentions and the desires of the plants. At the edges of the tunnels, the light flow converged into rivers of light, intertwining in the air to create a complex network. This luminescent flow was not only beautiful, but also teeming with vitality. Harry noted countless specks of light shimmering within the flow, akin to tiny sprites dancing and frolicking. Professor Sprout, delighted, collected numerous rare plant samples in this botanical utopia, allowing for a brief respite in their journey. This momentary pause added a touch of brilliance to their expedition, and as Professor Sprout contentedly stowed away her last plant sample, she realized with a twinge of concern that they had yet to retrieve their carriage. It took some effort to locate the carriage, which, due to its wooden structure, had been transformed into a seed by the peculiar environment. Following the direction etched in their memories, the two wandered into a garden within the green vein. In this garden, Harry and Professor Sprout's attention was captured by a colossal ancient tree, causing them to nearly forget the existence of the carriage. However, just as they were immersed in the wonders of this magical garden, a familiar buzzing sound resonated from afar. Harry turned to see a light flow gently drifting from the garden's edge. This light gradually coalesced, morphing into a glowing seed. The seed spun in the air a few times before slowly unfurling to reveal the familiar carriage. Harry approached and gently caressed its surface. The wooden framework was now adorned with fresh shoots. The yoke had transformed into a vine propeller, and even the interior walls were crawling with luminescent vines. The capybara motif on the dragon hide gloves continued to scamper joyfully, as if welcoming their return. It appeared to have truly transformed into a living plant carriage. Harry stroked the vines of the carriage, noting that it seemed to rather enjoy its new form. Professor Sprout nodded in agreement. The power of the green vein has bestowed upon it new life. We may harness its power to continue our exploration. However, when I return it to Dumbledore, I might need to employ a bit more eloquence. She chuckled with resignation, stepping forward to gently pat the carriage's frame, her voice soft as she spoke. We still require your assistance. We hope you can take us to even more distant realms. The carriage's vine propeller began to rotate slowly, emitting a gentle luminescence. Harry and Professor Sprout exchanged glances before they both leaped onto the carriage. While the gentle embrace of the green tendrils was astonishing, the rainbow passage they relied upon was not without its perils. Indeed, the journey across the strait via the passage was nothing short of exhilarating. Professor Sprout's patched hat was caught by the wind as they traversed the clouds, forcing Harry to release his pet Niffler to retrieve it. To make matters worse, a devil's snare, disguised as a scarf, suddenly took an interest in a seagull flying past the window, nearly dismantling half the carriage. Blast this weather, Professor Sprout exclaimed, grappling with the flailing Niffler. She regretted not heeding Minerva's advice to take the Fire Dragon Express. What was that noise? A suspicious bulge suddenly emerged from the carriage floor. Harry leisurely set down his self-heating herbal tea and dragged out the venomous pelargonium, which was gnawing on the axle. You forgot to cast a sleeping charm, he remarked, stuffing a glowing toffee into its mouth, and with a flick of his wand, the ferocious plant immediately curled up like a baby and fell asleep. Well done, Harry. Professor Sprout readily praised him. Harry smiled modestly, continuing to drink his tea quietly, though his thoughts drifted back to Hogwarts. He suddenly remembered that last night he had sneaked out to the edge of the Black Lake and laid in the grass, listening to the natural lullaby of the water's gentle ripples, and had apparently dropped a handful of sweets by the lake. Oh well, let it be a delightful surprise for the other young wizards heading to the lake. It was a pity, though. Those were sweets he had just purchased with the galleons earned from his beloved Professor Snape's lessons, and they were quite delectable. As Harry pondered this, he pulled a color-changing toffee from his pocket and popped it into his mouth for a bit of consolation. Meanwhile, Snape glared at the handful of sweets on his desk, his brow furrowed. Last night, during his late-night patrol, he had stumbled upon a remarkably distinctive collection of candies by the Black Lake. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had gathered them and brought them back. So, why was he not punishing the culprit? Oh, the culprit was away on business with the headmaster. He couldn't very well penalize him. What a cursed existence. Snape rubbed his temples vigorously, clicked his tongue, shot a disdainful glare at the pile of innocent sweets, and strode back to his potions lab to resume his research. Extra Snape's infinite flow game routine. When Snape awoke for the third time in this damned game, he had learned not to panic and flail his wand. He lay on a dust-covered hospital bed, the mold patterns on the ceiling resembling a mocking owl. The mingled sense of disinfectant and some decaying substance filled his nostrils, prompting his potion scholar instincts to identify at least 3 toxic components. Here we go again. He muttered a low curse in English, the sound echoing in the empty ward. His previous experiences had taught him that no matter how he protested, threatened, or attempted to apparate, he could not escape this bizarre game setting until he completed the so-called side quest. This term he had pieced together from the terrified shouts of other players. Welcome to the abandoned hospital side quest, current difficulty, B level. Number of players, 5. Main quest, find the key to the headmaster's office and escape the hospital before dawn. Your identity, Master of Potions, special identity. Possible to gain additional clues. The suddenly illuminated blood-red Chinese prompt on the ceiling made Snape squint. Wonderful. He couldn't understand a word. Curse language. He grumbled as he rose from the bed, his black robes swirling behind him. At least this time he retained his wand and the basic potion materials in his belt pouch. This was a lesson learned from the previous 2 games. Always carry emergency supplies. Outside, hurried footsteps and a series of conversations in a language he could not comprehend echoed. Then 4 figures appeared at the door of the ward. A young girl with a ponytail, a tall, thin man wearing glasses, a professionally dressed woman, and a boy who looked no older than 16. They all wore metal name tags inscribed with Chinese characters. Wow, there's even a foreign NPC this time, the boy exclaimed, pointing at Snape's hooked nose and greasy black hair. The modeling is so detailed. Snape regarded them expressionlessly. He had grown accustomed to being perceived as an NPC, whatever that meant. After all, he couldn't understand their chatter. This cursed game. The professional woman adjusted her glasses, her expression serious. Don't underestimate it. NPCs in B-level quests can be deadly. He could be a crucial clue or a hidden threat. Hello, Snape said slowly in English, observing their reactions. Previous games had informed him that players here generally did not speak English. Sure enough, the 4 exchanged bewildered glances. What is he saying? The ponytailed girl whispered to the woman beside her. Who cares? Let us find clues first, the glasses-wearing man replied, casting a wary look at Snape. Snape sighed, deciding to follow this group for the time being. In the last campus quest, he had missed a vital clue by acting alone, and had been chased for 3 hours by a horde of ghostly students who could only scream. They advanced through the dimly lit corridor, the emergency lights flickering intermittently. The door signs on either side bore characters he could not comprehend, leaving Snape to deduce the room's purpose through the small windows on the doors. Passing by a door marked with a red cross, he keenly detected the scent of potion ingredients. Wait, he suddenly interjected, though he knew no one would understand him. Ignoring the others' reactions, he pushed the door open, revealing an abandoned apothecary filled with dusty potion bottles. What is he doing? The high school boy asked nervously. This might trigger the plot. Let us see what happens, the professional woman said, hastening to follow him inside. Snape swiftly approached the shelves, scanning the labels. Although he could not read Chinese, chemical formulas and molecular structures were universally recognized, and he was familiar with herbs. He quickly selected a few usable basic potions, and found a mortar and pestle on the shelf. He intended to concoct some offensive potions for self-defense. Is he brewing potions? The ponytailed girl exclaimed in astonishment. This NPC is so professional, but he seems unable to speak Chinese. Snape ignored their chatter, focusing intently on grinding several dried herbs. Suddenly, the apothecary door slammed shut, and the lights began to flicker violently. Crap! An event has been triggered, the glasses-wearing man shouted, raising the beaker rack in a defensive posture. The glass of the potion cabinet shattered suddenly, dozens of pale arms reaching out from within to grasp the nearest player. The high school boy screamed as one arm clutched his throat. Run. Quick run. The professional woman pulled the ponytailed girl toward the door, but it had been sealed by an unseen force. Snape calmly observed the chaos, his mortar and pestle remaining in motion. Just as a rotting arm was about to seize his shoulder, he swiftly threw the ground powder into the air, simultaneously waving his wand. Ventus. The powder spread in a whirlwind, and the arms it touched immediately emitted wisps of smoke before retracting back into the cabinet. The entire apothecary rang with piercing screams. The 4 players stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. Did he just cast a spell? The girl with the ponytail stammered. This NPC seemed to embody the persona of a Taoist priest, and I mistakenly believed he resembled the likes of Uncle Ing. The high school student rubbed his neck, his eyes wide with astonishment. Snape brushed off the remnants of powder from his hands. This was a modified formula he had developed based on the Devil's Snare repellent, remarkably effective against such entities. He approached the sealed door, lightly tapping his wand as he uttered, Alohomora. The door creaked open. The potion room area is now safe. Danger level temporarily reduced to C. Players have gained a temporary safe zone. The announcement echoed from the ceiling in Chinese, but Snape merely furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the events unfolding. He turned to the 4 players, who were gazing at him with expressions akin to that of extraterrestrial beings. Thank you? The ponytail girl tentatively ventured, performing a gesture of prayer with her hands. Snape raised an eyebrow, producing a small vial of blue potion from his pocket, and gesturing towards her wrist, marred by scratches. Based on his experience, he knew that the more players perished in such games, the more difficult it became to progress. Thus, it was prudent to offer some aid. For me? The girl exclaimed in surprise as she accepted the potion. A prompt confirming the acquisition of an item appeared, further solidifying Snape's identity as an NPC. NPCs drop items. She was elated, glancing at the wounds on her arm. After a moment's hesitation, she applied the potion to the scratches. The marks and bruises vanished at an astonishing rate. Incredible. This healing potion is even superior to those from the system shop. This must be a B-grade item, the high school student exclaimed, tentatively extending his hand to request one from Snape, only to retract it obediently at Snape's piercing gaze. Suddenly, a professional woman stepped forward, pointing at her name tag and then at Snape. You name? Snape understood her intent and nodded slightly. Severus Snape. Severus? Let's just call you Mr. S, she said, shaking her head in resignation, before pointing to herself. Wang Li. She then pointed to the others in succession. Lin Xiaoman, Zhang Wei, Chen Ming. Snape noted these names. At least now he could distinguish this group of individuals. The ponytail girl, Lin Xiaoman, suddenly pulled a small notebook from her backpack and swiftly sketched a rudimentary floor plan of a hospital, pointing to a specific location with hopeful eyes directed at Snape. She sensed that this NPC was quite amiable and worth attempting to communicate with. Furthermore, since the game's 5th player had yet to be located, they needed to converse with this NPC to avoid missing critical information. Snape examined her drawing and comprehended her request. He took the pen, circled the potion room on her map, drew an upward arrow pointing to a room on the top floor, and sketched the shape of a key. The headmaster's office is on the top floor? Zhang Wei, the bespectacled boy, suddenly realized he is providing us with clues. Wang Li regarded Snape thoughtfully. He may not be an ordinary NPC, but rather a special support character. We must take him along. Chen Ming, the high school student, exclaimed excitedly, this is so cool. It's like drawing an SSR card. I'm certainly in luck. Snape, entirely oblivious to their conversation, deduced from their body language that some form of consensus had been reached. He checked his identification badge, which bore his name, and on the reverse side, a small image of a potion bottle glowed faintly. P.S. The main text of this setting has been released. HP. Professor Snape is also striving to survive today, but I've delved too deeply into the infinite flow genre, leading to a narrative style that seems rather tense and urgent, akin to survival horror tales. I plan to write a birthday piece for Professor Snape's 26th year. If interested, feel free to check it out. Chapter 32. Prophecies written in pumpkin soup. As the enchanted carriage descended upon the emerald lawn of the Bruges Magical Botanic Garden, Professor Sprout's patched hat became ensnared in the carriage door. A chorus of gasps erupted outside the carriage, caused by 3 mischievous venomous tentacula that were swinging from the wheels like a swing set, rolling up the German delegation's signature book into a paper airplane. The fairies at the reception desk watched the pink spore clouds continually emerging from the carriage's crevice, pondering whether to stamp the guest book with a special exhibit seal. Merlin's beard. Professor Sprout fumbled with the devil's snare entangled in her buttons, suddenly noticing Harry standing on the yoke, enticing the playful vines with a packet of sizzling honeycomb sweets. Sunlight filtered through the trees, dappling his round glasses, and the green eyes behind the lenses sparkled like two tranquil pools. Welcome to the 327th International Magical Plant Symposium. Professor von Schneider, the committee chair, greeted warmly. His silver beard intricately braided, his English fluent and enthusiastic. We especially appreciate your lively entrance, Pomona. Harry noticed the old professor's eyes fixated on the snoring creature nestled in his pocket, likely due to the fact that every exhale from it released a puff of luminescent green smoke, forming the shape of a capybara in the air. Professor von Schneider's silver beard shimmered in the sunlight as he approached, his dragon leather belt creaking with the sound of the 7 different pruning shears jingling at his waist. Once again, welcome. We've arranged the section for the poisonous geraniums right over here. The old professor halted before them, letting out a short gasp, as Harry's pocket creature turned towards him and sprayed a cloud of luminescent green spores. Don't be alarmed, sir. It's just saying hello. Harry extracted a glowing toffee from his pocket and offered it to the creature, which immediately transformed the spore cloud into a heart shape. The tips of Professor von Schneider's beard curled in surprise before breaking into laughter. That is far more enthusiastic than the official gestures we've learned. In front of the crystal reception desk, the fairy in charge squinted her amber eyes. Special exhibits require separate registration. Merlin, help us. She suddenly jumped back as Harry's suitcase began to bounce on its own, with a few cheerful dancing orchid leaves peeking out from the zipper. Just some teaching samples. Professor Sprout chuckled awkwardly, pressing down on the lid, which emitted a muffled cracking sound from within, evidently indicating that a biting cabbage was gnashing its teeth inside. The fairy's quill trembled above the registration form. Are you certain all of these are dormant? Harry crouched down and gently tapped the suitcase, whispering, "Tea break is over." Instantly, the suitcase fell silent, with only the faint sound of snoring emanating through the leather. However, as the fairy hesitated to write harmless ornamental plants, she failed to notice a vine stealthily extending from the suitcase, pilfering the golden pen tucked behind her ear. It wasn't until Harry emitted a soft click of his tongue that the vine obediently returned the pen to the fairy's ear. "Oh, thank you," the busy fairy muttered, only to realize something was amiss as she turned to find her surroundings empty. How strange. On the gravel path leading to the guest tent, representatives from over 20 countries instinctively slowed their pace. Harry was crouched by the roadside chatting with a Bulgarian fire-breathing snapper, the fierce creature covered in thorns surprisingly rolling onto its back, allowing Harry to scratch its only soft spot at the base of its leaf stalk. It claimed that fire whiskey would dull its spikes. Harry looked up and translated for the astonished cultivator. "I suggest switching to honey lemon water. Remember to add extra ice in the summer." The Bulgarian, which dropped her clipboard with a thud, accidentally hitting her toe-clad in dragon leather boots, only realizing it after Harry bid farewell, and she began hopping around, clutching her foot. The rich aroma of cream stew wafted through the lunch tent. Just as Harry picked up his gilded fork, the pumpkin soup before him began to swirl, gradually revealing a blurred visage. It was Selma, our most mischievous prophetic soup fungus. The Dutch representative exclaimed, as it typically required the mischief of at least 3 individuals before vanishing. The words that emerged on the surface of the soup silenced everyone. "The capybara brings peace." Harry sprinkled some luminescent seasoning into the soup, causing the fungus to joyfully bubble up before disappearing back into the broth. Professor Sprout seized the opportunity to pile 5 pieces of garlic bread onto Harry's plate, urging him to eat more, as the afternoon meeting would be lengthy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent. A group of healers clad in dark green robes was pursuing a runaway Chilean screaming fern, which emitted a high-frequency sound that shattered all glass enclosures in its wake. Harry leisurely tore apart his bread, rolling the softest core into a small ball, and gently rolling it towards the fern's roots. As the fern curiously coiled around the bread ball, Harry began to hum a lullaby he had composed while working in the greenhouse, perfectly pitched to neutralize the fern's sonic waves. Gradually, the plant quieted down and eventually curled up at Harry's feet, snoring peacefully. Professor von Schneider excitedly tapped his clipboard and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, a perfect musical soother." This was originally one of the topics for our seminar, but it has now presented itself before us. A miracle of this conference. He turned to Harry, his silver beard quivering with excitement. "Child, did you base the scale you just used on the harmonic principles of mermaids?" Harry shook his head, casually chewing on a piece of bread crust. "I merely imitated the snoring of the tree frog." He bent down to cover the fern with a banana leaf, as it longed for its mother. The moonlight in Chile being softer than here, the lunchtime antics were promptly curtailed, and Harry resumed his seat to eat. The Belgian table was adorned with culinary delights of unique flavors. Harry savored the pan-seared sole with fries. The fish was tender and juicy, its golden, crispy skin complemented by the classic Belgian fries, creating a rich and unforgettable taste experience. The dessert of Belgian waffles was soft and delectable, presenting an enticing golden hue and exuding a rich buttery aroma. Diners could adorn them with chocolate sauce, fruits, or whipped cream, and Harry indulged heartily, each bite a sweet delight. The various brands of beer on the table were beyond Harry's reach, as Professor Sprout remarked that each one, from refreshing pale alesh to robust stouts, possessed its own distinct flavor. Burp. Chapter 33. Good things come to those who wait. Much like Flemish beef stew awaits the tempting capybara. After finishing lunch, while Harry was leisurely chewing on a piece of garlic bread, Professor Sprout suddenly spoke. Harry, this afternoon's meeting will feature a demonstration segment. Do you recall our previous discussion about showcasing your unique method of soothing dangerous plants? You will be the first to present at the opening ceremony this afternoon, so eat up while the food is still available. You must maintain your energy for this afternoon. Eat, my child, eat. Stuffed with several pieces of garlic bread, a handful of chocolate, and a large bowl of clear soup, Harry suddenly paused mid-chew, a realization slowly dawning on him. Ah, Professor Sprout observed as he was on the verge of intermittent deafness, quickly employing her trump card. Tonight, I can take you to visit the chocolate factory next door, where you can sample treats and even receive gifts. All right, Harry replied succinctly, swallowing his bread quickly and dipping another piece of garlic bread into the clear soup, determined to complete his task. As the afternoon sun streamed through the glass dome, Harry stood at the center of the demonstration stage. Below, over 100 of the world's foremost botanists sat, their quills poised above parchment. The plant on display, a venomous-toothed geranium the size of a Hungarian tree bee, was in a frenzy, its sharp teeth gnashing against the steel safety railing. According to safety regulations, we need to put the demonstrator in dragonhide protection first. The safety officer's words caught in his throat. It turned out that Harry had already vaulted over the railing, a seemingly unremarkable rock cake clenched in his mouth. The geranium's sharp teeth halted abruptly, mere inches from his nose, as it sniffed the air. Hagrid's special formula. The teething variant, Harry explained, breaking the cake in half while leisurely introducing double frosting, with a hint of dancing cinnamon. The geranium's leaves began to sway rhythmically, and as Harry placed the cake between its most fearsome teeth, the entire plant emitted a sound akin to a cat purring. For the next 20 minutes, the elite members of the International Society of Magical Botany witnessed the most bizarre plant-taming performance in history. The once ferocious venomous-toothed geranium, which had previously bitten off the wands of 3 tamers, was now docilely allowing Harry to brush its teeth. He used a specially formulated moonflower toothpaste and a singing soft-bristled brush. Harry diverted a bit of his attention to the safety officer's inquiry. Why brush its teeth? Because after eating sweets, one should brush their teeth, otherwise cavities will form. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor von Schneider's voice trembled, we are witnessing history. This is not magic. This is friendship. Harry interjected, as the geranium gently wrapped its leaves around his wrist, seemingly affirming this sentiment. The auditorium fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. A representative from Bulgaria excitedly braided his beard into a twist, while a Japanese expert, oblivious to the ink he spilled, was recording every detail of Harry's actions on his robes, seemingly intent on replicating them. As the sunset bathed the glass dome in a honeyed hue, Harry found himself surrounded by representatives from various countries. Professor Sprout stood at the periphery of the crowd, watching her student being metaphorically tossed into the air, quite literally, as a cloud of dandelions summoned by the Dutch representative gently lifted Harry up and down. Beneath her patchwork hat, a strand of gray hair had escaped its clasp, dancing joyfully in the evening breeze, much like the plants in the greenhouse that encountered Harry, bursting with life. The opening ceremony continued beneath the glass dome at the center of the botanical garden. The Bulgarian representative was showcasing their newly cultivated fire-breathing prickly plant. Suddenly, the me-boomy treasure in Harry's pocket began to hiccup uncontrollably, spewing a mushroom cloud that turned the German delegation a fluorescent green. No one condemned him. After a brief pause, the surrounding crowd quickly converged. They were merely a group of researchers, their eyes alight with wonder at the plant treasures. How marvelous! Professor von Schneider exclaimed, grasping Harry's hand. Addressing the crowd that had witnessed the young generation shine at the opening ceremony, completely unaware of the green specks dancing upon his beard. Is this a new defensive mechanism? The coverage is extensive and seems compatible with other defenses. No, Harry replied gently, plucking a cluster of spores from the other man's wig. It simply overindulged in the dancing fertilizer. I usually feed it something else at this time. As he spoke, he offered a cookie to the me-boomy treasure, which immediately quieted down, nuzzling against his fingers affectionately. The opening ceremony concluded amidst a harmonious discussion, leading into the exciting dinner. Professor, I specifically searched for Belgian culinary magazines before coming here, but nothing compares to the impression of experiencing it in person, Harry remarked softly beside Professor Sprout. I was a bit disappointed that the Flemish beef stew, a Belgian specialty, was absent from lunch. To everyone's astonishment, a delightful surprise graced the dinner table. Good fortune invariably favors those who patiently await, my dear child. Professor Sprout beamed, gently patting his shoulder and gesturing for him to select from the array of dishes laid out. Harry hurried over and chose 2 servings of Flemish beef stew, offering one to Professor Sprout before indulging in his own. With each bite of the tender beef, he savored the rich flavors that had developed through hours of slow cooking. The meat had become exquisitely tender, yielding effortlessly to his bite, melting in his mouth. Meanwhile, the juices from the beef blended harmoniously with beer and spices during the cooking process, resulting in a robust sauce enveloping the meat, enhancing its juiciness. The onions, softened and sweetened through the simmering, melded perfectly with the beef and sauce, elevating the dish's complexity. Coupled with the rich, hearty sauce and crispy Belgian fries, the dish offered an extraordinary depth of flavor. Professor Sprout too found herself immersed in the Belgian culinary delight, only to look up and discover Harry was nowhere to be seen. Professor Sprout began to inquire and search, ultimately locating the boy suspended among the vines in the carnivorous plant exhibit. At that moment, Harry was instructing a Swedish short-snout-level venomous tentacula in French, surrounded by more than 20 experts holding shorthand quills. Incroyable, exclaimed the French representative, crushing the flaky croissant in his hand. The study of magical botany requires a complete revision. Extra, the capybara Harry's observation log. Slytherin headmaster's office. Qingyan lounged on the velvet green sofa. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed at the screen displaying Harry's serene countenance. She had been acting as the proxy world consciousness for the world numbered 1997-630-0625 for some time now. Frankly speaking, the task of proxying a world consciousness was considerably less arduous than that of a genuine world consciousness. Beyond providing broad guidance, it primarily involved facilitating the emergence of the local world consciousness. However, she had initially thought that the slightly eccentric, retirement-obsessed, and somewhat irritable Slytherin Harry she had nurtured was already quite far off the original trajectory. Yet, this derivative world as Hufflepuff capybara, Harry seemed to have diverged from the original character traits even further. She split her screen, selecting one of the documents, while the other half displayed a bold, black title. Capybara Harry Observation Log. Timespace, 1997630, Natural Day Coordinate 522621. Location, Hogwarts, Slytherin Headmaster's Office. Observation Environment. The observer nestled on the office's dark green velvet sofa, cradling a tablet, squinting at the screen featuring the black-haired, green-eyed boy. On the screen, Harry Potter sat at the Hufflepuff long table, leisurely spreading butter on his bread, his movements composed as if performing some sacred ritual. Surrounding him, the little badgers chattered excitedly about the Sorting Hat's song, the feast, and various other topics, while Harry merely nodded occasionally, as if all of it were of no concern to him. Observation Subject: Harry James Potter Capybara Edition. World Number: 1997-630-0625. Deviation Value: 897, compared to the original text baseline. Qingyan rubbed her temples, tugging at her hair. This was no minor deviation. It was a complete plunge off the cliff of the original narrative, my friend. She began to swiftly review the recorded experiences of this capybara Harry since his birth, marking only the distinctly significant events for the sake of the subject's privacy. Original Harry. Bullied by Dudley, sleeping in a cupboard, living in perpetual trepidation. Capybara Harry, at 3 years old, on his first day in the cupboard. He neither cried nor fussed, instead folding a small handkerchief into a pillow and sleeping soundly, so much so that Petunia thought he had died, screaming in alarm, which merely prompted Harry to roll over and continue sleeping. At 5 years old, Dudley attempted to snatch his toy, to which Harry leisurely handed it over, saying in a sage-like manner, "If you like it, take it." Dudley was taken aback, and from then on found bullying him uninteresting, seeking out more reactive targets instead. At 8 years old, Uncle Vernon ordered him to mow the lawn, but Harry sat under a tree all afternoon, watching ants move their home, leaving the grass untouched. Vernon, furious, erupted with a barrage of accusations and insults. Yet Harry merely looked up slowly and said, "The grass says it wants to grow a bit taller." At 11 years old, when Hagrid burst into the Dursleys' home, Harry ambled to the kitchen to brew tea, even offering Hagrid a cup. asking, "Would you like sugar?" "I imagine giants prefer it sweet." Observer's evaluation. This is no longer mere passivity. It has transcended into a state of serene dialogue with all things. Having broadly reviewed Harry's life and current state, Qingyan shut off the tablet, exhaling deeply and performing some neck exercises. "So, this is the result of your observations?" A deep voice suddenly resounded from behind her. Qingyan turned to find Snape standing there, his dark robe swirling, his expression grim. She lazily rolled over, resting on the sofa. "Ah, Severus, you're back. No need to be so serious. At least this Harry won't blow up cauldrons or wander at night. It's quite a relief." Snape scoffed. "Relief? He will likely transform the Hufflepuff common room into a zoo, and I wouldn't be surprised if he played wizard chess with the giant squid by the Black Lake." Qingyan blinked innocently. "Isn't that wonderful?" The original Harry lacked such diplomatic skills. Snape rolled his eyes. "If it weren't for you, sure," Qingyan interjected, smiling as she raised a finger to her lips and pointed upwards. "We mustn't let Uncle Merlin hear. Rest assured, Severus, even if this world has encountered a few bugs, I have promptly rectified them. Besides, what can't a savior who can tame a troll with a pie handle?" Snape remained silent for a moment, finally snorting in response, opting to change the subject. "What do you wish to eat tonight?" "I crave that Belgian Flemish beef stew paired with Belgian fries, Italian meat sauce pizza with double cheese, and a revised honeycomb pumpkin soup biscuit. Oh, I'll copy down the recipe for Hagrid later, hee. And also," Snape raised a hand, mimicking her gesture for silence. His deep voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. "You may only choose one. Italian meat sauce pizza with double cheese," she declared. "By the way, we should head back to eat. There's a brand called Daxel that makes delightful pizzas." The tablet, previously set aside by Qingyan, flickered to life, displaying a few lines of text. Observation log updated. Automatic assessment initiated based on observers' feedback. Assessment results. Subject stability, excellent, despite straying from the original narrative. Emotional stability remains intact, and the subject is in good health, exhibiting remarkable resilience. World stability, excellent. Although diverging from the original, there is a strong self-balancing quality. Mainline progress, 125. Intelligent predictive analysis results, for reference only. Recommendation. Continue observing, no intervention necessary. On the screen, Harry lay on the sofa in the Hufflepuff common room, a bronze lizard scampering across him, while a table nearby overflowed with an array of culinary delights. His expression was tranquil, his breathing steady, and he had peacefully fallen asleep. Chapter 34. It is said that overeating chocolate can make your stomach samba. The agenda for the following day was abruptly altered. The originally scheduled seminar on dangerous plant isolation transformed into a masterclass on Harry Potter's plant taming techniques. When the bespectacled boy began demonstrating how to give a venomous tentacula a spa treatment with Honeydukes gummies, the Norwegian representative's jaw dropped as if it might penetrate the notepad beneath. "Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to the lymph nodes at the base of the tentacles." Harry spoke earnestly, yet his casual tone resembled a discussion about the weather, devoid of any tension. "With 7 clockwise rubs and 3 counterclockwise, yes. It is here that a purring sound will emerge." The venue gradually transformed into a grand botanical therapy session. The Russian delegate was applying vodka to the irritable Edelweiss, while the Japanese expert serenaded the bashful konjac. Most astonishing was the venomous geranium, which had once bitten off half of a delegate's sleeve, now graciously allowing Harry to tie a bow around it. This child ought to open a specialized clinic at St. Mungo's. An emotional American delegate wiped away tears, lamenting that their venomous vine, which had once claimed the lives of 3 gardeners, required an appointment. Such scenes unfolded over 3 days. As the conference was only 3 days long, and everyone eagerly returned to their respective countries, armed with a plethora of new techniques to research. During these 3 days, Harry's favorite agenda was not the friendships forged with representatives from various nations, nor the successful taming of fierce plants, but rather visiting the neighboring chocolate factory for sampling. Sampling, and more sampling, with a bit to take home. His second favorite was likely the Belgian culinary delights. According to Professor Sprout, the expenses for this agenda could be claimed under academic research funding from Dumbledore. Thus, Harry indulged heartily in the feast. The return journey in the enchanted carriage was eerily quiet, save for the sounds of certain individuals and plants munching on chocolate. Professor Sprout was counting the 9 international medals earned, when she suddenly noticed Harry brewing milk tea with the award-winning gold trophy to accompany his chocolate. "Harry, that is pure gold," she exclaimed. "No wonder it conducts heat quite well." Harry, as if just realizing this, handed her a cup of milk tea infused with the fragrance of moonflower, a recipe from Professor von Schneider, said to aid digestion alongside the dancing chocolate truffles. In return, he shared a box of new truffles that danced the samba. One must admit, the chocolate here indeed tastes exquisite. Thank you, Professor, for bringing me here. Alas, the only downside is that after consuming so much, it feels as if my stomach is also dancing the samba. Reflecting on Professor von Schneider's milk tea recipe, Harry recalled his earlier experience at the chocolate factory. It seemed that no matter who it was, should they shoulder a few sacks of chocolate from the neighboring factory, it would inevitably draw attention. Oh, Professor, Harry suddenly remembered. What is it, Harry? Professor Sprout inquired, tucking a few medals into Harry's pocket with a smile. I estimated our return time, and informed the other students. Oh, and then? Professor Sprout, clearly unaware of the situation's gravity, felt an instinctive sense that something was amiss. They are probably hosting a party in the common room to welcome us back. Professor Sprout. But I thought I would also get a note? When the carriage came to a smooth halt in the Hogwarts grounds, the entire Hufflepuff house was engaged in the third part of their celebration. A sacrificial ceremony for the venomous tentacle. They had sculpted a statue of Harry's height from 300 dancing pumpkin pies, which they presented before the venomous tentacle, with which Harry had the closest bond. The tentacle writhed its vines, reshaping the pumpkin pies into a gigantic capybara, prompting cheers from all as they began to feast. The fat friar ghost quietly drifted over, nibbling at the statue's ear, though he found nothing to chew on. If only I could escape here to see the outside world. Then perhaps on my next business trip, I could bring along the festivities of the common room, which I haven't seen in 300 years. He mumbled as he drifted away. In the greenhouse late that night, Harry opted out of the party, choosing instead to wash and replant the plants, bestowing each conference participant with a souvenir. Mini Belgian chocolate cauldrons. The venomous tentacle returned from the banquet, wrapping its vines around his wrist, refusing to let go until he promised to bring some quality fertilizer next week. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout marked a big red circle on the calendar. The Argentina conference next year, requiring a larger suitcase. She caught a glimpse of the whomping willow outside, adjusting the bough that Harry had tied, and suddenly felt that the plants of Hogwarts might soon be ushering in an unprecedented era of tranquility. Professor. She turned to see Harry calling her, appreciating his innate affinity with plants, finding him increasingly endearing. What is it, Harry? Everyone has returned to their respective places, and the greenhouse has been tidied up. Thank you for your hard work, Harry. You should go rest now. You should also rest early. Harry nodded and exited the greenhouse. Estimating the progress of his research on Wolfsbane potion, he deemed it sufficient to last till tomorrow, thus taking the bronze lizard back to his dormitory. He resolved to seek out Snape the next day, hoping to procure a note from him. Harry felt it was rather inconvenient to run back and forth to find an owl while procuring food, so he planned to acquire one of his own. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry discovered the common room still buzzing with excitement. Hufflepuff students were celebrating in his name, and their cheers grew louder upon his arrival. After all, without Harry, how could they possibly have 2 feasts in 1 week? Hail the Savior! Hail Harry Potter! Harry! The house elves have prepared new dishes. Come and try. A certain Harry, who had intended to head back to his dormitory for rest, hesitated, retracting his already extended foot. Let me see what's going on. Harry followed the enthusiastic Badgers to the table, where an enormous platter of chestnut tarts awaited, accompanied by old friends. Silverfish pumpkin soup, rice pudding, and scones. I knew it. As long as Harry is here, the kitchen is bound to whip up something extra, exclaimed one particularly clever student, though everyone remained still, awaiting Harry to take the first bite. With a glance, Harry quickly deduced the essence of the chestnut tart. It featured a crust made of Danish oat crisps, a filling of Earl Grey tea cake, and a base of crushed chocolate cookies, all topped with a layer of chestnut puree and cream. It seemed delectable. With this thought, Harry reached out to grab a piece. Chapter 35. I could almost eat the rock cakes I have here. One must say, the chestnut tart was indeed well crafted. The tart's exterior was exquisite, presenting a classic round shape with slightly curled edges, showcasing an enticing golden hue. The surface of the tart was evenly coated with a delicate mixture of chestnut puree and cream, the piped patterns intricate and layered, resembling a fine work of art. The house elves not only possessed exceptional skill, but also a commendable aesthetic sense. Crunch! As Harry took a bite, a rich chestnut aroma burst forth in his mouth. The crust was crisp, infused with a robust oat fragrance. The texture of the oats created a gentle crunch with each chew, adding a delightful complexity to the overall tart. The edges of the crust curled slightly upwards, exhibiting a golden hue that emitted an alluring scent. This lightly toasted state was the most delectable. The filling was made of Earl Grey tea cake, which was finely textured and soft, imbued with the unique aroma of Earl Grey tea, rich and enduring, harmonizing perfectly with the sweetness of the cake, blending the fragrance of tea with the softness of the cake. The base, composed of crushed chocolate cookies, imparted a deep chocolate aroma and a crunchy texture to the tart. The contrast between the cookie crumbs and the crisp tart shell enriched the overall experience. How could a chestnut tart be complete without chestnuts? The exquisite chestnut puree and cream, skillfully dispensed through a delicate piping bag, elegantly enveloped the entire tart. The refinement of the chestnut puree intertwines seamlessly with the velvety cream, creating a unique texture. The sweet aroma of chestnuts complements the richness of the cream, offering both the depth of chestnuts and the silkiness of cream. The intermingling of the chestnut's sweetness and the cream's richness dances upon the palate, as if encapsulating the essence of autumn's chestnut fragrance within a single bite of the tart. Each morsel allows one to savor the chestnut's richness alongside the cream's smoothness, leaving an indelible aftertaste. Delicious. Harry devoured the chestnut-filled tart in his hand, then seized two more, exchanged a few words with his companions, and turned to exit the dormitory. Surprisingly, he felt quite awake today, perhaps due to an excess of chocolate. He decided to head downstairs and leave the souvenir intended for Snape along with these two late-night snacks at his doorstep. As for conversing, how could that be possible? He would be caught wandering after hours and confined, and he wasn't keen on associating his time with the detention. Tomorrow? But tomorrow is Saturday, and he has plans. Just as he stealthily approached the entrance to the Slytherin head's office, the door swung open from within. Potter. A shadowy figure appeared at the threshold. Dark eyes fixed upon him, the voice low and menacing. Are you out wandering? No, Professor, I am sleepwalking. Harry, eyes closed, set down the items he was carrying at the door and slipped away, ignoring all of Snape's warnings and threats, as if he had indeed merely ventured out in a dreamlike state. Snape narrowed his lips, his gaze lingering on the retreating figure, then glanced down at the two chestnut-filled tarts and the meticulously packaged box of souvenirs at his feet, recalling that they had returned well past curfew. He cast his eyes toward the distant corner shrouded in darkness, let out a cold huff, and with a flick of his wand, a spell summoned a collection of items to follow him inside. Bang! The door slammed shut. Harry, crouched behind the corner, casually unwrapped a piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth, humming a tune as he sauntered away. Caring for empty nester seniors is everyone's responsibility. Caring for the empty nester seniors with money to spend, who could do it better than me? I am just an unremarkable old man, Harry. Oh, return my snacks. I want to take them back for a late-night treat. Yet, on the other hand, I do know a little about this permanent myopia-preventing potion. The headmaster has mentioned you recently. Grindelwald barely maintained his elegant smile, his hand gripping the teacup tightening suddenly. What did he say? I can't recall. Harry reclined in the other armchair of Newmontguard, chewing on candy, feeling drowsy. Observing Harry's impenetrable demeanor, Grindelwald's forehead pulsed with tension. He took a deep breath, his tone laced with barely perceptible concession. The Prince family has been researching myopia potions for underage wizards for several years, but they have not released any information. So I am uncertain of their success. The headmaster praises your extensive connections, sir. He says you always seem to grasp any information you desire. Grindelwald regarded Harry with skepticism, scoffing quietly before sipping his tea. Considering you are somewhat agreeable, I will inquire on your behalf, but I will bring some magical photographs of Professor Dumbledore. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, setting down his teacup, leaning over to retrieve a book from the nearby desk. Today, let us discuss the art of language and how to achieve one's goals through it. Snape once again found himself seated in the headmaster's office. His mood was far from pleasant, for he had come to realize that the seemingly obedient little brat was far bolder than he had imagined. So, Snape's voice was laced with uncontainable ire. You are so certain that Potter and the Newmontguard individual will not cause any trouble? Although Harry was merely 11, he possessed the capacity for self-judgment, his mindset even surpassing that of you and me. Dumbledore smiled as he unwrapped a piece of Belgian chocolate, taking a sip of red tea, amiably continuing, as for Grindelwald, he has lost interest in pursuing his grand ambitions. Listening to this loaded statement, Snape felt a throbbing headache emerging from confusion and irritation. If something goes awry, do you comprehend the gravity of the consequences? Of course, Severus, I assure you. Newmontguard is quite safe. Snape suddenly recalled certain information he had gleaned from rummaging through Potter's mind, and shot a peculiar glance at Dumbledore, scoffing as he swept out of the room with a flourish of his robes. Dumbledore sensed something amiss but, lacking sufficient clues, could only set it aside for the moment. Unwrapping another piece of chocolate, chewing and smiling contentedly. As Snape exited the headmaster's office, his expression stern, he made his way back to his office. deducting points from every student in the red and gold colors he found displeasing along the way. He forcefully closed the door to his office, glaring at the pile of rock cakes and the chocolates sent by a certain sleepwalker, feeling inexplicably furious. Surprisingly, an unexpected thought flared in Snape's mind to consume the entire pile of rock cakes as a fitting punishment for that audacious little brat. Fortunately, in the next moment, reason reclaimed its hold, and he shot a glare at the stash, took a deep breath, and strode toward his potions classroom. Chapter 36. It is time to leave Hogwarts to procure a new batch of sweets. Hey, Cookie. Harry leaned against the kitchen doorframe, greeting the lead house elf, who responded with a warmth 100-fold greater than his own. I would like to take some provisions, yes, something that keeps well. I am going out for a bit. No, there won't be any danger, rest assured. Harry thanked him with an air of nonchalance, mentally strategizing how to inform Professor Snape about his intended visit to Diagon Alley. Leaving behind a few pages of new recipes, Harry glanced at the time and meandered toward the cellar. The familiar door stood tightly shut, and Harry attempted the password. To no avail. Puzzled, he wondered if he had upset Snape recently, who could have provoked him. Never mind, knocking would suffice. Zap, zap, zap. No answer. Never mind. Skipping the report is fine. Harry turned and ambled away, a strip of jerky clenched between his teeth. Halfway down the hall, he retraced his steps, peering down at the serpent sculpture on the doorknob, crouching down to whisper softly, "Are you speaking to me?" After a brief conversation with the snake sculpture, Harry learned that Snape was not in his office. Where he had gone was unclear, but he would periodically venture out to purchase potion ingredients. Thus, he headed straight to the greenhouse, seeking the dear headmaster's approval. Before leaving, he made a special detour to the headmaster's office to sprinkle some candy, hoping the sweet treats would keep the old headmaster's mouth busy. Since Professor Snape was absent, he deemed it unnecessary to report in. With his small bundle slung over his shoulder, Harry disapparated away from Hogwarts. After he departed, a figure emerged from behind a nearby tree, then vanished from sight. Hogsmeade. Harry had taken the opportunity to visit Newmontgard many times, thus he accurately found himself in the alley next to Honeydukes. Woof. The sudden appearance of Harry startled a small puppy searching for food in the alley, causing it to bark reflexively. After a moment of surprise, it lay down, staring at him with wide eyes. "Don't be afraid. Did I scare you? I apologize." Harry cautiously approached and patted its head, noticing its muddy fur that hinted at a once grayish-white coat, softly asking, "Are you hungry? Wait here for me. I will return after I finish shopping. Don't wander further back. That way leads to Knockturn Alley, and if dark wizards discover you, they could harm you." After confirming that no one was watching, he leisurely strolled into Honeyduke's candy shop. The shop was as lively as ever, the air thick with a sweet amalgamation of caramel, chocolate, and an assortment of peculiar candies. Harry deftly navigated past a cluster of students sampling the lively jumping frogs, and made his way directly to the counter. "Greetings, Ambrosius," he saluted the proprietor, who sported a small mustache. "Mr. Potter." Ambrosius's eyes lit up. "Here to replenish your stock. The weather-flavored jelly beans you purchased last time received quite the favorable response, did they not?" Harry chuckled softly, but chose not to respond. Indeed, he had procured a considerable quantity of weather-flavored jelly beans, intended for 2 Hufflepuff feasts. Upon consumption, they magically sprouted a cloud atop one's head, manifesting various weather phenomena, such as sunshine, rain, snow, or the elusive rainbow variant. His Hufflepuff friends adored the sunny flavor, eventually sharing some with Ron and Draco, who then began to compete over who could taste the rainbow first. Regrettably, they later sought his assistance in concocting a dental restorative potion after developing cavities. "This time, I seek something different," Harry said in a calm tone. "Do you have, perhaps, a kind suitable for long journeys, that is resistant to spoilage, and can also invigorate the mind?" Ambrosius blinked, revealing an understanding smile, as he retrieved a small box from beneath the counter. "Newly arrived wakeful mints. One is equivalent to 3 cups of strong coffee, with a shelf life of 3 months. We also have marching chocolate, infused with a touch of potion, capable of substituting a full meal. Are there any other new products?" Harry inquired just as he noticed a flyer beside him. "New products from Honeydukes. Experience a magical taste sensation. Fancy trying phantom bubblegum for the joy of instant apparition? Or perhaps a vampire popsicle, to pretend you are an elegant Dracula? Mischief-filled jelly beans designed to prank your friends. And fire-breathing chili candies that will have you breathing flames fiercer than a dragon. Fear not, you can prepare some anti-swelling potion in advance. A new generation of prankster-esque delight. Dare to challenge? Ah, the vampire popsicle sounds rather intriguing. I shall procure a few to take home, as I believe Ron and Draco would enjoy them as well." Having made his decision, Harry ordered several boxes of vampire popsicles, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he was about to reach for his money, he suddenly heard a familiar set of footsteps behind him. He turned sharply, locking eyes with a pair of dark, piercing eyes. Professor Snape. Harry nodded at him with an air of indifference. Snape stood at the entrance, carrying a bag filled with potion ingredients. His expression even more somber than usual. Potter, he stated coldly, his tone as frigid as ice. What brings you here? Buying sweets. And later I intend to visit Diagon Alley to purchase an owl, Professor. Harry replied candidly, accepting the package Ambrosius handed him, and sauntering toward the door. I had initially planned to seek you out first, but alas, you were not in your office. I secured a leave of absence from the headmaster, and informed him of my whereabouts before coming here. If Mr. Potter's brain possessed a single wrinkle, he would understand that he is not safe outside the confines of Hogwarts. Indeed, Professor. Do you partake in sweets? Snape seemed momentarily taken aback, halting abruptly, his cold gaze fixing upon Harry's eyes. Do not test my patience, Potter. Very well, Professor. Harry nodded obediently. Shall we proceed to purchase the owl? If you are not otherwise occupied and are willing to accompany me, keep up. Snape replied, his face darkened as he strode out of Honeydukes. At the entrance of Honeydukes, the sun shone brightly, and the street bustled with life. Upon exiting, Harry quickly turned into an alley, stowing his acquired sweets into a pocket enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. While organizing his pocket, he stumbled upon several leftover jerky strips. Casting a glance back at Snape, who was glaring at him from across the street, he waved and pointed toward the alley, ensuring he had been seen before turning back to venture deeper into the passageway. The small, presumably gray and white dog awaited him eagerly, wagging its tail joyfully upon his return. Hey there, little one. Look what I've found. Harry grinned as he fed the jerky to the dog, which devoured it in a few quick bites. You truly seem famished. Kneeling down, he petted its head while offering the remaining jerky. Woof. Would you like to come home with me? Harry asked, slightly conflicted, as he turned to the man behind him. Professor, is it permissible to temporarily house a dog in your office? Chapter 37. The dog that resembles an Oreo mochi and the snowy owl that resembles milk ice cream. Potter. Snape's countenance darkened visibly. I presume you are aware that I am under no obligation to provide any conveniences for you in my office. I have developed a method for cultivating an endangered herb. Professor, and I believe our upcoming research may require it, Harry replied earnestly, deliberately omitting any mention of the dog. However, Snape recognized this as a stipulation. This little wretch is more troublesome than Malfoy. If this dog makes even the slightest mess in my office, I will throw it out. It will be well behaved. It is a clever little pup, is it not? Harry gently stroked the dog's head, speaking softly. Shall I name you Biscuit? Woof. Good Biscuit. Harry cradled the dog, concerned it might struggle with apparition, thus deciding to forego his trip to Diagon Alley and return home with Biscuit instead. I will consult my roommates, Professor. If they agree to accommodate Biscuit, I will retrieve him from your office as soon as possible. Thank you, Professor. Snape huffed quietly, acknowledging that he was allowing the dog to stay for a few nights due to the endangered herb's merit. He recalled that Hagrid had facilities for keeping dogs. Why didn't this little brat inquire with Hagrid? Perhaps the illustrious Mr. Potter should remember that Hogwarts has a keeper of the forest. I would like to ask Hagrid. But Biscuit has residual magical traces, seemingly abandoned after an experiment. Harry held Biscuit under his arm, lifting him to Snape's face. You see, there are scars left by magic on its belly. Snape frowned, scrutinizing the small, muddy dog. Its eyes were clear, and it tilted its head at him, neither fearful nor confrontational, and even wagged its tail. Ha! Much better than some obnoxious mutt. Snape turned and continued walking, his low voice carried by the cold wind. I hope Mr. Potter will not act out of momentary pity in the future. In my eyes, animals are far more endearing than humans, Professor. Harry interrupted calmly and straightforwardly, gently shaking Biscuit. Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, opting for silence. During the remainder of their return to school, only the sound of the wind broke the silence. Meanwhile, someone tracking Harry, who was lurking in Diagon Alley, was caught off guard by the cold wind and sneezed, shivering as they continued to wait. A little dog? Or perhaps a puppy? How delightful. Toby Rupert, and Edgar's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That's wonderful, Harry said, smiling as he bit into a honeyrock biscuit. I asked Hagrid to give Biscuit a bath. He has some injuries. Once healed, I will bring him to meet everyone. Fantastic. I will write to my mum. She loves caring for small animals and surely has experience. Toby dashed off, clutching a stack of stationery. Let me see if there's a suitable dog bed or something. Puppies require delicate care. Rupert, grinning, began to write to a pet store. And dog food, I think my aunt mentioned something about it. I'll write to ask. Edgar also walked away, clutching an ink bottle. Harry observed the three of them excitedly preparing, feeling an odd sensation, as if he were, in their company, enjoying himself quite well. If that is the case, then he too would write to the Aesop's Owl Emporium in Diagon Alley to inquire whether they would allow him to send himself an owl. Having dispatched the letter, Harry meandered towards Hagrid's hut. As he approached, a creature of mottled gray and white leaped towards him. Harry quickly recognized it as the little dog, and refrained from retaliating, instead extending his arms to catch and cradle it. After its bath, the small mud dog revealed its true form. Its soft, fluffy coat exhibited a unique grayish-white hue, adorned with spots of varying shades, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Its round, cherubic face was graced with bright, clear eyes brimming with curiosity and vitality, faintly shimmering with a pale blue glow as if it possessed the ability to see into one's soul. The dainty ears, half erect and half flopped, turned gently in response to Harry's calls, exuding an air of alertness and charm. So little one, are you a meteorite border collie? Harry mused, giving it a gentle shake. It felt slightly heavier, suggesting that Hagrid had treated it to an abundance of delectable morsels during its bath. Woof! Exclaimed the pup joyfully, its tail wagging like a miniature windmill. Hagrid peered out from the hut, his face adorned with his signature, endearing grin. Oh Harry! Just in time. This little creature is quite clever. It didn't fuss at all during its bath, even fetched the soap for me. Harry chuckled as he stroked the pup's head, glancing up at Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid. It appears much livelier now. Of course. Hagrid patted his chest proudly. I even gave it a bit of my special meat pie. It relished every bite. However, he suddenly lowered his voice, leaning in conspiratorially, while I was bathing it, I noticed those scars on its body don't resemble ordinary magical experiment remnants. They seem more akin to some form of dark magic. Harry's smile faltered slightly as he gazed down at the pup in his arms. The little dog seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, its ears drooping slightly as it emitted a soft whimper. Dark magic? Harry echoed quietly. Indeed, Hagrid nodded, his brow furrowed with concern. I recognize those marks. They are not the result of typical spells. They appear to be some form of controlling magic. Someone may have intended to turn it into a tool. I've encountered similar situations with creatures I've rescued before. Harry tightened his embrace around the pup, nodding gently. I understand. Thank you, Hagrid. Do you know how to treat this condition? Hagrid looked at Harry, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. Oh, I previously requested some ointment from Dumbledore. Perhaps you could inquire with him. I must say, you are just like your father, Harry, always protective of the vulnerable. Perhaps, Harry replied, lowering his gaze to gently caress the pup's back, which closed its eyes in contentment. At that moment, a snow-white owl swooped in from afar, landing on Hagrid's windowsill. It bore a letter, the familiar red wax seal of the Aesop's Owl Emporium emblazoned upon the envelope. Harry approached to retrieve the letter, opening it to find his brow slightly raised. The correspondence expressed gratitude for his prior assistance in training animals, and informed him that a healthy, beautiful owl had been chosen as a gift for him, hoping he might consider returning as a beast consultant when time allowed. Harry looked up at the snowy owl perched on a branch, its head cocked curiously at him, and offered a faint, friendly smile. Pleased to meet you, Hedwig. Chapter 38. As little Pancake visited the headmaster's office for the first time, it was only fitting to take something along. Hedwig called out and flew over to perch on Harry's shoulder, while Pancake stood guard, issuing a soft warning. Harry produced some meat strips, sharing them with both Hedwig and Pancake as he whispered softly. Harry glanced down at Pancake, suddenly recalling the speed and strength with which it had bounded towards him. Such prowess was not typical of an ordinary pup. Hagrid, he began, do you think Pancake might not be an ordinary dog? Hagrid scratched his beard, deep in thought. I have been pondering that as well. It's exceedingly clever and moves far too swiftly. Moreover, he paused, lowering his voice, when I bathed it earlier. Its eyes glowed in the moonlight. It wasn't merely a reflection. They truly emitted light. Harry looked down into Pancake's pale blue eyes, chuckling softly. Regardless of who you are now my dog. In response, Pancake gently licked Harry's fingers, the pale blue glow in its eyes seemingly intensified. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a hint of coolness. In the distance, Hogwarts Castle stood silently in the night, as if bearing witness to this newfound bond. Hagrid stood nearby, watching with a look of contentment. What a good boy you are, Harry. Hagrid, what is it? Is Aragog doing well? Quite so. But Harry, how do you know? I visited him one night some time ago. He is quite old now and will soon be unable to manage his offspring. When did you go? The Forbidden Forest is perilous. Take back your good boy comment. The acromantula poses a significant threat to humans. How should we manage them? Aragog promised not to harm anyone. He is very gentle. Hagrid stammered in defense, ultimately sounding somewhat defeated. I will find time to speak with him again. I wish to accompany you. That is far too dangerous, Harry. But don't you believe that Aragog and his offspring will honor their promise, Hagrid? What are you worried about? Hagrid hesitated, opening his mouth but finding no words. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed, as if defeated by Harry's determination. Very well, he murmured. But you must promise to follow my lead, not to wander off, and to avoid provoking them. Harry nodded, his gaze earnest. At that moment, Pancake softly barked, seemingly expressing support. Harry glanced down at it, suddenly raising an eyebrow, a look of realization dawning. Hagrid, he said, looking up at him. Do you think Pancake might have a connection to the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid paused, looking down at the small dog pawing at Harry's robes, his brow furrowing. Are you suggesting it might have emerged from the Forbidden Forest? I don't know, Harry shook his head. Do you have any experience with such anomalies? Hagrid crouched down, scrutinizing Pancake closely. The pup raised its head, its pale blue eyes glimmering in the night, as if responding to their inquiries. Merlin's beard, Hagrid murmured. It couldn't he possibly be? What? Hagrid did not respond immediately, instead standing up and brushing the dust from his robes. We must seek out Dumbledore. If I'm not mistaken, this dog may not be a dog at all. What? It could be some form of transfigured creature, or a guardian spirit. At first, I genuinely thought it was just a little dog, merely clever and quick. But then during its bath, those eyes glowed in the moonlight. It wasn't a reflection. It was genuine illumination. No ordinary animal could achieve that. He paused, reminiscent. I've encountered numerous magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Some can shapeshift, others can disguise themselves. And some are products of ancient magic. Pancake, doesn't he feel like a mere coincidence in your life? He slightly tilted his head, fixing his serious gaze upon Harry. I believe it could be some kind of guardian spirit, or a being sent to protect you, perhaps arranged by Dumbledore, or someone else entirely. Hagrid sighed, his expression complex. Regardless of who sent it, it has chosen you, Harry. It trusts you, and you should trust it. Of course, regardless of what it is now a part of me, just like Hedwig. Woof. Pancake barked softly, as if in agreement with Harry's words. Harry cradled Pancake and bade farewell to Hagrid, making his way directly to the headmaster's office. Though there was no incantation, he was well versed in the names of those confections, and upon tasting the Belgian chocolate, the water-dripping stone beast leapt aside, revealing a winding staircase behind it. Let us proceed. Harry, cradling the pastry, pushed open the door to the headmaster's office and greeted Dumbledore, who was enjoying tea, explaining the purpose of his visit. What an intriguing little creature, Dumbledore remarked, adjusting his spectacles, his azure eyes sparkling with wisdom. He scrutinized the obedient pastry nestled in Harry's arms for a moment before kindly inquiring, Child, what do you believe it to be? The critically endangered Moonshadow Hound. An ancient magical creature said to only appear under the moonlight, possessing remarkable perception and a strong instinct for protection. Their eyes emit a soft blue glow at night, akin to the pastries at present. In fact, to evade capture, they have adapted to assume various forms, blending seamlessly among ordinary dog breeds, differing only in their distinctly luminous eyes, while their overall appearance remains indistinguishable from that of common canines. Your talent is commendable, my dear child, Dumbledore said with a warm smile, rising from behind his desk to bend down and gently pat the pastry's small head. As before, my child, I shall keep your secret. So what is the significance of Professor Snape being my guardian? It serves as a connection. Dumbledore raised his gaze, his expression gentle as he regarded the serene boy before him. I entrust you to Severus. Very well, might I trouble you for the ointment, sir? Last time it was brewed by Severus. Harry looked up, observing the glint of mischief in the old headmaster's eyes, and sighed lightly. All right then. No worries, no worries. If pressed too hard, he might retaliate in kind. He was like a bowling ball, shaped and weighed by life, steadfast and unmoving. Should one push him when he wished to remain still, he would roll forward with inertia, inevitably causing destruction. Harry departed with the pastry in hand. Dumbledore smiled as he watched the door close politely, reflecting on Harry's admirable qualities. He absent-mindedly reached for a piece of candy from a nearby dish, only to find it empty. Where are my sweets? He chuckled in resignation, pulling open the drawer where he stored confections, only to discover it devoid of even a single wrapper. Dumbledore. How could it all be gone? Chapter 39. Upon returning to the dormitory, one could receive the renowned old-fashioned chocolate, but the pastry was not to be consumed. Harry made his way to the cellar, greeting the serpent on the doorknob before knocking on the door. It swung open. Snape, with his usual brooding demeanor, glared at him. "Good evening, Professor." Harry, still holding the pastry, explained his purpose. The bronze lizard perched on his shoulder clicked its claws, and Harry continued, "Everyone is quite eager to welcome the pastry, so you needn't trouble yourself to make space for it temporarily. However, regarding its injury, Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned you previously concocted an ointment." Snape narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to allow this boy, who bore a bronze lizard on his shoulder and cradled a dog in his arms, onto his premises. "I apologize for the intrusion. If you are busy, I can wait." Harry, clutching the pastry, walked right in, setting it down where it sat obediently. With free hands, Harry retrieved an assortment of candies and other sweets from his pockets, piling them into the box that housed the rock cakes, and ultimately placing a portion atop Snape's desk. "These are the treats I obtained from Headmaster Dumbledore. Thought I'd share some with you." Snape regarded the quantity, estimating it to be a significant portion of Dumbledore's stock. The mere thought of the old wizard's expression lightened the darkness clouding Snape's face. Perhaps Mr. Potter should seek the homeowner's consent before his next entrance. "Certainly." Harry responded obediently, picking up the pastry again, and looking up at Snape's face. "So, Professor, the ointment?" "Wait." Snape strode purposefully to the potions room, returning shortly with a tube of viscous ointment. "Apply it 3 times a day until finished. Also, bring your research progress with you tonight." "No problem." "Pastry." "Say goodbye to the professor." Harry took the ointment, waved at Snape while gently squeezing the pastry's paws, and left. All along the way, the pastry's adorable appearance attracted a throng of students who took turns petting its head, until Harry politely declined a portion of the attention, successfully returning to the Hufflepuff common room. "Wow. Look, what is that?" "Harry? Oh no, it's a fluffy puppy. Wow. So cute. May I pet it, Harry?" A crowd quickly gathered around him. Harry leaned down to gently touch the pastry's ear, his lips moving slightly as the pastry emitted a series of soft yips. "Apologies. Everyone, the pastry is still young and injured, needing a bit of personal space to recuperate, possibly for the time being." Before he could finish his sentence, the chatter in the Hufflepuff common room suddenly hushed, footsteps slowed, and voices lowered as Hannah, a familiar face to Harry, approached. In a hushed tone she asked Harry, "What kind of medicine does the pastry need? We can help." Surprised by the level of concern from his peers, Harry instinctively lowered his voice. "No need. I just acquired some ointment, and am preparing to change the dressing now. Oh, if there's anything you need." Hannah gestured towards the crowd surrounding them, who were deliberately lowering their voices. "We are more than willing to assist. Thank you, and the pastry appreciates it as well." Harry waved the pastry's paws up and down. "Let us head back now. Everyone feel free." The surrounding classmates nodded, extending their hands to wave at the pastry. Woof. Harry gently pinched the pastry's mouth shut, shushing it, and smiled at everyone before opening the dormitory door and entering. "Guys." Toby, noticing the little dog with scars on its belly, instinctively lowered his voice. "The pastry is back. Thank you for accepting it, friends, but no need to be so cautious. The pastry just told me it prefers chatting with everyone together." "Is the pastry a shepherd? Its paws look quite strong." Rupert inquired with a smile, and after receiving permission, he gently squeezed the pastry's paws. "The dog bed I ordered will arrive tomorrow. We can let it try it out then. Plus, I bought some puppy treats and chew sticks that change flavors over time, perfect for teething pups." Edgar entered, his hair damp as if just washed. "My hands are still wet, so I won't pet it yet. Let us change its dressing first." Harry nodded, placing the pastry on the bed to apply the ointment to its belly. After administering the medicine, he wrapped a bandage around it to prevent it from licking off the ointment, then, with the group's consent, released it to roam freely. "By the way, have you all heard? There's a rumor from Gryffindor that the forbidden area on the 4th floor is actually a hidden adventure level, and the first person to complete all the challenges will receive an unparalleled prize." Toby's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shall we find some time to check it out? Gryffindor's rumors tend to be overly exaggerated, Toby," Rupert suggested, elegantly sipping tea while leaning against an armchair. "My advice is to let them scout ahead." "This time I agree with Rupert, Toby. After all, the dark ghost they mentioned on the 4th floor turned out to be Professor Snape on patrol." Edgar drew his wand and performed a drying spell on his hair, resulting in his previously hanging locks puffing up comically, leaving him looking somewhat disheveled. "Oh well. I suppose I'm not cut out for domestic spells." He turned his face towards Harry, a hint of pleading in his expression. "Hey mate, lend me a hand." "All right." Harry nestled in bed, a lollipop clutched in his mouth, deftly extracted his wand from his sleeve, and cast a silent spell that accurately struck Edgar's wild hair. Instantly, the charm took effect, restoring Edgar's hair to its former fluffy and smooth texture. Thanks, Harry. Edgar fished a candy wrapped in shiny foil from his pocket and tossed it to him. Try this, it's a concentrated liquor-filled chocolate I found in my aunt's drawer. She probably confiscated it from one of her subordinates who indulged during work hours, and it ended up stashed away. Edgar tossed one each to Toby and Rupert. Seriously, her drawer is filled with all sorts of peculiar goodies. I'll check it out again during the Christmas break. Thanks. Rupert leaned back in his armchair, casually catching the chocolate in his hand and examining it. Oh, this is from a renowned brand in Belgium, an old establishment known for its high quality. I hear it's no longer available for public sale. Wow. Thanks, Edgar. Toby cradled the chocolate in his hands as if it were a treasure, beaming with delight. Our new red velvet bread launches next week. I've already sent an owl to fetch some from home. Can't wait for you all to try it. Chapter 40. The liquor-filled chocolate evoked a sweet memory. Leaning back in bed, Harry unwrapped the confection, revealing a brown round chocolate adorned with colorful sugar strands. His mind drifted back to a similar treat he had savored in his childhood. With a sense of nostalgia, he gently bit into the chocolate shell, first experiencing the smooth, rich chocolate that slowly melted on his tongue, releasing a profound cocoa aroma. Soon after, the thick liquor filling burst forth, its robust and spirited flavor melding perfectly with the sweetness of the chocolate, creating a warm and slightly intoxicating taste sensation. As if a feast for the senses was quietly unfolding in his mouth, accompanied by the aroma of liquor. Harry felt as if he were transported back to the days of being 2 years old. He recalled a moment when left unattended due to his cousin's tears. He crawled onto the floor and discovered a fragrant round ball in the living room. Following his instincts, he crawled over and popped the ball into his mouth. A unique sensation flooding his brain before he could fully appreciate it. And then everything went black as he collapsed. It was only as he grew older that he came to understand that it was called liquor-filled chocolate. And that sensation was a delightful blend of sweetness and richness. In his dreary childhood, these rare moments of sweetness were his sole belief. Woof. Harry came back to reality, noticing the biscuit eagerly staring at him. He raised his hand to ruffle its fluffy head, and offered a honey-marinated meat strip. You can't eat that, but you can have this instead. It's sweet too. The biscuit, satisfied, settled into a corner, and began to gnaw contentedly. As night deepened, gentle ripples danced across the black lake, and a soft breeze wafted through the slightly ajar window of their dormitory, bringing with it a sense of drowsiness. The little badgers in the dormitory yawned one after another, exchanging good nights before climbing into their beds. Once everyone had succumbed to slumber, Harry opened his eyes, gestured for the biscuit to be quiet, and quietly slipped out. Cloaked in the invisibility cloak, he evaded Snape on patrol and bribed Mrs. Norris with fish jerky, finding himself once more before the door on the fourth-floor corridor. He was grateful for having asked Dumbledore for the invisibility cloak in advance. It meant Christmas gifts would likely be sweets, which he eagerly anticipated. With that thought, he pushed open the door at the end of the corridor while still cloaked. Fluffy, I'm here. Woof. The 3 heads of Fluffy joyfully barked, clearly recognizing him. His efforts to regularly bring treats from the kitchen for the house elves had paid off. Standing before Fluffy, cloaked in invisibility, Harry produced a large bag of meat jerky, and Fluffy's 6 eyes sparkled like lanterns. And this too. He retrieved a bottle of butterbeer. Hagrid says dogs can't drink alcohol, but I think you're big enough. It should be fine. Besides, it counts as a beverage. Fluffy's 3 heads emitted a harmonious rumble of joy, with the central head cautiously grasping the beer bottle, crunching the neck of it with a satisfying crack, and gulping it down. The left head busied itself chewing on the beef jerky, while the right nudged Harry with its nose, inviting him to sit on its furry paw. Harry complied, settling down and affectionately rubbing Fluffy's ear. How was your day? The 3 heads exchanged glances. The middle head let out a burp, the right head whimpered, and the left one lay down, resting its chin on Harry's leg, appearing utterly bored. I understand. Harry nodded. It must have been quite dull guarding the trapdoor all day. Fluffy's tail thumped against the floor, shaking the torches on the wall. It's all right, it's all right. Soon you won't be bored. There will be plenty of people to play with you. Harry stroked the fur on Fluffy's neck. Woof. Haha, all right, I'll make sure they come quickly to keep you company. Harry chuckled softly, leaning against Fluffy, the green of his eyes reflecting the warmth of the fire within the room. Just then, Harry keenly heard a commotion in the corridor. So he signaled for Fluffy to be quiet, donned the invisibility cloak, and moved to the corner to observe. The sounds grew louder, and then the door swung open, revealing a sneaky figure, followed by another, a third, and finally a 5th. Harry discerned through the firelight that it was 5 fifth-year students from the same Gryffindor dormitory. Filch is relentless. Look, guys, a 3-headed dog. I bet there's something here. One of them exclaimed in a hushed tone. As long as we can obtain that incomparable prize, those who mocked our ambitions today will be utterly astonished. The others nodded in agreement, unwittingly ignoring Fluffy's watchful gaze. Gore. Fluffy let out a fearsome growl, but Harry knew he merely sought a friend to play with. Leon, didn't you say you had a way to control it? Go on. Ah. It's coming. Harry watched as the 5 students were terrified by Fluffy's roar and took off running. One boy named Leon attempted to draw his wand, muttering incantations, but Fluffy charged forward. The 3 massive heads cornering them with no escape. Fluffy. Harry stepped out from under the invisibility cloak, gently calling out to him and patting his head to signal him to calm down. Upon hearing Harry's voice, Fluffy ceased his growling, the 3 heads retreating obediently. Who are you? Leon asked, still shaken, as the others gathered around, eyeing Harry warily in the dim light. I'm Harry Potter, a first year. Harry stepped into the light, revealing his identity with a friendly smile. I know what you're after, but Fluffy is just stationed here. He is not a bad creature. Harry Potter. One boy's eyes widened. The Harry Potter who defeated Voldemort? Well, I didn't defeat him all by myself, but that is not the point. Harry waved his hand dismissively, reluctant to linger on the topic. With a seemingly sincere tone he cautioned, what you seek is not a prize, but rather a perilous object. It is best that you refrain from touching it. Chapter 41. It turns out your reason for not participating in Quidditch was to experiment with new recipes in the kitchen. Hey, what do you mean by that? We merely wish to prove ourselves. Leon protested, his voice tinged with defiance. Do you have any idea how long we have prepared for this endeavor? On what grounds do you stop us? Very well, Harry conceded with an air of reluctant compromise, stepping aside to allow Lewis to move, nodding towards the trapdoor. I suggest you conduct more thorough research before you return. It seems there are numerous challenges below. Do not underestimate us. Come on, guys, let's go down and show the Savior what we're capable of. Leon, evidently the leader, rallied his companions, and they tumbled down through the trapdoor with enthusiasm. Ouch! Merlin's foul socks. What is this? Harry maintained a calm demeanor, lowering his gaze to listen to the chaos beneath the trapdoor until a voice called out, Bro, help us. Only then did Harry snap his fingers, summoning the devil's snare to hoist them back up. Leon scrambled to his feet, coughing awkwardly to regain composure. We were just a tad careless. Harry smiled, remaining silent. Yet the recent events had made it abundantly clear to those present that this savior indeed possessed a certain prowess. We shall return, Leon declared hoarsely, but next time, we will come equipped with our wits. With that, he beckoned his comrades to depart in a rather disheveled manner. Harry reclined against Lewis once more, draping the invisibility cloak over himself like a blanket, casually scratching at the scar on his forehead. It's a bit itchy. Woof. Ha. Harry patted Lewis's fur absent-mindedly, speaking softly, don't be impatient. This is merely the beginning. More friends will come to play with you, but remember, you cannot bite them. Only those who smell of garlic. Woof. Whimper. Do you wish to hear a song? Perhaps that one we heard last time? I quite like that tune. The youth's soothing and lively hum filled the room once more, languid and buoyant, ebbing and flowing with time before gradually returning to tranquility, leaving only the sound of 2 steady breaths. As for the Slytherin team, who had been startled back by the heads that infested the 3-headed dog, a slumbering Harry merely remarked, What? Ha, I have no idea. The next day, tales of the terrifying devil's snare beneath the trapdoor, and the heads clinging to the 3-headed dog circulated quietly among the students. The Gryffindors and Slytherins, the sources of this information, both deemed the others' claims nonsense, inciting numerous conflicts of varying magnitudes. However, following this incident, the students had, to some extent, acquired information about the room on the 4th floor, and the number of those banding together to explore it began to swell silently. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all found himself enjoying a meal in the kitchen. The chestnut tart from last time was delightful, Harry remarked while savoring his bacon. I absolutely adore the piping tips you used. They resemble pumpkins, so charming. Mr. Harry Potter. Such exalted praise. The house elves squealed with excitement, nearly ready to offer worship to the praised piping tips. Thankfully, a more sensible cookie intervened to prevent them from surrounding the tips to sing and dance, instead bringing Harry a cream puff. With Christmas approaching, we have crafted a batch of red currant cream-filled puffs for the great Harry Potter to savor. When Harry glanced at the plate, he saw a puff larger than his fist, its rounded surface adorned with a ring of golden-brown cracks, resembling a miniature planet. A dusting of powdered sugar coated its exterior, and the cut revealed a glimpse of the ruby-like berry filling, shimmering with a translucent honey hue in the light. Oh, that looks marvelous. Harry's tranquil green eyes sparkled as he accepted the plate and took a tentative bite. The crisp outer shell shattered easily, releasing the cool, dense cream that mingled with the tart sweetness of the red currants on his tongue, akin to a miniature avalanche sweeping away the fatigue brought by the cozy fireplace. The quintessential British red currants, represented by red raspberries and gooseberries, each offered a unique experience. The red raspberries, with their hollow conical shape, burst gently under pressure, releasing a crisp, bright acidity that invigorated the senses, balanced by a delicate sweetness reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze. As he savored, the tiny seeds lent a soft sandy texture, enhancing the aroma that lingered. An ethereal blend of rose and green tea. Equally renowned, the gooseberries were semi-transparent and jade green, their surface cloaked in fine fuzz. When bitten, they emitted a subtle pop, revealing a crisp flesh with a more pronounced tartness than the red raspberries. Akin to a drop of lemon juice mingled within green grapes, leaving a sweet aftertaste tinged with floral notes, compelling yet perplexing. Additionally, red currants had steadily risen in prominence since the 19th century, resembling strings of miniature rubies, their skin so thin it was nearly translucent, yet taut with a crisp tension. When ruptured, a sharp acidity burst forth, followed closely by the refreshing essence of green apple skin and rose stem. The scant seeds produced a gentle crunch, leaving a dry, tangy finish akin to the brisk winds of early winter in London, instantly awakening one's senses. It was these three berries that intertwined with the cream within the puff, their tartness and sweetness harmonized by an invisible hand, merging to stimulate Harry's taste buds, evoking a sensation akin to enjoying an ice pop in a heated room. I believe if I had these puffs beside me while reading, my productivity would multiply. Harry devoured the entire puff in one sweep, feeling both satisfied and fulfilled. Click. Creak. The kitchen door swung open, revealing Cedric, his forehead glistening with sweat. Following him was the entire Hufflepuff Quidditch team. "Hey Harry." Cedric beamed brightly, greeting him. The Hufflepuff captain, following closely behind, noticed him and smiled knowingly. "Harry, I was wondering why you hadn't considered joining the Quidditch team. It turns out you were saving time to experiment with new recipes." That makes sense." Harry greeted everyone amiably, then turned to Cookie, asking, "Are there any more of those puffs left?" Yes. We made plenty. Everyone, quickly bring some puffs for Mr. Harry Potter and his friends." In no time, each member of the Quidditch team held a new red currant cream puff. Having sampled it beforehand, Cedric was the first to take a bite. His eyes lit up immediately. Captain." He eagerly gestured for everyone to taste, and soon the kitchen was filled with sounds of delight. Chapter 42. Those who refuse to heed advice are as bland as roasted meat without sauce. Delicious. I was just wondering why someone was discussing jewels like rubies in the kitchen. It must have been about the red currants in the puffs. Pairing these tart berries with sweet cream is indeed the way to go. The Hufflepuff Quidditch captain exclaimed, mouth full, gesturing excitedly at Harry and Cookie. The others echoed their agreement. With the meal concluded, those who needed to attend classes did so, while Harry strolled over to Hagrid's hut. A sign beside the hut read, "Today's rock cake sold out," lending an unexpectedly quiet atmosphere. "Harry, you've come." Hagrid emerged from the hut upon hearing footsteps, appearing quite relaxed. It seemed the recent fervor for rock cakes had left him somewhat worn out. "Harry, I've discovered that as long as I hang this sign, young wizards won't swarm around, allowing me some much-needed rest. Honestly, ever since everyone developed a taste for my rock cakes, I scarcely have time for a drink. Indeed, appropriate rest is beneficial for our continued endeavors." Ha ha ha, Harry. At times your speech bears a resemblance to Dumbledore's, as if you were an adult. Hagrid chuckled, patting him on the shoulder, but then recalling the forthcoming events, his demeanor shifted to seriousness. "To be honest, Harry, I would prefer you not accompany me to see Aragog. But we agreed upon it, did we not?" Harry gazed up at Hagrid with his round, emerald green eyes wide open. Witnessing that look of anticipation and reliance, Hagrid took a deep breath and with a reluctant nod, conceded, "Very well, but you must stay close to me, do not lag behind, and refrain from touching any creatures of the Forbidden Forest." "Of course. Follow me." Hagrid turned and secured the door of the hut before setting off with Harry. The edge of the Forbidden Forest was even quieter than Harry had imagined. There was no wind. Even the leaves seemed to be under a spell of stasis, motionless upon the branches. Hagrid had left Fong behind in the hut. The dog had recently been frightened by a studentess' offering of rock cakes, and now shied away from shadows. Hagrid mumbled to himself, tucking the pink umbrella under his arm while subtly gripping the stone bough with his other hand. They walked along a path nearly consumed by ferns. Every few steps, Hagrid would delicately poke aside the stinging nettles with the tip of his umbrella, his movements as cautious as if defusing a bomb. Harry noticed that Hagrid was wearing his usual moleskin coat, over a vest that had faded to a dull gray, which indeed suited his style. Aragog has not been in the best of moods lately. Hagrid suddenly lowered his voice, his breath brushing against Harry's ear. The last time I brought him a dead rat. He nearly gnawed through the cage. He claimed to have dreamt of his own funeral. The hem of Harry's robe was dampened by a thin frost, clinging to his calves. After approximately 20 minutes, Hagrid abruptly halted. Before them, the clearing was bathed in moonlight that appeared filtered, casting a sickly pale hue. A dozen acromantulas formed an irregular circle. And in the center, Aragog's massive form rose and fell with each breath. Yet his carapace was shrouded in a layer of pallid mist. The once glossy bristles now curled and drooping as if singed by fire. He insists on seeing you. Hagrid's voice faltered. Are you all right? Harry took a step forward. Immediately, a rustle echoed among the spiders, reminiscent of a rain composed of bones scraping together. Aragog raised his foremost leg, lightly tapping the ground. This gesture reminded Harry of something he had read. That acromantulas performed this action to warn the other members of their group of more dreadful threats. Hagrid. The voice of the spider was no longer the metallic scraping that resided in Hagrid's memories, but sounded as if it came from a great distance. Reverberating with a tremor of silk, my children refused to tell me what death tastes like. Hagrid sniffled behind Harry. Suddenly, Harry noticed that each of the observing acromantulas had placed a white daisy tied with silk strands beside their feet, resembling some bizarre offering. A bit like an undercooked rock cake, Harry remarked. In an instant, he recalled biting into a red currant during his earlier meal, the violent acidity bursting in the cream. Akin to a sign of life rapidly ebbing away. Aragog's commissary twitched. This movement made Harry realize he was laughing, if spiders could indeed laugh. Under the moonlight, the previously indistinct, eerie patterns on its abdomen suddenly became clear. They formed a twisted human face comprised of juvenile spiders. Very well. The old spider's voice grew fainter. Please tell Hagrid that the powdered sneezewort he adds to the rock cakes is always too much. Hagrid's sobs finally broke free from his throat. Just then, Harry saw one of Aragog's legs suddenly stiffen, as if yanked by an invisible thread. The entire spider horde simultaneously stepped back half a pace, revealing a bulge covered by webs behind them. Run. Hagrid suddenly grasped Harry's shoulder, the tip of the umbrella sparking with a cascade of orange sparks. They are about to begin. He did not finish his sentence, for the bulge beneath the webbing suddenly split open, not torn, but naturally bursting like overripe pods, spilling forth hundreds of ruby-like objects that glimmered bloodily in the moonlight. Harry squinted, realizing they were countless shrunken, pulsating eggs resembling red currants. Oh, Aragog! You were no bigger than a fist when you hatched. Hagrid lamented, his nose running and tears streaming as he mourned Aragog, while Harry remained focused on the movements of the surrounding acromantulas. Alas, those spiders, upon Aragog's demise, slightly bowed their bodies, discarding the daisies, and then encircled the two of them. Sigh, you still refuse to heed warnings. Harry sighed, tugging at Hagrid's coat. Hagrid, be careful. These obstinate spiders wish to feast upon us. Harry, I will hold them off. You hurry back to Hogwarts and alert the professors. Hagrid, realizing the malevolent intent of the acromantulas, raised his red umbrella and readied the stone bow. The spiders' fangs twitched as they advanced slowly, one leaping towards them. The tip of Hagrid's pink umbrella erupted with light, striking down the airborne acromantula. However, it lacked the force to vanquish it, and it continued to press forward with the horde. Harry, get behind me! Hagrid shouted, drawing his bow and shooting at the nearest spider, but alas, their numbers were overwhelming and several others lunged at them simultaneously. In despair, Hagrid heard a sigh, followed by a surge of azure flames spreading across his vision. Chapter 43. The fiery heart of whiskey successfully soothed a fragile heart. Hagrid focused, noticing that the group of acromantulas had been held at bay by the circle of blue flames, which rose higher with their leaps, when suddenly, he felt a tug at his sleeve. Hagrid, let us play a game. Just help me out. Harry's voice remained gentle. Close your eyes and count to 100, and I shall present you with a surprise. Hagrid, this is not the time for games. Trust me, Hagrid. Harry's emerald eyes, enhanced by the azure flames, appeared even more enigmatic. Professor Dumbledore has great faith in me. As my closest companion, you too shall trust me, yes? Well then, very well. Hagrid reluctantly closed his eyes. Yet his stone bow remained poised defensively. 1, 2, 3. Harry pursed his lips, fixating on the acromantulas lingering beyond the wall of fire, quietly drawing his wand from his sleeve. 10, 11, 12. Sorry. Harry's voice was barely a whisper, and as the words escaped his lips, a sudden gust of wind whisked them away. The wall of flames abruptly lowered, and as the acromantulas began to tentatively leap, they were struck by a green light. followed by a second and a third. 98, 99, 100. The blue flames surged. Hagrid opened his eyes to behold the corpses of the acromantulas, and the circle of azure fire had vanished. Hagrid, could you come over and assist me? Following the voice, he saw Harry standing a few meters away, wielding a silver dagger and wearing gloves as he extracted the venom sacs from the acromantulas. Oh, I'm on my way, Harry, please be cautious. Hagrid snapped back to reality and hurried over to help, vaguely recalling a circle of blue flames that had shielded him and Harry, followed by a cloaked figure standing nearby in the underbrush, eliminating all the acromantulas before departing. What a peculiar individual. We owe our safety to that mysterious helper, otherwise we would have been in grave danger, Harry remarked casually while tending to the venom sacs. Indeed, there are far too many spiders, and I am grateful for that enigmatic figure who offered assistance. If anything were to happen to you in the Forbidden Forest, I would carry the weight of regret for a lifetime. As Hagrid spoke, his nose tinged with emotion, he gazed upon the eggs that had now turned to cinders. The thought that these remnants were all that remained of Aragog left him increasingly despondent. Oh, Aragog, he murmured. This sensitive giant opened his eyes to find a lollipop being offered to him, held aloft by Harry, who stood on tiptoe. In his other hand, he clutched a dragon hide glove, while chewing on a piece of slightly tough chocolate. Any regular patron of Honeydukes would instantly recognize it as the much-coveted travel chocolate favored by itinerant wizarding cattlemen. A bit of sweetness will surely lift your spirits, Harry declared earnestly, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction. Oh, thank you, Harry, thank you, Hagrid replied, his nose crinkling as he fought back tears. Quick as a flash, Harry leapt forward and popped the oversized lollipop into Hagrid's mouth, then donned his glove again. Do not be disheartened. Once we finish dealing with these venomous sacs, we shall return. Yes, you could first seek out Aragog's body for burial. I can assist you in crafting a tombstone. After attending to a considerable number of venomous sacs and conducting a funeral for Aragog, Hagrid's emotions seemed to find a measure of release. With his spirits somewhat restored, he took Harry for a stroll through the Forbidden Forest before returning to the hut for rock cakes as afternoon tea. Harry eagerly munched on the improved rock cakes, having successfully harvested a substantial quantity of eight-eyed spider venom, along with other materials, as well as a generous bag of wild hawthorn and hazelnuts he had gathered along the way. Thank you for helping me gather the fruit, Hagrid. When the kitchen transforms these ingredients into something delightful, I shall bring you a portion. Oh, that is quite all right, Harry. It's merely a matter of height advantage. Beyond that, I possess no particular talents. Hagrid still appeared rather downcast, and Harry discerned that he was perhaps berating himself for not being able to protect himself adequately. Hagrid, Harry said, placing his teacup down with a crisp clink upon the wooden table, do you remember how just moments ago you stood in front of me, brandishing a slingshot against a horde of eight-eyed spiders, preventing them from approaching? He tapped his finger lightly against the table, causing the crumbs of the rock cake to dance. At that moment, you weren't concerned about having no skills beyond your height. Hagrid's beard quivered as if he wished to laugh, only to expel a bubble of mucus instead. He hastily wiped his face with the tablecloth and spoke in a gravelly voice. That's different, Harry. You are what? Harry interrupted, suddenly producing an object from his pocket. It was a curved spine he had stealthily pried from Aragog's molted shell during Hagrid's heartfelt lamentation. Now, it had been carved into a thumb-sized wooden sculpture of an eight-eyed spider, with the letters HH clumsily etched on the back. Harry pressed the wooden carving into Hagrid's palm, the soft hairs of the spider's legs tickling Hagrid's hand. You often claim you're of no use beyond your size. Yet even in death, Aragog listens solely to your command. The creatures of the Forbidden Forest, from centaurs to unicorns, do they not all call you Mr. Hagrid first? Hagrid stared at the wooden sculpture in his hand, suddenly noticing that the spider's 8 eyes were actually the small hawthorn berries Harry had just picked. His rough fingertips brushed against them. Although they were roasted and wrinkled, they exuded a sweet aroma. Hagrid's voice was choked, as if he had swallowed a rock cake. In truth, you have always taken excellent care of me, as you did for Aragog. Did it not also hold you dear until the very end? You are cherished and remembered by so many of us. Is it merely because of your imposing stature? Hagrid's tears finally cascaded forth, dropping heavily upon the wooden spider. Seizing the moment, Harry slipped a square of chocolate into Hagrid's mouth, the salty and sweet mingling together, a remedy for heartbreak that proved remarkably effective. Why does this chocolate taste of whiskey? Hagrid asked through his tears, chewing. Suddenly, he emitted a hiccup that carried the essence of liquor. Oh, that's a new creation from the kitchen. Flame whiskey-filled cookies, Harry replied, blinking. I had intended to save them for Christmas. Hagrid stood there, his tear-streaked beard forming a comical arc. He burst into laughter, causing another bubble to pop. Honestly, Harry, you are right. Indulging in sweets does indeed aid in restoring one's spirits. So, let us toast with tea instead of wine. Harry raised his small teacup to clink against Hagrid's enormous one, the clear sound resonating through the cozy hut, ushering in a moment of joyful laughter. Chapter 44. The 1001 Tricks of Wild Hawthorn to Deceive the Little Badger. Upon returning to Hogwarts from Hagrid's hut, Harry found himself back in his second home, the kitchen. He gazed at a fruit still life for a while, convinced that here, the wild hawthorn and hazelnuts he had laboriously collected would be put to excellent use. Harry, what do you have in your arms? Turning, Harry saw his dormitory mate Toby standing at the common room door, clutching a package. Oh, just some wild hawthorn. Let me have a taste. Toby stepped forward, plucking a bright red hawthorn from Harry's grasp and tossing it into his mouth. Wow, how sour. The flavor of the wild hawthorn hit like an unexpected mountain rain, sharp, crisp, and imbued with the wildness of nature. Breaking through the thin, resilient skin released a jolt of tartness that surged to the roots of his teeth, reminiscent of unripe green apricots mingled with wild lemons, instantly prompting a flood of saliva. Following the initial sharpness was a subtle astringency that left a fine prickling sensation upon his tongue. The flesh was exceedingly thin, clinging tightly to the hard seed within, and as he chewed, the crunching sound echoed. Its fibrous texture was rough yet yielded a hint of refreshing sweetness, not sugar, but rather the lingering coolness of mountain spring water flowing over his tongue. The acidity of the wild hawthorn was jagged, unlike the smoothness of cultivated varieties, and once consumed, his tongue tingled while a refreshing clarity ascended in his throat, as if filled with the mountain breeze. Perhaps this is why people continued to cherish the wild flavors of the forest even after they had settled to build cities around pools. However, when described through the mouth of a first-year ordinary wizard, it would simply be, "This wild hawthorn is so sour it'll rot your teeth. Yuck. I'm headed to the kitchen to process these. Would you like to join?" "Absolutely." Toby nodded vigorously, but then paused, glancing at the package in his hands. "Let me drop this off first, I'll be right back." Harry nodded, scratching his head as he made his way into the kitchen. After handling the overly enthusiastic greetings from the house elves, Harry presented his request. "Friends, I need some ingredients to pair with the wild hawthorn to make a treat. Flour, eggs, butter." "Oh, Mr. Harry Potter. Leave that to us." "Thank you, but this time is different. I believe I need to do it myself." As he prepared the ingredients, Toby arrived, and Harry directed him to help wash the wild hawthorn and remove the seeds. Once everything was ready, Harry began his long-awaited cooking endeavor. He placed the processed hawthorn into a pot with water and lemon juice to simmer until soft, then added oil and honey syrup. After the oil was fully absorbed by the hawthorn puree, he added sugar, adjusting to the perfect level of sweetness. Once the hawthorn mixture began to clump together and slightly stick to the spatula, he turned off the heat, continuing to stir with the residual warmth. Before long, the sweet and tangy aroma of hawthorn filled the entire kitchen. With Christmas approaching, Harry felt compelled to prepare some festive treats to share, particularly for Professor Snape, who had specifically requested his attention from Dumbledore. It was only right to offer him a token of kindness. Additionally, Hagrid should receive some as well. After all, it was he who enabled me to gather such a bountiful harvest of wild hawthorn so swiftly. And then there is the headmaster, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Madame Pomfrey. They all harbor goodwill towards him, so he should at least express his appreciation, even if it is merely through a trivial dessert. Oh, and let us not forget the elderly lady residing across from the Dursleys. Although her demeanor towards him has never been particularly warm, the details of their interactions from years past suggest that she has followed certain instructions to safeguard him. Were it not for her provision of a well-equipped kitchen and quality ingredients, my modest culinary inclinations would have taken much longer to develop. During my moment of distraction, batches of deep crimson hawthorn paste were being prepared one after another. It turned out that aside from a portion of the house elves remaining to maintain Hogwarts' daily meals, the rest had gathered around me, eager to learn the art of cooking hawthorn paste. After I finished one pot, they swiftly organized themselves to complete the remaining wild hawthorn. "Impressive, Harry. It smells divine," Toby exclaimed, his fingers itching to dive into the freshly made hawthorn paste, only to be reminded by me to wash his hands first. As Toby dutifully turned to wash, I waved my wand, causing the pots of hawthorn paste to cool down. Upon his return, I handed him a generous spoonful of the paste, and his face lit up with excitement as he took a taste. It's tangy and delightful. Delicious. Merlin's flaky pastry. I too had indulged in the feast. Is it good? Absolutely. Is there more deliciousness to come? Yes. Then come and knead the dough. Right away. Toby, whose family owned a bakery, was naturally adept at kneading dough. even exhibiting skills that surpassed those of the house elves. I observed him in admiration, realizing that I had indeed made the right call today. As the kitchen buzzed with the fervor of dough kneading, the door suddenly swung open. I wondered why I hadn't seen you and Toby today. Turns out you were here in the kitchen. It must be the clever pancake that led us to you. To my surprise, it was Rupert and Edgar, pushing the pancake cart into the kitchen. As I glanced at my two roommates, a spark flickered in my eyes. Since you're here, why not join me in kneading the dough? Upon hearing of the delectable treats, and the promise of priority tasting rights for participating in the cooking, they enlisted a house elf to return the pancake cart to the dormitory, and the four of us eagerly rolled up our sleeves, diving into the kitchen work. Unfortunately, it soon became evident that these two young gentlemen lacked proficiency in dough kneading, and before long, their faces were covered in flour. Consequently, they were banished to a corner, armed with their wands to separate egg yolks. Time seemed to linger in the kitchen amidst the tantalizing aromas of food. Yet it was painfully elusive, slipping away slowly. Batches of hawthorn pastries emerged, including soft and flaky hawthorn, hawthorn bites, molten hawthorn glutinous rice balls, rose hawthorn pastries, hawthorn flour pastries, hawthorn cakes, and hawthorn fruit leather, all exuding a sweet and sour fragrance. With Hagrid's assistance, the quantity of wild hawthorn I had gathered was indeed substantial, leading to a towering assortment of pastries. As we wiped the sweat from our brows and gazed at our labor's fruits, smiles of anticipation for the delicious rewards spread across our faces. Thank you all for your help. Now, my tone remained calm, yet a grin adorned my face. Let us feast. Chapter 45. How many delicacies were unveiled with a simple greeting. Hello, may I have a bite? The fruits of our labor, nourished by sweat, often yield a sweeter taste. At this moment, Toby, Edgar, and Rupert eagerly dove into the fruits of their labor without reservation. Friends, is it delicious? Yes. And how about some compliments? The best compliment will earn a surprise. I'll go first. This hawthorn pastry is so delicate it melts in your mouth, the filling sweet and tangy, like a cloud infused with hawthorn flavor. Edgar was quite enthusiastic about the food, raising his hand high, his mouth hardly pausing for breath. And the hawthorn cake, with its icy, chewy texture, is so tangy it makes you squint, yet you can't stop eating, as if a whole hawthorn had been transformed into amber. This delightful treat deserves to be savored by a warm winter fireplace. And me. The hawthorn bite has a crunchy shell that shatters with the first bite, releasing a burst of tanginess. Just 3 bites is perfect. Toby, eager not to be outdone, animatedly described the taste, spoon in hand. Clearly the same one he had used for the hawthorn paste. The molten hawthorn glutinous rice ball is so chewy, but be cautious when biting into it, as the scalding hawthorn filling may explode. It's best enjoyed with a spoon. Allow it to cool or freeze it for a delightful contrast of hot and cold. Ah, I must give it a try too. The rose flavor gently caresses the tongue, followed by the arrival of the hawthorn's tartness, and the flaky pastry crumbles like first love. This is the rose hawthorn pastry. Rupert, seated at the kitchen's long table, rested his chin on his hand, chuckling softly as he recited his self-penned poem. Layers of pastry spiral into flowers, melting in the mouth like fine snow, the sweet and sour bursting forth like fireworks on the tongue. This is the hawthorn flower pastry. Moreover, I must say, the floral design is quite charming and thoughtfully conceived. With that, Rupert tapped his wand, adding vines to the plate of flower pastries, adorning them with delightful little treats that could easily fetch 100-fold in price. Blast it, he's done it again, Toby whispered to Edgar, playfully ribbing Rupert, though he failed to notice the mischievous glint in my eyes. Everyone's praises are well-deserved, I said, narrowing my eyes slightly, my demeanor growing more amiable. But the words that followed were less than friendly. Now let's reward ourselves by packaging these pastries. What? Of course. The benevolent Harry did not overly exploit his roommates. Instead, while packing, he took the hazelnuts he had foraged and handed them to the house elves for roasting, sharing some pastries with them as well. The house elves, who had been assisting, were thrilled to receive a share of the pastries and hazelnuts, leading to a jubilant celebration, until my calming voice finally quieted them down. Cookies and everyone are the best friends of Harry Potter. Indeed, friends, thank you. I filled a pocket, enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, with the neatly packaged pastries, including the portion for the other 3 to take with them. Edgar and the others raised no objections and even volunteered, fully aware that no food could safely traverse the common room into the dormitory. It was a lesson learned through blood and tears. No worries, everyone shares in this. I picked up a roasted hazelnut from the table, using transfiguration to transform it into a large tray, which displayed the hawthorn pastries beautifully. However, the presentation may not have been as pristine as the packaged ones, with some egg yolk decorations slightly askew and irregular shapes set aside for the badger. The four of us confidently paraded into the Hufflepuff common room with the tray. As soon as we stepped inside, we were met with countless pairs of eyes fixated upon us. Their noses twitched, immediately honing in on the tray in my hands. In the next moment, we were unsurprisingly surrounded. Hello, what is this? May I have a bite? Hello, may I have a bite? Thank you. Hello, what is this? Hand it over. The four of us, having successfully entered the dormitory empty-handed, now visibly appeared weary. I knew we were right to hide the pastries. They could even smell what the tray contained before we had the chance to peel and eat. Toby sighed, suddenly recalling something, and hurried to his bedside to retrieve a familiar package, the very one Harry had observed him carrying earlier. Dear friends, do you realize? Ever since I became aware of the perils lurking in the common room, I have dedicated myself to mastering the charm for masking scents throughout the night. All for this very moment, Toby declared as he cast the scent-masking spell upon the dormitory door, then cautiously unwrapped a package to reveal a large, swaying, red and white striped loaf of bread. This was a novel creation from my father's experiments at home. Cheese red velvet bread. The instant he perfected the recipe and stabilized its quality for commercial sale, I had it sent over. Harry inhaled the delightful aroma of mingled wheat and dairy, momentarily transported to the bakery at the end of Privet Drive. During the previous years, he often passed by that bakery, which consistently exuded an irresistible scent of fresh-baked bread and sweet cream. He had pressed his face against the window, observing the golden-brown hot dogs topped with celery and the flaky pastries adorned with pineapple and dusted with sugar. Familiar treats he had seen on his cousin's dining table. Yet, in comparison, he felt that none of those confections could rival the enticing fragrance wafting from the loaf before him. Is this for us? Harry asked, his words slipping out before he realized how long it had been since he had inquired about anything with such innocence, without expectation or ulterior motives. It seemed that in the midst of mundane daily life, some wounds were gradually healing. Absolutely. Quick, everyone, come and taste it. Who can conjure a knife? You know, I'm not very adept at that, Toby urged. I'll do it. Rupert replied with a smile as he drew his wand and produced a bread knife infused with the rich aroma of roasted hazelnuts. He believed that using a knife imbued with such fragrance would enhance the bread's flavor, so he took the liberty of acting on his own accord. Naturally, no one objected, and the four of them sat cross-legged on the dormitory floor, allowing the ever-fair Edgar to take charge of slicing the bread. The crust bore a lattice pattern, and upon baking, it cracked open to reveal the slightly red interior of the red velvet loaf, resembling volcanic lava and elevating its appearance. The crust was perfectly crisp, emitting a delightful crunch with each cut, while the interior's texture lay between that of an ordinary cake and bread, enriched with sour cream and butter, yielding a moist and resilient softness akin to brioche. Given his taste, we might consider reminding him to eat on time, Rupert mused. Toby, your father truly excels at making bread, Rupert sincerely exclaimed. Of course. My father is the most renowned baker in our town, Toby replied, proudly placing his hands on his hips. After slicing the bread, the four of them began to indulge, whether by hand or with forks. The red velvet loaf's exterior was crisp, while the interior was moist with a hint of cocoa, and the cool, tangy cream cheese melted into the warm bread, revealing a velvety richness and a refreshing finish of light cheese. Delightful, Harry remarked genuinely. This is the best bread I have ever tasted. By the time the four of them had finished their snack, the evening had grown late. Harry rubbed his slightly bulging stomach and lay on his bed, gazing at the moon. Tonight, the moon was shrouded in mist, a breathtaking sight. Wait, the moon werewolf Wolfsbane potion. Ah. He seemed to have forgotten to attend Professor Snape's experimental study on time, lost in the act of preparing snacks. At that moment, Snape silently observed the mermaid floating on the surface of the Black Lake, applying waterproof phosphorescent powder to the letters on his office window. Just moments ago, he had heard a knock on his office window, and upon drawing back the curtains, he was met with this scene. Humph. Snape maintained his stoic demeanor as he gazed outside. He didn't even need to engage his intellect to deduce the situation. The mermaids were collectively scrutinizing a piece of paper, each contributing a stroke to the window glass, ultimately forming a message. Professor, tonight is the full moon. I will process several materials under the moonlight, and come back once finished. Rather than the peculiar reason behind their newfound industriousness, he suspected that some individuals were too preoccupied with indulging themselves to remember that there was research to be done tonight. Knock, knock, knock. Honor. Creak. A head peeked through the door. Harry. There were clearly others present, yet he insisted on requiring the password to enter. Good night, Professor, he greeted, carrying a tote bag into the room and extracting several silvery herbs, all infused with moonlight, suitable for potion improvement. "These are the herbs I gathered," Harry stated, then retrieved a large box from his tote and placed it on Snape's desk. "I made some snacks, tangy and sweet, for a late-night treat." As he prepared to set out 2 teacups and a teapot, Snape clicked his tongue at the prospect of having his office transformed into a tea party setting once more. Harry paused momentarily while pouring tea, then leisurely continued, "Professor, after a long day, you should take a few minutes to rest. Otherwise, how can you enhance the efficiency of potion research?" Snape hesitated, his brow furrowing tightly, already poised to unleash a venomous retort. The next moment, a piece of snack was thrust into his mouth with astonishing speed, a burst of sweet and tangy flavor exploding within. Cough cough. "What the?" Snape sputtered, vexed. How could he have been ambushed so effortlessly by a first-year wizard? It was a great humiliation. "Is it delicious?" Harry inquired calmly, his gaze fixed on Snape, his tone cool and collected. Snape inhaled deeply, letting out a sardonic chuckle as he begrudgingly swallowed the morsel and uttered, "To the potions classroom." With that, he strode purposefully into the potions room. Harry shrugged, leisurely sipping his tea as he followed him inside. As he approached the workbench, he found himself captivated by the swirling azure liquid in the cauldron, momentarily lost in thought. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Dumbledore's eyes, which always seemed to gaze at him with a curious intensity. The last time Dumbledore had requested to keep his little secrets from the troublesome public, it was under similar circumstances. Spend more time with Severus was the condition he had offered in exchange. Harry was puzzled. After all, in his analysis of the daily interactions between Dumbledore and Snape, aside from their hierarchical relationship, there seemed to be little warmth, certainly less than the harmonious atmosphere shared between Dumbledore and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Given such a half-baked relationship, why would Dumbledore squander this opportunity to make such a request? Yet, Dumbledore had asserted that the current lifestyle would lead to Severus overexerting himself, significantly impacting his longevity. Harry mused that demanding Snape to work tirelessly seemed more likely to shorten his life. He had to admit, sometimes Dumbledore's reasoning was quite far-fetched. Regrettably, even until the moment Dumbledore had hurriedly sent him off, having sheepishly added sugar to his tea, he had not received a clearer response, despite having formed his own conjectures. Well, let us just make do. He could only conclude that Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, and Professor McGonagall appeared to resemble more normal people. Since Dumbledore had initiated the riddles, he was prepared to read between the lines. Though Snape might have a sour disposition, a sharp tongue, a reclusive nature, and a volatile temperament, he was still genuinely committed when it came to his responsibilities. As Harry sipped his tea while observing the industrious Snape, he stole a glance at the box in the corner, containing the sugar he had left by the Black Lake, as well as thoughts regarding the Potter family inheritance. It was evident that Snape was striving to fulfill the role of guardian, as he understood it. Thus, as one under his care, it was acceptable for Harry to occasionally ensure he remembered to eat. Potter. 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 Harry slowly returned to the present. "Professor, I'm here. Could the esteemed Mr. Potter kindly enlighten this humble old professor about what thoughts occupy his esteemed mind during the course of meticulous and rigorous research?" Harry even contemplated how to feign an answer, pondering instead what he might have for breakfast the following morning. "Well, Professor, I am actually considering the prospect of harvesting herbs with a silver sickle at the zenith of the autumn equinox full moon, then infusing them in a moon-pattern vial with frost and dew, filtering them out before dawn. Might this method yield a more refined essence of herbal energy imbued with lunar radiance?" Severus Snape, initially inclined to dismiss the irritating young lad, found himself deep in contemplation. Theoretically plausible, yet it necessitated practical application, though such an experiment would need to await the following month. Before Snape could finish his thought, a glass vial materialized 3 inches from the tip of his nose, within it a droplet of amber shimmering with a silvery hue. "After I proposed this idea, I took the liberty of conducting a preliminary experiment. Here are the results for your inspection." Snape's dark eyes shifted from the droplet of amber to Harry's face, a maelstrom of complex emotions brewing within his gaze. The deliberately concealed ability to converse with flora and fauna, coupled with the unguarded display of knowledge that surpassed the curriculum expected of his age, all hinted at the extraordinary nature of this so-called savior. Was this the reason why Dumbledore held him in such high regard? Yet his destiny had long been determined. Snape lowered his gaze, suppressing his emotions, merely raising his hand to accept the vial containing the amber. Analyzing its precise composition would require time. He turned away from Harry, his voice hushed. "Our research concludes for today. Leave." Chapter 47. 2 pieces of news for a sweet treat, a profitable exchange. Upon exiting the office of the Slytherin head, Harry remained unfazed by Snape's negative demeanor. Or rather, he simply did not care. After all, to live in this world, one must safeguard their heart from being swayed by the opinions of others to truly attain their own happiness. As he made his way back to the dormitory, Harry rubbed his slightly grumbling stomach. He had just indulged in 2 extra scones, a handful of roasted hazelnuts, and several pieces of candy while Snape was turned away. Yet he still felt somewhat hungry. Wait a moment, it seemed he had forgotten to dispose of the hazelnut shells and candy wrappers. Oh well, let it be. Standing in the castle's first-floor corridor, he gazed up through the stone window at the moonlight outside. The red velvet bread made by Toby's father was indeed delicious, but what struck him most was the prideful expression on the baker's son's face. My father is the most renowned baker in our little town. Once upon a time, he too had gazed at his parents' photographs with such admiration. If James and Lily were still alive, and he had turned out this remarkable, would there be others who would proudly proclaim, "That is Harry's father, that is Harry's mother?" The shimmering waves of the black lake streamed through the corridor windows, prompting Harry to pause and retrieve a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Under the moonlight, the candy wrapper sparkled faintly, even more delightful than a pensive. He unconsciously recalled that liqueur-filled chocolate that had made him collapse at the age of 2, remembered the drab pantry of the Dursleys, and thought of the first time he entered Hogsmeade, the mountains of candy piled high in Honeyduk's window. Life is much like this chocolate. Its exterior is bestowed by others, yet the essence within must be tasted by oneself to understand its true flavor. Woof. At some point, the little creature had sprung forth, nipping at the hem of his robe. You wish to accompany me to the 4th floor? Very well, but be cautious. The size of Fluffy may easily flatten you. Woof woof. Harry scooped up the little creature, and they ascended the stairs under the moonlight, step by step, the only source of warmth in the lonely, cold corridor. For this savior, roaming the night posed no challenge. He confidently pushed open the door at the end of the 4th floor corridor, greeting the bored Fluffy, who was preoccupied with pawing at insects. Good evening, Fluffy. Woof woof. Upon seeing the little creature in Harry's arms, Fluffy appeared as though confronted with some dreadful apparition, whimpering as it cowered in the corner. So this was the effect of the Moonshadow Hound's intimidation? A mischievous savior reflected upon the experimental results he had inadvertently facilitated. The little creature, unafraid, wriggled free from Harry's grasp, bounding towards Fluffy, who whimpered and scurried around the room in a frenzy. All right, little one, do not frighten him further. Harry finally found his conscience, calling off the little creature while approaching the trembling giant to stroke its fur soothingly. Do not fear, Fluffy. The little one is friendly and will not harm you. To prove its amiability, the little creature leapt onto Fluffy, scampering up and down its side. Fluffy was touched but too apprehensive to move. You two play for a while. I shall descend for a moment. Harry chuckled, ruffling Fluffy's head before giving the little creature another pat, confirming once more with Fluffy, there is no one below, right? Fluffy indicated that no one had come by that night. Harry nodded with a smile, pulling 3 pairs of earplugs from his pocket, placing them on Fluffy's 3 heads. If anyone arrives, help me delay them. I shall return with treats and honeyed meat for you. Woof. Harry patted his pocket and slipped through the trapdoor. Upon his return, he found Fluffy engaged in a game of hunt with a group of students. By the dim light of the fire, Harry recognized one of them as Cedric. Had the Hufflepuffs succumbed to their curiosity? Fluffy. Harry discreetly cast a vanishing spell on the 3 pairs of earplugs, simultaneously halting the 2 dogs from tormenting the group of students. Is that you, Harry? Being of the same house and somewhat familiar, Cedric recognized the voice and tentatively inquired. It is I, upperclassman. Harry approached them, stroking Fluffy's head before lifting the little creature into his arms. Good evening. How come? Cedric began to ask, but then thought better of it. Given Harry's affinity for animals, bringing along a dog seemed only natural, and he redirected the conversation. This is our first time here. What lies below? A heap of devil's snare. Harry replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the evening's supper. I had a chat with them earlier. They mentioned there seems to be a flying challenge further on. The members of the Quidditch team eagerly expressed their gratitude to Harry for the valuable information, sharing their candies with him. Very useful information, Harry. We shall bring our brooms next time. Cedric nodded at Harry with a smile, collecting the candies produced by the others and placing them in Harry's pocket, extending an invitation. It is getting late. Would you like to return to the dormitory with us? Thank you, but I still need to tend to the moonlight herbs Professor Snape requested I plant. I will return shortly. Upon hearing that Harry still had matters to attend to, the group bid him farewell and departed the 4th floor. Harry watched them leave, munching on candy and cradling the little creature as he hummed a tune, settling down comfortably in the warm embrace of the dog's fur. Is it truly possible to lull the moonlight herbs with a lullaby? At the long table in Gryffindor's dining hall, Hermione's quill paused above her notes on magical botany, her voice rising in astonishment. "This is entirely inconsistent with the book's accounts." Harry leisurely spread blueberry jam on a piece of bread, responding at a measured pace. "After all, the book does not mention that moonlight herbs detest the violin." Ron, his mouth stuffed with smoked meat, chimed in indistinctly. "Then what do they favor?" "The harp," Harry pondered, taking a bite of his bread. "Especially Fairy's moonlight." Neville's fork clattered onto his plate, his expression one of incredulity as he turned to gaze at Harry. At that moment, a shimmering silver note glided through the morning light and landed before Harry. Upon unfolding it, he found a terse line of sharp script. "Luna's blue amber is deactivated. 8 o'clock tonight. Bring your harp. SS." Harry folded the note into the shape of a frog, which leapt into the air and vanished with a pop. "Another trip to the dungeon?" Ron regarded him sympathetically, wondering what the cause might be this time. Had he exploded a cauldron or driven Snape mad? Neither. Harry sipped his pumpkin juice and swallowed a piece of blueberry bread. He was heading to a concert. Chapter 48. Sipping turnip soup on a snowy day that evening. In the Slytherin headmaster's office, Professor Snape turned, his expression one of exasperation, and glared at Harry. "Tomorrow is Christmas break. Where are we going?" Snape resignedly massaged his temples and grumbled through clenched teeth. "I expect to see your shadow at the classroom door after potions class tomorrow afternoon." "Very well," Harry replied, cradling his instrument as he nonchalantly swiped the untouched cup of coffee from Snape's desk, along with his own favorite mug. Snape silently stared at the corner of the desk where his cup had been, and as expected, 3 minutes later, the empty cup reappeared with a clatter, precisely in its original position. Snape squeezed his eyes shut, deliberately ignoring the cup, and turned back to his potion brewing. Harry ascended to the 4th floor with his harp, preparing for the holiday, and noticing the absence of daring young wizards. He played a nocturne for the portrait of the fat lady before glancing around and returning to the dormitory. "Wait, not just yet." Harry veered off and slipped into the kitchen. "Good evening, friends." The moment he spoke, a multitude of plates appeared before him, all filled with freshly made treats waiting to cool. "Oh, thank you." Harry rubbed his slightly empty belly and pondered. "Is there any soup available? It snowed tonight, and I suddenly have a craving for it." "Of course," came the enthusiastic response from a house elf, and the kitchen sprang into action, swiftly preparing the most important task of the evening, crafting soup. Before long, a steaming bowl of turnip soup was placed before Harry. The stew was a warm, creamy white, with a hint of amber peeking through at the bottom, and a delicate layer of oil floated on the surface, glistening under the light. Harry scooped a spoonful, observing the turnip pieces cooked until their edges were slightly melting, while the release of starch lent the soup a silken thickness. Occasionally, bits of finely chopped turnip floated within the spoonful. The house elf must have sprinkled a handful of vibrant green parsley and a few tender stalks of celery just before serving, creating a striking contrast against the creamy broth, adding a touch of warmth to the wintry night. The long-simmered turnips retained a hint of crunch while releasing a subtle sweetness, offering a delightful texture that shifted from smooth to crisp with each bite. The slow-cooked pork ribs, skin-on chicken thighs, and smoked bacon strips provided a savory richness that beautifully complemented the turnip sweetness. The soup was slightly thicker than a clear broth but lighter than a cream soup, with the umami derived from chicken and pork stock intermingling with the fresh sweetness of the turnips, all while maintaining a rich, satisfying flavor without being overly greasy. The thoughtful house elves ensured that the soup arrived at the table still gently simmering, with its fragrant steam wafting enticingly toward Harry, warming his stomach without scorching his tongue. Harry also requested a few slices of slightly charred bread, both plain and garlic-flavored. The bread was toasted to a crisp edge, creating a delightful crunch that enveloped his palate. And when dipped into the creamy soup, it soaked up the milky broth, transforming into a soft cushion while retaining hints of its charred aroma. He gently dipped a slice into the turnip soup, taking a hearty bite. The outer crispness gave way to a tender center, as the turnip's subtle sweetness and the savory broth exploded like fireworks in his mouth, crisp against soft, sweet mingling with savory, vibrant yet tender, all dancing on his tongue. After finishing a plate of bread, Harry, still yearning for more, lifted the bowl and drank the soup that had mixed with a few breadcrumbs in one satisfying gulp. The soup was reminiscent of mashed potatoes enriched with cream, velvety yet retaining a slight graininess, beginning with a faint sweetness of turnip, followed by a savory meatiness. Neither greasy nor heavy, warming his stomach with each sip. Exhaling softly, Harry displayed a hint of contentment on his face. Indeed, nothing is more comforting than a warm meal on a cold winter day. "Thank you for the delightful fare." He waved his wand, cleaning the soup bowl, returning it along with the cookies, and with another flick, the plates of treats floated up. "I shall take these with me. Merry Christmas in advance." Sated and satisfied, Harry finally returned to the dormitory, sharing the sweets he had brought back from the kitchen with his 3 roommates. As the 4 little badgers savored their feast, the snow continued to drift gently down over Hogwarts, marking the close of yet another year. On the eve of the holidays, outside the potions classroom, Snape was engaged in a silent standoff with Harry, his weary face betraying his irritation at Harry's audacity. "But how will we procure the ingredients for our Christmas meals if we do not go to the supermarket, Professor?" Harry boldly posed his request, proposing a team effort. Thus, "I believe we should venture to the supermarket before heading home, if only to gather the ingredients for this holiday, at least once." Snape considered the realities of his home situation, pinched his nose, and begrudgingly acquiesced. "Prepare a list. We will return once we finish shopping." "All right then." After bidding farewell to his friends, Harry, with the professor as his guardian, did not need to take the Hogwarts Express home. Instead, he opted for a more convenient and straightforward method: apparition. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a familiar sensation of compression, Harry found himself standing beside a large supermarket, with a begrudgingly sullen Snape at his side. The automatic doors of the supermarket slid open with a whoosh, releasing a mingling aroma of freshly baked bread, cool air, and plastic packaging that enveloped him. Harry inhaled deeply, akin to a dog catching the scent of a bone, his eyes sparkling with delight. He adored exploring supermarkets. They were treasures filled with everything he could desire, a paradise he had imagined during his childhood. Snape, on the other hand, appeared as if he had been forced into an ill-fitting invisibility cloak, his posture rigid, his dark robes wrapped tightly around him as if the supermarket's lights might incinerate him. He lowered his voice, as if grappling with the very air itself. 10 minutes. We will buy according to the list and depart." Harry nodded in agreement, leisurely pushing the shopping cart as he began to meander through the aisles. "Do you eat apples? How about bananas? Would you like this roast chicken? It appears freshly made and still warm." Harry's questions to Snape about what he would like to eat were merely rhetorical. He seized whatever caught his fancy and waved it in front of Snape's face, casually tossing it into the cart as if seeking his approval. His movements were fluid and unimpeded. While lost in thought about the next item, the cart suddenly veered and collided with a towering display of promotional items with a thud. A stack of canned pumpkin juice teetered precariously, but miraculously remained upright, maintaining its precarious balance through some unseen force. Chapter 49. To protect the frozen dumplings. They must be enchanted with a protective charm. That was close, Harry remarked. Yet there was not a trace of fear on his face. He silently nudged his wand back into his sleeve. Snape had little more to say. He merely yearned to conclude this exasperating shopping excursion, and retreat to his potions lab for some peace and quiet. He began to regret having so readily agreed to take on the role of guardian for Potter. "How much more do we have?" "Not much left, Professor," Harry said, leisurely flipping through his small notebook. "We still need some spices. By the way, how about having sea bass for dinner?" Severus Snape abandoned his attempts to hurry him along, feeling a subtle weariness and a hint of irritation. For this young rascal remained engrossed in his own plans, rendering any form of mockery, sarcasm, or coercion utterly ineffective. "Then let us purchase some rosemary," Harry declared, pressing down on the handle of the shopping cart, causing the front wheels to lift, deftly maneuvering around the corner, like a nimble cat. Snape's temples pulsed with annoyance. He was convinced the boy was being deliberately obstinate. He had just caught a glimpse of the shopping list, and rosemary was not even mentioned. "This brand is pricier, but it offers more quantity," Harry remarked, standing in the spice aisle, intent on selecting the most cost-effective rosemary. Meanwhile, the chill from the frozen food section enveloped him, and Harry abruptly turned his head, staring intently at the neatly arranged frozen dumplings in the glass display. "Professor, would you like some chive and pork dumplings? I read in a magazine that people from the East love them. Oh, and we need to buy a bottle of vinegar too." Snape glared at him, his expression dark as thunder. When had he ever indicated a desire to eat? "What about the shrimp and cabbage?" "Potter," Snape inhaled deeply, his voice akin to a dull knife scraping against frozen meat. "We only need sea bass, rosemary, and the seasonings on the list. But dumplings could serve as breakfast," Harry earnestly explained. "They're frozen and only require 10 minutes to boil. I could prepare them while you brew potions." "When I brew potions," Snape enunciated slowly, attempting to reclaim his authority as a guardian, "I do not need the kitchen filled with the scent of chives." Harry blinked innocently, then suddenly yanked open the freezer door, and placed 3 bags of dumplings into the shopping cart. "Then I'll cook them in secret so you won't smell anything." Snape's fingers twitched, as if he wished to obliterate those bags of dumplings, but he ultimately took a deep breath, muttering a few curses under his breath, and turned his face away. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was just that those 3 bags of wretched dumplings were protected by defensive charms, requiring considerable effort to dismantle. TSK. Snape remained silent, exasperated and resigned. Not a chance. At the checkout, Harry had piled the cart high. The cashier, a muggle girl, was sweating profusely as she scanned the items, sneaking glances at Snape, clad in black robes, with a sallow complexion and a brooding gaze. He looked as though he had stepped out of a horror film, which was rather unsettling. Harry noticed her fearful and wary gaze and smiled reassuringly. My uncle. He just despises Christmas. Snape's cold laugh seeped through his clenched teeth, as if he intended to freeze the entire supermarket. I detest more than just Christmas. As they exited the supermarket, the earlier light flurries had transformed into a heavy snowfall, and a gust of wind intensified the downpour. The two stood at the entrance, surveying the swirling snowflakes before glancing down at the shopping cart overflowing with bags. Surrounded by muggles, they could not very well stow their purchases in front of them. With his brow furrowed, Snape prepared to deliver a cutting remark, only to witness the young boy, barely taller than his waist, effortlessly hoisting 2 of the heaviest bags. Snape raised an eyebrow. He had no recollection of Lily possessing such extraordinary strength. Proud of his elder status, Snape felt it beneath him to allow Harry to carry everything. So he lifted the remaining bags himself. The two turned into a narrow, shadowy alley and disapparated to Spinner's End. The arrival of winter snow concealed the dilapidation of Spinner's End. Even here, with Christmas approaching, tranquility momentarily reigned. Upon landing, Harry cast a levitation charm on the shopping bags, merely pretending to carry them as he hurried after Snape toward number 19. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by their breathing and the crunch of boots on the snow. Suddenly, the small voice behind him piped up, Professor. Speak, Snape commanded, striding ahead without a hint of slowing down. Thank you for agreeing to take me back. You know, I've never had a home of my own, and without you, I would likely have spent this Christmas at Hogwarts. Harry, gripping the shopping bags, pressed on despite the biting wind. I'm very grateful you are willing to be my temporary guardian. And thank you for allowing me to have a home that shields me from the cold. Snape paused momentarily, then continued walking until they neared their destination. At which point he suddenly spoke. I hope Mr. Potter doesn't use his remarkably smooth brain to turn my home into a chaotic mess. Of course. The fireplace roared to life with emerald flames as Harry stuffed the dumplings into the fridge, placed the sea base in the sink, and arranged the rosemary in a glass. The formerly dark kitchen was suddenly graced with a half-open, fully equipped stove. Snape stood at the kitchen door like a black column, glaring at the transformed space with clenched teeth. Now, he hissed, may you disappear from my sight? He regretted the softening of his heart after hearing those words, thus relinquishing control of the kitchen to Harry's whims. He should have known that this boy would go to great lengths for food. Harry remained still, pulling a box from the bags. A gift from the supermarket. A gingerbread man kit. He shook the box. Shall we decorate them together, Professor? Snape regarded the gingerbread men with a look as if they were some sort of dark magical creatures. Please don't mock me, Professor. In truth, I've always watched my cousin and aunt and uncle decorate gingerbread men at their table before Christmas, and now that I have the chance, I wanted to try it myself. Snape abruptly met Harry's earnest green gaze. 3 seconds passed before he turned and walked toward his private potions room in the house, the hem of his robe stirring a chill. However, he halted abruptly at the doorway to the potions room. 10 minutes, he said, his back to Harry, his face shrouded in shadow. If frosting gets into my cauldron, it won't, Harry replied, his tone calm, though his rapid speech hinted at something else. He tore open the packaging and added cheerfully, I promise. Chapter 50. This evening, we shall enjoy Salt Sea Base with crispy parsley while watching the snow. Outside, the moon cast a gentle silver glow upon the snowy ground. Inside, Harry carefully squeezed the frosting bag, crafting a crooked smile on the face of the gingerbread man, followed by a hooked nose. Snape glanced over, his lips twitching. That one, Harry pointed to the gingerbread man with the hooked nose, his expression earnest, is you. Ha. Quite evident. Snape examined the abstractly designed gingerbread man, and silently closed his eyes. Harry continued his creative endeavor, generously adorning the gingerbread man with 3 times the frosting he had ever seen on any gingerbread man before. Now you want tea feel cold. How could a master potion maker like myself possibly be chilled by such weather? Achoo. Snape's fleeting thought was interrupted as he sneezed, leaving him questioning his very existence. Have you caught a chill? Harry asked, as Snape rose with a skeptical expression and headed to the potions room to brew a warming potion. The snow continued to fall, and the kitchen was infused with the light scents of rosemary and lemon. The deboned, cleaned, and thinly sliced sea base marinated in a bowl with salt, cooking wine, egg whites and starch, while the dumplings rolled in another pot. as Snape brewed potions. Harry hummed off key to a Christmas song, while adding the 21st button to the gingerbread man. Yet Snape, lost in thought, found his mind wandering back to Harry's earlier handling of the fish. One must first observe the eyes. Bright eyes signify freshness. Furthermore, the body should possess firmness, indicative of succulent flesh. The gills should appear vividly red, and the fish should exhibit a resilient texture, accompanied by a pleasant aroma. A commendable base should shine brilliantly, its scales reminiscent of finely crushed gold. Moments ago, Snape, while stepping out for tea, chanced upon Harry, who was casually explaining to the air beside him how to select a quality base. His tone was as smooth and warm as ever, one hand grasping the fish's tail while the other brandished a knife for preparation. With a swift motion, the fish met its fate. You know, I clandestinely learned these culinary insights from Aunt Petunia. After all, her cooking is rather delightful. To accompany her in selecting ingredients, I have become the chief bearer of shopping bags. Such invaluable experience in selecting you for a culinary masterpiece, and you shall meet your end justly. Alas, her skills have not advanced over the years, and after acquiring her knowledge, remaining there has lost its charm. Snape remarked. So this fellow is providing a base with a tutorial on how to select itself, is that correct? You need not worry. A boss like me, who maintains an openly transparent recruitment process, is indeed rare. Consider yourself fortunate. Snape averted his gaze and returned to the potions room. With a thud, the door to the potions room closed, and Harry cast a sidelong glance at the dark door, raising an eyebrow in playful mockery. Yet his words bore no deceit. He had genuinely discovered that his aunt's culinary prowess was commendable, which is why he often lingered nearby. Over time, it seemed she had misconstrued matters and had tacitly permitted him to pilfer her oatmeal cookies. Humanity is often strange, contradictory, and wicked, dancing around self-interest while ultimately sacrificing itself. Emotion? Is it not merely a different form of self-interest? He raised his wand, and parsley was effortlessly chopped and fell into icy water. A few drops of lemon juice were added to the pan, followed by a splash of oil to saute ginger and garlic over high heat, swiftly stir-frying the fish fillets for 30 seconds before serving. In the same pan, the parsley was stir-fried for 10 seconds. Then the fish was returned with a drizzle of cooking wine, salt, and white pepper, all completed in under 2 minutes, resulting in a crisp and refreshing dish. Eagerly, Harry plated it, placing the fish fillets, resembling creamy snow, in the center of a porcelain white plate, the edges curling slightly like magnolia buds. The vibrant green parsley stood tall amidst it, akin to tender shoots emerging in early spring, glistening with a thin sheen of oil. Golden flecks of ginger and garlic sparkled like stars, enhancing the dish's clarity and translucence, as though a pool of summer lake water had been presented upon the winter night's table. Potter. Snape appeared at the kitchen door, his presence unnoticed until then. Harry, busy dishing out dumplings, did not look up but merely acknowledged he was listening. If you dare to bring chive dumplings to the table, I shall secretly dip them in vinegar without your notice, fret not. Should he really be at ease? Snape pondered, estimating that this Christmas holiday would likely be noisier than he had anticipated. Yet, he was unaware that today he had actually sat down for dinner at the table on time. As he pierced the fish fillet with his fork, it bent and broke easily. The first taste was a delicate smoothness crafted from egg whites and starch, swiftly followed by the tender base melting upon his tongue, with a hint of springiness. The parsley snapped crisply, releasing a burst of refreshing juice, akin to biting into a morning dew. The gentle spiciness of ginger and garlic and the subtle acidity of lemon lingered in the aftertaste, leaving a clean sweetness, with the entire dish remaining refreshingly light, devoid of any greasiness. Not bad. Harry complimented himself, happily munching on a piece of toast smeared with garlic butter. The bread's crust was golden and crisp, crumbling at the touch, while the interior remained fluffy and warm, springing back gently. The butter and garlic had thoroughly permeated every pore, producing a delightful crunch upon biting, followed by a surge of rich garlic aroma and creamy softness, the saltiness unfurling across his palate, creating a symphony of crisp and softness, leaving only a hint of golden butter sheen on his lips. Snape ate in silence, yet he did not set down his knife and fork. And I also learned to make rutabaga soup from the Weasley twins. Harry rose to fetch a bowl of soup from the kitchen, serving a generous portion to Snape, who lifted his eyelids slightly. As his lips parted, Harry promptly offered him a large piece of bread. Professor, do indulge more. I wish to fully immerse myself in this warm atmosphere. Snape clearly grasped Harry's intent, snorting softly as he snatched the bread and dunked it into the rutabaga soup, skillfully consuming it. Professor, you silence. Understood. Harry raised an eyebrow, choosing not to delve into how the old professor knew that bread soaked in rutabaga soup was more delectable. leisurely continuing to enjoy his dinner. Outside, the cold wind continued to blow, snow swirling, and the streets lay deserted. The flickering firelight cast the shadows of the two against the stone wall, one tall and lean, the other slightly shorter, like two holly trees growing side by side, leaning against each other, withstanding the storm. What shall we have for breakfast tomorrow, Professor? Hadn't he yet finished his dinner? Chapter 51. Harry's breakfast gradually converged towards a full English breakfast. On the snowy morning, the world appeared as if it had been redrawn. The wind from the previous night had ceased, with snowflakes hanging from the eaves, glimmering with a subtle blue light. The distant mountain ridges had been gently smoothed by the snow, leaving only a soft curve. When the door creaked open, the sound startled a row of icicles from the eaves, shattering into bright, crystalline fragments. The old tree at the alley's entrance was clad in silver armor, occasionally shedding a clump of snow powder that landed on the frozen ground with a muted thud. Harry peered out, quietly clutching a pancake as he stepped outside for a stroll. The previous night he had taken the initiative, hiding the pancake in a box enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, and brought it to Spinner's End. Snape's expression darkened noticeably when he spotted a dog in his territory. Fortunately, Harry had retrieved a rare moonlight flower to soothe him. It must be said, calming humans is far more challenging than soothing other creatures. The air was sweetly cold, reminding Harry of the snow-capped shaved ice from Florin's ice cream shop. He inhaled gently, a minty coolness filling his nostrils. In the distance, smoke rose from snow-covered rooftops, piercing straight into the gray-white sky, as if someone had drawn a line on rice paper with charcoal. Sparrows beneath the fence hopped on delicate legs, leaving bamboo leaf-like prints on the snow, then suddenly took flight, shaking off a shower of ice shards. The river beside them was the quietest, its dirty appearance concealed beneath a blanket of pristine snow. The dark currents roiled beneath the ice, yet all sounds were trapped within the glassy shell. Harry had ventured out this time not only to walk the dog, but also because he had caught a glimpse of a snowberry at the entrance of Spinner's End yesterday, intending to pick some for later use. As a common berry found on English winter streets, snowberries primarily serve an ornamental purpose, as their fruits possess mild toxicity, easily causing diarrhea in humans and birds if ingested. However, this seemingly detrimental yet non-lethal entity might yield unexpected results under certain circumstances. Harry led the noticeably larger pancake through the snowy landscape, sensing a few prying eyes watching him. He sighed, popped the lollipop into his mouth, casually pulled a weathered street lamp from the side, slowly bent it, and twisted it into a helix, tossing it onto the ground. With a clatter, those prying eyes vanished. Woof. Harry reclaimed the lollipop, bent down to scratch the pancake's head, gently speaking to it. Strength? No, pancake, it's merely a skill, combined with a touch of alchemical magic. Or perhaps a levitation spell. Together, they strolled to the alley's entrance, brushed off the snow from the snowberry, and nearly stripped it bare, leaving only a few unripe fruits behind. Harry carefully placed the snowberry into a bag, tucked it into his pocket, and then took out a bottle filled with a vibrant green liquid, pouring it at the base of the snowberry. This will make things easier for you. By next year, your fruits will thrive even more. If they drop and sprout anew, these nutrients will sustain you. I shall return to check on you, he remarked. As he spoke, snow began to fall again. He adjusted the scarf around his neck and brushed the snow off the snowberry, while Puff, his dog, shook off his fur. Together, they ambled back through the snow, one foot after the other. At the door, Harry shook off the snow and water from his clothes, casting a drying charm on himself and Puff, whose fur instantly fluffed up, resembling a dandelion with gray spots. Shall we return to my room for a rest after our morning stroll? I will prepare breakfast, he proposed. Woof. Puff barked in agreement. Harry gestured for silence, watching as Puff trotted up the stairs into the temporary abode that Harry occupied. Sounds occasionally emanated from the potions lab, indicating that some potion master was burning the midnight oil. Harry redirected his attention and wandered into the kitchen. This morning, he planned to whip up some pancakes, alongside roasted sausages and mushrooms. If time permitted, he might even roast some tomatoes. Of course, toast would be a staple. As the batter hit the pan, it spread like a lazy blanket of snow, sizzling softly at the edges as tiny bubbles eagerly surfaced at the junction of golden and creamy white. The bubbles gradually expanded and burst, leaving crater-like pockmarks on the surface, while the edges began to curl slightly, transitioning from a creamy yellow to a light brown. Steam wafted upwards, carrying the sweet aromas of milk and eggs, enveloping the entire kitchen in a warm embrace. Frankly, Harry relished this cozy feeling. Perhaps it was one of the reasons he enjoyed cooking so much. As he flipped the pancake, its underside had turned a uniform shade of golden brown, and the other side required just a moment longer, with bubbles no longer rising and the surface becoming smooth and elastic. The finished pancake had slightly crisp edges while remaining fluffy and moist inside, as if filled with cloud-like fluffiness. When sliced, the interior revealed a honeycomb structure of air pockets, interwoven with golden and creamy hues, resembling a miniature karst cave. Drizzled with maple syrup, the amber liquid slowly seeped into the air pockets. With each bite, the outer, slightly crisp edge would crack, releasing a delightful medley of creamy, eggy, and smoky sweet flavors that danced upon the tongue, encapsulating the leisurely essence of the morning within those pancakes. As Harry stacked the pancakes, the sausages sizzled in the pan beside him. The sausage casings glistened with a bit of oil, slightly swollen, and browned on all sides, exuding a subtle meaty aroma. Harry plated the sausages and toast, casting a warming charm over the pancakes, sausages, and toast before returning to the kitchen to prepare the mushrooms and tomatoes. He trimmed the mushrooms, placing them capside up on a baking tray, topping each with a small chunk of butter, and sprinkling a pinch of salt and black pepper. The tomatoes were halved, cut sides facing up, brushed with a light coating of oil, and sprinkled with salt. Roasted at high heat for approximately 15 minutes, the butter melted into the gills of the mushrooms, softening them while the edges curled slightly, releasing a shallow pool of light brown juice that filled the air with fragrance. The tomatoes' skins wrinkled, their edges slightly charred, while the centers retained a bit of juice, intensifying their sweet tart flavor. As the last plate was set on the dining table, the door to the potions lab opened promptly. Harry greeted Snape with a good morning, and proceeded to prepare 2 cups of tea. He realized that, although the potion professor rarely spoke or offered compliments, he was always present at the table at the appointed time, waiting for his meal. This, at least, served as a testament to Harry's culinary skills, didn't it? Just as Snape reached for his fork, Harry called out, "Professor, please wait a moment." Snape's deep, black eyes met his with a hint of mild confusion. "Before we eat, it is essential to wash our hands, especially after you have handled so many herbs and potion ingredients in the lab. For your health, it would be prudent to wash your hands first." TSK, who was truly the guardian of whom in this scenario. Chapter 52, Professor. Are the pancakes on the table some exceedingly dangerous magical creature? As for the outcome of the situation, it concluded with the professor serving as a role model, obliging to wash his hands before the meal, despite the low pressure of his mood during the process. The instigator, on the other hand, feigned innocence while preparing breakfast. However, the enticing aroma of the breakfast was enough to dispel any lingering bad mood. Snape cast a glance at the stack of syrup-drizzled pancakes before seemingly hiding his intentions by turning his fork towards a piece of toast. The toast, enriched with egg, featured a dry, crispy exterior, while the center, saturated with egg, remained soft and moist. The egg solidified into thin sheets, yielding a smooth texture that harmonized beautifully with the aroma of baked bread. The sausages had a crisp casing, bursting with juicy meat that was distinctly savory with a hint of smokiness. This reminded Snape of a time in his childhood, just before Christmas, when his mother had briefly regained consciousness and sent him to the neighboring street to purchase a few sausages. He recalled how they had cooked just 2 or 3 sausages in that very kitchen, and how, while the man was still asleep, his mother had discreetly handed him one to cool, wrapped in paper, for him to enjoy alone in his room. He still remembered the flavor of that magically cooled sausage, salty and greasy, with a much stronger smokiness than this. Yet it had been the most delicious thing he had ever tasted as a child. Snape seldom indulged in memories, but when he did, they were etched deeply in his mind. He grasped his knife and fork, momentarily lost in thought. Harry, noticing something amiss with his professor, chose not to pry, but instead focused on the roasted tomatoes and mushrooms before him. The roasted tomatoes had wrinkled skins, their flesh soft and tender, with a little juice still retained at the center, their sweet and sour flavor concentrated, and a slight char enhancing each bite. The roasted mushrooms had soft caps. The first taste was of buttery juice, followed by the fresh essence of the mushroom, its mild sweetness complementing the acidity of the tomato in an exquisite harmony. Not to mention the freshly made pancakes, with a crisp outer layer and a soft, slightly elastic interior, sweet and subtly fragrant, enhanced by the syrup's allure. With such deliciousness before him, pondering what else to prepare seemed futile. It was better to savor the present delights. Harry cleared his breakfast in a heartbeat, marveling at how he had evenly divided the meal into 2 portions, lest the entire breakfast vanish while Snape was lost in thought. Despite the small interlude at the dining table, breakfast passed without incident. Snape stuffed the last piece of toast into his mouth, his expression dark as he rose and strode back to his potions lab. However, he was halted at the doorway by Harry. Snape lowered his gaze to the young boy in front of him, inhaling deeply and closing his eyes momentarily. What was the matter now? Harry, unusually serious and devoid of sweets, merely stared at him without uttering a word. Snape's mind was filled with questions. What was wrong with the boy? Had he not eaten enough? Or was he seeking money for more sweets? Professor, I've finished preparing the meal. Would you mind washing the dishes? Snape. Just this? He wore a serious face for this? With an exasperated sound escaping his lips, he waved his hand, and the stack of dishes lined up neatly, floating into the cupboard. Step aside. Harry complied with satisfaction. Before lunch, he could ponder what to prepare for the Christmas Eve dinner, as well as gifts for the professors and friends. Although many students and teachers departed from Hogwarts during the holiday season, a considerable number chose to remain. Among them was the garlic-scented Quirrell, who at that moment was ensconced in his office, devising strategies with the master at the back of his head. In an effort to maintain a positive demeanor, Quirrell believed it prudent to face his illustrious Dark Lord. Thus he set two mirrors facing each other, removed his headscarf, and seated himself between them. Master, I have been seeking opportunities to present Harry Potter before you. Yet he is perpetually surrounded by too many others. Dumbledore sprouts Snape. Fool. The last time he ventured out alone you followed him, and what was the outcome? As always, a failure. Quirrell recoiled at the reprimand. Previously, he had indeed heard that Harry Potter planned to visit Diagon Alley alone, and he had prepared to ambush him at that very location. Who could have anticipated that he would suddenly change his mind? With such indecision, how could he ever be a savior? Master, Master. Quirrell's voice trembled like a spider's web caught in the wind. This time is different. I have learned that after the evening feast on Christmas Eve, there will be an impromptu gathering of students who remain at school, in an empty classroom adjacent to the Great Hall. Dumbledore will not be present, as he seems to have affairs to attend to outside Hogwarts, and Snape will also be absent. Even McGonagall has gone to Hogsmeade for supplies. Perhaps we have a chance to seize him. The serpent-like face in the mirror suddenly hissed with laughter, interrupting Quirrell. Its red eyes reflected overlapping images, as if an invisible snake were slithering forth from the glass. Excellent, Quirrell. This time, do not let me down. Christmas Eve. In the Hogwarts dining hall, a joyful atmosphere permeated the air among the remaining staff and students, filled with the mingled scents of gingerbread men adorned with icing and a crisp, wintry chill. The hall was adorned with magical snow and holly wreaths. Shimmering ice crystal candles floated in the air, and gentle snowflakes drifted down from the ceiling, vanishing upon contact. The long tables had been replaced with smaller round ones, fostering a more intimate ambience, with house banners intertwined with red, green, and gold ribbons, and a grand Christmas tree adorned with animated golden snitch ornaments, and singing elves among other magical decorations. A sumptuous festive feast prepared by house elves was laid out on the tables, featuring roasted turkey, honey-glazed ham, meat pies, hot butterbeer, pumpkin juice, and Christmas pudding that emitted blue flames. Animated gingerbread men twirled around the table, clutching chocolate cauldron cakes, while a pumpkin pie transformed into vibrant colors, slicing itself into equal portions. Dumbledore's goblet brimmed with a sparkling lemon snowflake beverage, as he delivered a speech filled with double entendres, wishing everyone a heart brighter than Felix Felici's, but not to be as smoky as Neville's potion homework, though of course, it was not directed at anyone in particular. The entire hall felt as if encased in a vast pastry shell, freshly baked into a warm pumpkin pie atmosphere. Bonus. Observations of the original world through the viewing mirror of Capybara Harry. On an ordinary morning, during breakfast, a magical water mirror, capable of reflecting figures, abruptly appeared on the ceiling of the Hogwarts dining hall. Hey mate, what is that? I don't know, but I bet it's something fascinating. Look at me, friends. Watch me knock it down with a fork. Me too. Count me in. The Gryffindor students, ever curious about the unknown, eagerly attempted various methods to touch it. Items such as forks, plates, and chicken legs, fortunate enough to reach that height, were all consumed by the mirror. Some even summoned their brooms to ride up and touch it, only to be rebuffed by the mirror. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, nearing the end of their 4th year, were equally eager to engage. Nearby, a small badger was focused on eating, while the eagles eagerly flipped through books, fervently debating the origins of this magical mirror. And the snake seized every opportunity to mock the little lions attempting to reach the mirror. Just then, Dumbledore entered the dining hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. With a wave of his wand, the mirror rippled. Today, the Department of Mysteries has discovered a crystal ball that, without any magical influence, has split in half. One of which has flown to Hogwarts to show us something intriguing. Before he could finish, the mirror's rippling ceased, gradually revealing an image. Sister, is it starting? Yes. Just proceed as usual. Think of it as filming a documentary. I am quite eager to see their expressions. Very well. The image revealed a nonchalant Harry, who nodded at the camera before sauntering away. as the characters from the original world peered through the magical mirror into Capybara Harry's realm. The great hall erupted with gasps and exclamations. "Harry, look, that's you!" Ron exclaimed, shaking Harry's arm and pointing at the mirror. "When did you ever look so nonchalant?" The hall erupted with a cacophony akin to 1,000 nifflers, shaking the very ceiling. Silence. Professor McGonagall's voice was subdued by Dumbledore's light gesture. The old headmaster adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses on his nose, watching the water mirror with keen interest. The image revealed Capybara Harry, as we shall call him, walking along a Muggle commercial street. He wore a loose gray hoodie, the tip of a wand peeking out from the cuff, resembling a half-gnawed licorice stick. At the end of the street, an electronic screen displayed the morning news. Yet he paused in front of a pet shop window, staring blankly at a baby capybara sprawled out in slumber. What is he doing? Hermione's fork hung suspended in midair. That rodent seems to be of the same species as your Patronus, Harry. What a joke. My Patronus is a stag, Harry replied dryly, though his gaze remained fixed on the mirror. Suddenly, the image of himself yawned lazily, causing Ron to choke on his pumpkin juice. Harry, what do you enjoy doing? Huh. Do I need to answer questions while recording? Afterward, I'll personally cook Chinese cuisine for you. I enjoy daydreaming, eating and cooking. Harry, listen. He says he enjoys daydreaming and cooking. Ron's mouth hung agape, as if he could swallow an entire pumpkin pie, incredulous. Hey mate, is that really you? Of course, child. Dumbledore appeared behind them, his tone assured. After all, it bears the anti-counterfeit mark of Voldemort, but Dumbledore observed the lightning-shaped scar on the boy's forehead in the image, feeling that something was amiss. He suddenly realized that the scar was glowing with a faint green light. The Hogwarts crowd watched as Capybara Harry proceeded to a large supermarket, filling 2 shopping carts with a bounty of items, the vast majority of which were ingredients. After checking out, he effortlessly carried 2 enormous shopping bags and left the store glistening. Wow. Turns out you're quite the hidden talent, brother. Ron gazed at Harry's slender arms and legs with awe. At this rate, you were about as strong as you were in our first year, when we went to save the Philosopher's Stone. You could have easily smashed that wizard's chess set with 1 punch. Harry was so taken aback by the strength he displayed that he hardly noticed Ron's banter beside him. Perhaps it was through a levitation charm, but at that age, we were still carrying trace charms. I wonder how he evaded that, Hermione analyzed earnestly. Harry, are you buying so much to cook when you get back? I'm a bit looking forward to it. This is so uncharacteristically silent. How could he possibly be a Gryffindor? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, the capybara version of Harry turned to face the camera, his expression earnest as he pronounced each word distinctly. I am a Hufflepuff. Ron sprang up from his seat, exclaiming, he can hear us. The capybara Harry fell silent, operating to Spinner's end. From the shadows, Snape narrowed his eyes, striving to maintain his composure. What on earth is that brat doing in Spinner's End? Is he going to cook for his guardian today as well? Well, the professor is quite busy, and besides, my cooking is far superior. No, something is awry, Snape realized. He cast a sidelong glance at the mischievous Sirius, who was enjoying the spectacle, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. The scene followed Capybara Harry into a house, leading him straight to the kitchen. What are you preparing to eat, Harry? I saw a recipe for omelette rice in a magazine. I thought I'd give it a try. Capybara Harry retrieved leftover rice from the refrigerator, stirring it with onions, carrots, diced chicken, and ketchup into a vibrant fried rice. He then whisked 3 eggs with a touch of milk and salt, cooking them over low heat in a non-stick pan until the center was slightly set, while the edges remained fluid, folding it into a crescent shape atop the fried rice. Finally, he drizzled a thin sauce made from ketchup, oyster sauce, and sugar over the dish, completing the omelette rice. The golden crescent of the omelette rested elegantly in the dish, its smooth surface glimmering like satin, topped with a glossy tomato amber sauce that formed a neat grid. As he sliced through it, the semi-solid yolk gently burst open, revealing the distinct grains of fried rice adorned with glistening tomato oil and bright green peas. Steam wafting up with a delightful aroma of sweetness and butter, causing even those who had just finished breakfast at Hogwarts to swallow hard. He can cook? Ron stared incredulously at his longtime friend, his expression conveying that Harry seemed to surpass him, and he was merely 11 years old. Harry, feeling the weight of Ron's gaze, covered his face, feeling as though he had been outshone and slightly mortified. Creak. The door to the potions classroom swung open, revealing a sullen face to everyone's view. The voice known as Sister Yen fell silent, leaving only the camera. Good morning, Professor. The meal is ready. Snape watched the scene unfold, witnessing himself washing his hands with a spell, eating, and washing the dishes, nearly forgetting to use the mind-blocking technique. This is unfair. Harry. Your dearest godfather didn't get to enjoy the meal you prepared with your own hands. Why does that dark old bat get to eat? The dog-like godfather lost his composure, howling at the mirror. Hidden in the shadows, Snape scoffed, eliciting a response from Sirius that made him want to lunge forward and bite him. Capybara Harry's ears twitched, his green eyes turning slightly. He casually spoke, "Professor, I truly appreciate your willingness to be my guardian. How did you find today as breakfast?" The Snape in the scene looked perplexed but conceded with a reluctant The term guardian struck a heavy chord in Sirius's heart, leaving him momentarily stunned before he shouted, You filthy creature, I want you dead," and lunged at Snape. Chaos erupted until Capybara Harry called out, "Pancake, come here and smile for the camera." The obedient Pancake tilted its head, baring its teeth at the indicated spot. Woof. Sirius, as if confronted by something far more terrifying than Voldemort, felt his hair stand on end, involuntarily transforming into his animagus form, a black dog. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Naturally, this did not prevent him from cursing Snape. The scene rapidly transitioned, replaying significant moments from Capybara Harry's experiences. Ron's fork clanged into the pumpkin juice. Merlin's tights. That Harry is actually brushing a dragon's teeth at Gringotts. In the mirror, Capybara Harry stood in the center of the Gringotts vault, wielding a gigantic toothbrush with utmost seriousness as the dragon behaved as docile as a house cat. Hermione slammed her History of Magic textbook shut, her face a mask of disbelief. "This is unscientific." Dear Luna's ethereal voice chimed in. "Perhaps the school rules should include a prohibition against feeding trolls with inferior food?" The scene shifted to Capybara Harry feeding a troll a meat pie. Draco, watching nearby, wore an expression more colorful than Snape's potions. "That Potter is actually helping me straighten my collar." The capybara version of Draco stood obediently before Capybara Harry, allowing him to adjust his collar. Paired with previous clips that hinted at their friendship, Draco felt a twinge of envy towards his alternate self. "This cannot be real." Umbridge, dispatched by the Ministry to observe, shrieked, her pink cardigan trembling. In the mirror, Capybara Harry was distributing her most despised magazine, Contradiction, to every student, with Peeves tossing out truth candies, the implication clear. Snape's mouth twitched as if cursed. "That Potter is making dumplings in my office?" The scene depicted Capybara Harry and Snape at the dining table, a plate of dumplings set between them. The potions professor, though maintaining a stern demeanor, held a bowl of vinegar. The most shocking moment came with Voldemort. The remaining half of the crystal ball flew to Malfoy Manor, revealing the plot of him stealing the Philosopher's Stone thwarted by Capybara Harry in a particularly clever manner, causing his wand to snap in two. "This is undoubtedly a black magic illusion." His shrill voice shattered every window in Malfoy Manor. "This is wrong." Hermione tugged at her hair, while Ron could only listen to Hagrid. The scene left her speechless. Capybara Harry was seen braiding Reggie's hair. 3 dog heads adorned with bows. Ron's mouth hung agape, it's wagging its tail. As the scene shifted, Draco could no longer contain himself. "That Potter is actually feeding Crab candy?" He pointed at the mirror image, incredulous, and Crab actually said thank you. Pansy chimed in. "What's more terrifying is that you look like you want to join them." The mirror showed Draco awkwardly accepting a lemon sherbet from Capybara Harry, turning away to reveal a fleeting, uncharacteristic smile of joy. "Would you like to try some, Professor?" In the mirror, Capybara Harry held up a small biscuit, the house elf stating, "You like raspberry flavor." Snape observed his other self accept the biscuit, his expression akin to witnessing the apocalypse. "Severus? Are you all right?" Dumbledore inquired with concern. "I want to resign. But you just said last week." Now immediately, within the halls of Hogwarts, Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah! It seems in some world, we have all found a happier way to live." Just then, Capybara Harry turned to the observer, holding up a sign that read, "Would you like to join us for afternoon tea?" The entire hall fell silent as a grave. "I've had enough." Snape abruptly turned to leave. "I need a bucket of death water, the strongest kind." He felt as though he had been spinning for 3 days, and was perhaps not fully awake. Professor McGonagall regarded the mirror thoughtfully, inadvertently murmuring, "Perhaps sometimes the most powerful magic is not incantations, but rather refreshments." Fred and George spoke in unison, their eyes gleaming like golden galleons. As the mirror finally dimmed, a collective sigh of exhaustion escaped from the group. Ron, looking dazed, remarked that theoretically, there existed a world. But in that world he still preferred to cuddle with Scabbers while sleeping. Why had his brothers never informed him of the existence of the Marauder's map? Hermione, seated beside him in contemplation, suddenly raised her voice. "Wait! That scar on Harry's forehead. Did you all notice?" Everyone turned in unison to find their dear Harry secretly tossing a chocolate-filled treat towards the mirror. I'll give it a try, Harry mumbled, his face flushed. What if it yields something good? Just before the mirror vanished, it unexpectedly ejected 10 packets of lemon sherbets and a letter with identical addresses, which landed squarely upon Dumbledore's head. Chapter 53. Whoever consumes the whole almond shall be deemed the lucky spirit of the new year. Oh, Harry Potter. It's Harry Potter. In the kitchen, a house elf caught sight of someone entering and turned to see a delightful surprise. Hello, friends. Oh, this time, besides food, I need to attend to some other matters. No, not cooking, well, perhaps. Harry savored the array of delicacies brought by the house elf, some of which were exclusive Christmas dishes from Hogwarts. He had to admit that he had come with the intention of enjoying another meal, despite just having concluded a rather sumptuous dinner with Snape in Spinner's End. This meal included a Christmas turkey, Christmas pudding, smoked salmon and ham, among other dishes. Of course, the turkey was a pre-purchased one from a shop 3 streets away. However, some pastries were freshly made by him, one containing a whole almond. When Snape discovered the almond, Harry distinctly sensed Snape momentarily freeze before discreetly and nonchalantly pocketing it. It could be said that his old professor possessed a hint of pride and stubbornness. After dinner, he dove into his potions lab, thereby giving himself the opportunity to sneak out to Hogwarts for a second meal. As for how he arrived, one must mention the burst of green flames in the fireplace at number 19 Spinner's End. He quite enjoyed this short and convenient flow network. Furthermore, to soothe the emotions of his note left behind, he kindly placed 2 candy canes nearby. If they proved ineffective, so be it. After all, he had already made his escape. With these thoughts in mind, Harry bit down sharply on a candy cane, crunching it in his mouth while his hands busily smashed a handful of snowberries into strawberry jam, which he then spread onto toasted bread. After meticulously preparing the toast, he instructed a house elf responsible for serving dishes. This is a special delicacy made just for my esteemed Professor Quirrell, with an almond tucked inside. Please ensure it is not placed incorrectly. The elf eagerly complied, snapping its fingers, and with a pop, the 2 slices of toast vanished from the kitchen, reappearing at Quirrell's side. Since this was the moment when everyone's toast appeared at the dining table, Quirrell noticed nothing amiss and clumsily picked up a knife and fork to cut a piece and put it in his mouth. The strawberry jam surprisingly possessed a uniquely refreshing sweet and sour flavor, awakening his muddled brain. Suddenly, he felt something hard against his teeth and spat it into his palm, discovering a charred, wrinkled and dark almond. TSK. These wretched little elves are so careless. I truly cannot fathom why Dumbledore chooses to keep them at Hogwarts. Quirrell grimaced as he discarded the ugly almond, grumbling under his breath while hastily consuming the 2 slices of toast. Given that the food they prepared tasted decent, he would let them off the hook this time. However, when his esteemed master returned, he would ensure these careless little elves understood the consequences of their blunder with that almond. As the Christmas feast concluded, everyone gradually departed, faculty members returning to their respective posts or offices, while students organized their own activities. Amid laughter and merriment, Quirrell stealthily made his way to the 4th-floor corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a door, where a torch crackled with a shower of sparks. Quirrell tightened his robes, ensuring no one was around, before retrieving a brass key from his pocket. The door creaked open, releasing a wave of damp, rusty air. In the dim light, Fluffy the 3-headed dog lay snoozing, drool dripping from its fangs and forming a small puddle on the stone floor. Quirrell held his breath, attempting to navigate without waking it, but in the darkness, he failed to notice Fluffy's 3 noses twitching. After briefly detecting the scent of garlic, Fluffy seemed to confirm something and let out a low growl before lunging at Quirrell, sinking its teeth into his leg. The sudden surge of pain forced Quirrell to cry out, accompanied by a wave of abdominal cramping, followed by a gurgling sensation within him. Master, this is dire. I think I have upset my stomach. Within minutes, Quirrell's complexion had turned pale, and he trembled as he negotiated with his master. Next time there will surely be another opportunity. Fool. This is a rare chance. Or do you plan to risk it in the Forbidden Forest, attempting to drink unicorn blood to save your life? Don't forget, your life is on a countdown. Scolded by the voice of his master echoing in his mind, Quirrell shivered, gritting his teeth against the pain in his leg and the discomfort in his abdomen, raising his wand to aim at Fluffy. Fluffy's ears perked up suddenly, letting out a growl as it lunged forward, fortuitously revealing the trapdoor beneath it. What an opportunity! Quirrell's eyes sparked with realization as he marveled at the foolishness of magical creatures, rolling under Fluffy and diving into the trapdoor below. Well done, good dog. In the shadowy corner of the room, Harry lifted his invisibility cloak, affectionately patting each of Fluffy's 3 heads, while pulling out some jerky from his pocket to feed it. Just keep an eye on the door for me, like last time. Shoo. After issuing his instructions, Harry lazily opened the trapdoor and jumped down. Quirrell, who had descended first, found himself struggling through one challenge after another. Fortunately, thanks to his memories of setting the challenges alongside other faculty members, he managed to navigate through them. Unfortunately, the pain in his belly intensified, and by the time he reached the final challenge, he was trembling as he walked. Hurry faster, fool. Alas, his master did not show any compassion, continuing to urge him on with great urgency. But poor Quirrell found himself utterly at a loss before the Mirror of Erist in the final challenge. He had no idea how to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Master. I have yet to find the Philosopher's Stone. This mirror is peculiar. The reflections are hazy and chaotic. Then hurry up and figure it out. You must understand that once I obtain the Philosopher's Stone and acquire the energy of resurrection, upon my successful revival, you as my confidant, shall certainly receive generous rewards. Before Quirrell could pledge his loyalty, he heard what seemed to be stumbling footsteps approaching from outside. Chapter 54. Aged Voldemort. Do you desire the Philosopher's Stone or perhaps some sweets instead? Finally he had arrived. What would the final challenge entail? As Chilo caught the faint murmurs of astonishment and confusion from outside the door, a thrill coursed through him. The renowned savior of the British magical world had arrived. And it seemed to be an effortless endeavor. Thus he remained poised, a sinister grin adorning his face as he awaited the moment when this seemingly daft hero would push open the door and reveal a visage of terror upon seeing him. The footsteps grew ever closer, igniting a sense of anticipation within Chilo. Closer, just a little closer, hurry and open the door. Suddenly, the footsteps halted near the entrance. Feeling fatigued, perhaps it was time for a snack and a brief respite, especially since there were no classes tomorrow. Chilo. He was on the verge of losing his mind in front of the Mirror of Erist, and this fellow intended to take a break before entering? You, the so-called savior? Accompanied by a dull thud from outside, Chilo's wicked smile froze upon his face, and the presence of Voldemort at the back of his mind fell silent. What was he doing? Voldemort's voice bore an unusual hint of confusion. It seems he has taken a seat. Seated. Voldemort had never been so rendered speechless in his life. He had envisioned countless confrontations with Harry Potter. Angry, fearful, courageous. Even begging for mercy. Yet, he never anticipated that his opponent would choose to dine and rest before facing his nemesis. Outside, Harry had settled against the wall, leisurely nibbling on a sandwich he had extracted from his pocket. Ah, ham and cheese, quite delightful. Chilo. Voldemort, get out. Drag him in. Voldemort could no longer contain himself, roaring within Chilo's mind. Taking a deep breath, Chilo hastened to the door, flinging it open, only to find Harry sitting cross-legged on the ground, sandwich in hand, with a bottle of pumpkin juice beside him. Their eyes locked. Harry blinked, swallowing his mouthful. Good evening, Professor. Are you here to find some peace as well? Chilo nearly dropped his wand. Finding peace? His voice emerged as though choked, fragmented. Harry nodded, taking another bite of his sandwich. Yes. The gathering organized by everyone was rather noisy. After swallowing, he raised his pumpkin juice. Care for a drink? It's freshly squeezed by the house elves, with a dash of cinnamon. The Voldemort at the back of Chilo's mind emitted a low growl, seemingly urging him on. Chilo felt a sharp pain, hastily lifting his wand. Faint. Wait, Professor, you appear quite unwell. Harry suddenly stood, popping a mint into his mouth, then pulled out a wax paper package. Care to try this? It's a new blood-flavored lollipop from Honeydukes. They say it tastes like blood. It might be of use to you. Stop wasting time with him. Get him to fetch the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort's sharp, rasping voice reverberated in Chilo's mind. Coupled with the excruciating pain in his abdomen, Chilo's already frayed nerves frayed further. I shan't waste words with you. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Or else. He brandished his wand, its tip flickering with red light. Very well. This is indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Here. Seizing the opportunity, Harry tossed the package towards him. Chilo dared not gamble on the truth of his words, and in a desperate bid for survival, he fumbled to catch it. As he unwrapped the wax paper, a miniature bat suddenly sprang forth, flapping its wings wildly against his face. Oofed. Harry could not stifle his laughter. Apologies, I grabbed the wrong one. That was a prank product from Fred. He produced another identical package. This one is the real deal. Chilo looked up, realizing that Harry had somehow positioned himself before the Mirror of Erist, holding yet another identical wax paper package. Noticing him glance over, Harry waved the package. Fool, I came to converse with him. At Chilo's behest. He approached Harry with a cold smirk, carefully unwrapping his scarf, his voice chilling. Why not greet my esteemed master, the Dark Lord Potter? Hello, Voldemort. The sinister laughter that Voldemort had prepared to unleash faltered. choking in his throat as if he had none. Observing this, Harry suddenly recognized that perhaps being too accommodating was not in his favor. How about you screw off, Voldemort, you wretched pest? Harry flatly reassured the so-called Dark Lord, adding softly to clarify his stance. Do not think that just because you lack a nose, I fear you. Surrender now. Voldemort paused, a strange smile replacing his initial fury. A bit of courage, indeed. You live up to the title of my destined adversary. Do you desire the Philosopher's Stone? His words were abruptly interrupted, as Voldemort's emotions began to destabilize, further agitating Chilo's already uncomfortable state. Damn it, he felt his insides bubbling uncontrollably, threatening to erupt. Fool, stabilize your body. Voldemort muttered under his breath, his blood-red eyes turning back to Harry, bearing a sinister grin. Oh? The savior most cherished by Dumbledore is now contemplating surrendering the Philosopher's Stone to me? Harry displayed little reaction, merely gesturing for him to approach. Come closer. I have the Philosopher's Stone right here. Step forward, and I shall hand it to you. Come a bit closer. Harry observed Voldemort's wary stance from a distance with a tinge of exasperation, sighing. Why stand so far away? I want tea bite. Frankly, I prefer garlic sauce on roasted eggplant over the foul stench of rotten garlic. Your lack of hygiene is somewhat affecting my appetite. Witnessing Harry's composure, Voldemort hesitated to advance, raising his wand to compel him to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, feeling somewhat resigned, fixed him with a steady gaze. Are you certain you can see my movements clearly from that distance to ensure I do not deceive you? This was the first time Voldemort encountered an adversary so considerate of his perspective, and from the moment prior, he had been left bewildered by this peculiar Harry Potter. He tapped into Chilo's already malnourished mind, opting to inch closer. However, just as he took a half-step, an unbearable pain shot through his fragmented soul, and he suddenly witnessed Harry Potter pulling a hammer from his pocket. He attempted to control Chilo's body for defense, yet the dual torment of body and soul hindered his movements significantly. At that moment, the Harry who had been standing beside the mirror of Ariste appeared right in front of him. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck Voldemort's face. Chapter 55. Some individuals are akin to cotton candy. They appear grand yet are insubstantial and fluffy. Voldemort now found himself steeped in regret. He should have foreseen this. Harry Potter was not meant to be at the school this Christmas. The excruciating pain in his face jolted him from the euphoria of nearly acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, and his seemingly non-existent brain began to function rapidly. Harry Potter's sudden presence here undoubtedly indicated he had come prepared. Dumbledore was likely en route even now. This was not a place to linger. He attempted to maneuver Chilo's body to escape, but the relentless agony of his soul continued to plague him, severely limiting and delaying his thoughts and actions. Damn. He cursed inwardly, gripping his wand tightly. Disarm. A disarming spell knocked Chilo's wand from his grasp, and Harry, wielding both wand and hammer with practiced ease, struck Chilo on the back of the head once more before swiftly retrieving his wand from the ground and casting a cleaning charm, tossing it into his pocket. You know, I used this hammer to crack macadamia nuts before. Harry dragged Quirrell by the collar to the mirror of Ariste, casually leaning the hammer against the side of the mirror, freeing his hands to position Quirrell into a suitable posture for viewing. Look, I will teach you how to extract items from the mirror of Ariste. He raised his hand and gently tapped Quirrell on the back of his head, attempting to rouse Voldemort once more. Unfortunately, Quirrell appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness from the blow, prompting Harry to abandon the idea of reviving him. It's quite simple. You see, so long as I do not covet it, I can obtain it. Pay attention to my hand. Do not glance away, focus intently. Standing before the mirror of Ariste, Harry gazed at his reflection, and before long, a red crystal materialized in his hand. You see? It is that effortless. Here, take it. He placed the red crystal into Voldemort's hand, a gesture that momentarily stunned the Dark Lord, who had intended to gather strength for a seizure. Voldemort scrutinized the red crystal, realizing it bore no trace of magical energy. This is not the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, it is merely a shard of red crystalline sugar. Harry had never claimed that the mirror contained the Philosopher's Stone. You dare deceive me. I would not hesitate to strike you, Harry retorted, knocking the crystalline sugar from Voldemort's grasp, then pointing a finger at him, lightly condemning his malevolent conduct. I kindly offered you a treat, and this is your attitude? You seek a confrontation. Voldemort was taken aback. He had never anticipated being accused by another, especially over what he deemed a trivial matter of wasted food. As the hammer once again made contact with his cheek, a sudden realization dawned upon him. No wonder this Harry Potter could become his nemesis. He was exceedingly peculiar. Accompanying the hammer was a flash of green light, followed by a ghastly shriek. Voldemort's instinct to survive compelled his fragment of a soul to swiftly escape from Quirrell's lifeless body, transforming into a swirling cloud of darkness intent on fleeing. Observing the grand display, Harry produced an empty jar from his pocket, seizing a portion of the soul fragments while Voldemort was momentarily obscured by the black mist. "Thank you. I propose a trade for the Philosopher's Stone." Harry waved the oiled paper package he had previously held, his expression earnest. "You." Voldemort's trust in Harry's words evaporated, and plagued by an inexplicable pain in his soul, he found himself powerless as the sinister savior claimed another piece of his already fragile essence. Enraged, he could only roar in frustration as he retreated. Alas, in these times, even a truthful statement is met with disbelief. Harry watched Voldemort depart, returning the oiled paper-wrapped Philosopher's Stone to his pocket while borrowing Quirrell's wand to magically guide the jar of soul fragments into the scar upon his forehead. Ouch. Still a bit painful. I've been digesting too much lately, almost running low on equilibrium. This will do nicely, Harry murmured softly, chewing a piece of military chocolate before placing Quirrell's wand back into its owner's hand, and finding a relatively comfortable spot to recline. He estimated that by now, the charm he had cast to obscure Snape's detection spell within the room should have worn off, and he would likely encounter Dumbledore on his way back. In truth, Snape was in a rather foul mood. He had not anticipated that the boy possessed the ability to evade his detection spell and slip out. Considering Harry's tendencies, upon realizing the boy had vanished from Spinner's End, Snape directly utilized the fireplace to arrive at Hogwarts. Upon his arrival, he made a beeline for the kitchen. The house elves, upon seeing him, displayed expressions of sheer terror, and one bold creature, trembling, spoke to him. "Sir, Mr. Potter ordered 3 portions of beef jerky and pumpkin juice, along with some sandwiches." The mention of 3 portions of jerky darkened Snape's already grim countenance. Turning on his heel, he headed up to the 4th floor, only to encounter a similarly hurried Dumbledore at the staircase corner. Severus, the old headmaster's blue eyes sparkled with unusual light. "What a coincidence. Are you patrolling tonight as well?" "Do not feign ignorance, Dumbledore." Snape grit his teeth, interrogating, "Where is that boy now?" "Oh." Dumbledore stroked his beard, his tone still amiable. "Wasn't Harry supposed to return with you to celebrate Christmas?" Yes, I did hear that the kitchen prepared a new batch of festive dishes tonight." "He is not there." Snape's expression darkened further. "You had better truly be unaware of his whereabouts." With that, he strode toward the room at the end of the 4th floor, while Dumbledore cheerfully followed, soothing the wayward, and the two entered the underground chamber one after the other. As they passed through several checkpoints without incident, Snape soon noticed that the potion he had brewed was nearly depleted. Upon seeing the empty bottle, his already grim demeanor grew even darker, and his pace quickened. He pushed open the door to the final checkpoint where the Mirror of Eris stood, discovering Harry sprawled on the ground, with Quirrell also lying prostrate beside him. "Damn it." Observing Harry's unconscious state, Snape hurried forward to assess the boy's condition, intending to better brew the appropriate potion. Just as the tip of his wand made contact with Harry's chest, Harry yawned and rubbed his eyes. Sitting up. "Professor, did you come to take me home?" This question halted the venom Snape had intended to unleash. "Now tell me, what transpired?" "Voldemort was controlling Professor Quirrell, and he ordered me to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone for him. He even cast the killing curse. My scar hurt intensely, and I collapsed here. I am unaware of what happened next." Chapter 56. What Philosopher's Stone? What I retrieved from the mirror was merely red crystalline sugar. "Oh, do not worry, child. Everything is well now." Dumbledore approached with a jovial smile, stroking his beard. "You successfully thwarted Voldemort from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone." I am not certain about that," Harry replied innocently. "I merely sought a quiet place to enjoy my midnight snack, but was captured by Quirrell on the way here, and what I obtained from the mirror was a piece of red crystal candy." This infuriated him. "After that killing curse, I fainted, and I am clueless about what followed. I do not even know where the Philosopher's Stone has gone." "Dumbledore, do you wish to reflect upon what you are saying?" He instinctively sensed something was amiss, yet he had no means to prove the stone's whereabouts, especially with Snape on the verge of an outburst. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, his silver eyebrows nearly reaching his hairline. "Red crystal candy?" he repeated softly, as though each word burned his lips. Harry nodded, producing a shard of red candy from his robe pocket, resembling a drop of congealed blood or a low-quality ruby. When Voldemort realized it was not the Philosopher's Stone, he threw it to the ground, and I seized a piece in the chaos here. Dumbledore inhaled the sweet aroma emanating from the shard, his mind momentarily derailed. Logically, few at Hogwarts understood the usage of the Mirror of Eris better than he, making it improbable to replace the Philosopher's Stone from within. However, certain variables remained uncertain. His azure gaze shifted to the innocent-looking Harry, who instinctively cowered behind Snape, appearing as if he had been terrified into incoherence by Voldemort. Enough! Snape, noticing Harry's pale visage despite his seemingly composed demeanor, looked even more displeased. Dumbledore. You can settle your delay later. Right now, I need to take him back to thoroughly examine his condition. Potter, follow me. Without waiting for Dumbledore's response, he completed his statement, twirled his robe and strode out. As Snape walked, he felt a tug at his outer robe causing him to pause. Turning around, he found Harry gazing at him with an innocent expression, clutching the corner of his robe. Snape let out a disdainful huff, saying nothing as he continued toward the Slytherin head's office. The curfew had passed, and the only sound in the castle's corridors was the crackling of torches. The shadows of two figures, one large and one small, were cast upon the stone walls, the smaller one being led forward by the larger, which could perhaps be interpreted in various ways. Snape paid little heed to such thoughts as he descended to the dungeons, opened the door, and proceeded towards the fireplace. Harry followed closely behind, quietly greeting the serpent on the doorknob before slipping into the fireplace. Upon landing in the living room of number 19, Spinner's End, Harry was met by a pair of deep, black eyes. What do you need the Philosopher's Stone for? Harry blinked, having no intention of concealing either his physical condition or his little scheme. Thus he spoke earnestly, because Dumbledore always complicates my leisurely life. I intend to create a little chaos for him that will cost at least 100 galleons. Snape raised an eyebrow in confusion. Since he was reluctantly appointed as Harry Potter's guardian, the frequency of bewilderment etched upon his face had only increased. Now that you've achieved that, what do you intend to do? I plan to give it to Grindelwald to play with. Snape. The flames in the fireplace erupted into a burst of green light, causing Snape's eyebrows to twitch. What did you say? His voice was sticky and perilous, akin to bat spleen being stirred in a cauldron, laced with disbelief. Harry tossed the oiled paper package into the air and caught it, as if playing with a bouncy ball. It's just a notion, Professor, relax. If our dear headmaster is willing to pay the price to retrieve it, then I want to send it to Mr. Grindelwald. Harry briefly opened the package to show Snape before wrapping it back up and tucking it into his pocket. Feeling a pang of hunger after all that commotion, he asked, Would you like to grab a bite, Professor? Snape suddenly realized that he had originally intended to reprimand Harry for sneaking out. TSK. Almost let that little brat off the hook. Before that, might I request, dear Mr. Potter, that you graciously inform your humble old professor the next time you venture out, lest I encounter some unforeseen mishap and remain unnoticed? All right, Harry readily agreed. Snape observed the boy's preoccupation with the kitchen, and felt a surge of exasperation. Never mind whether he could manage it, at least the boy's attitude was commendable, right? Snape. Bah, go to hell. To reward the illustrious Mr. Potter for his audacity, he announced coldly that he would be handling 3 buckets of snail slime each night, until the end of the Christmas holidays. Gazing intently at Harry's face until the boy sighed in resignation. Satisfied, he turned and retreated to his potions lab. Once Snape left, Harry returned to a state of indifference. Day by day, nurturing a professor required providing emotional support as well. Perhaps he would ask for a raise later. Rubbing his slightly grumbling stomach, Harry turned towards the kitchen to see what edible delights awaited him. Upon opening the refrigerator, he immediately spotted a piece of fish wrapped in cling film, which he had impulsively tossed into his cart during a sale at the supermarket, using a bit of magic to preserve it, both economical and convenient. Beside it lay a packet of curry powder, perfect for this snowy winter day. The spices, turmeric, red chili powder, cumin, coriander seeds, black pepper, mustard seeds, gradually melded with the assorted fish pieces, infused with a hint of culinary anticipation, transforming the marinated fish into a warm winter dish. The fish was tossed into hot oil, along with whole spices and curry leaves, before being combined with a thick sauce made from onions, ginger, garlic paste, and tomatoes. The marinated fish was gently coated with sauce, simmered with coconut milk, and finished with a squeeze of lime juice and a sprinkle of coriander, ensuring the fish absorbed the sauce without disintegrating. What had once been unremarkable fish now underwent a metamorphosis, resplendent in a deep, reddish-brown sauce that shimmered with a golden sheen. The fish pieces nestled within it. The surface of the fish was adorned with jade-like curry leaves and vibrant coriander, while onion rings and diced tomatoes peeked through, the creamy white streaks of coconut milk weaving a gentle marbled pattern through the sauce. The transformation of the fish was often accompanied by an alluring aroma, more commendable than the fish leaping over the dragon gate, as it showcased its intrinsic prowess. With a click, a bronze lizard, long hidden within his wrist, poked its head out of the sleeve, making clicking sounds, while the little creature, Crookshanks, stealthily descended from the second floor, wagging its tail joyfully at Harry's feet. Creak. The door to the potions lab swung open. Chapter 57. It was merely indigestion from a late-night snack, certainly not weight gain. Professor, are you finished? Would you care to join me for a late-night snack? Snape gave a barely perceptible nod, and naturally seated himself at the dining table. He himself realized that since this little brat had arrived, he had eaten at the table more times in these few days than he had in the entire previous year. Never mind. After being invited, he would begrudgingly comply. Harry portioned the Indian curry fish into 2 servings, pan-frying a few scraps with just a touch of oil for the bronze lizard and Crookshanks, saving a portion for Hedwig when she returned. Next, he took out slices of bread that had just been brushed with garlic sauce from the oven, placing them on one side of the plate to ensure some could soak up the flavorful curry sauce. A soft rustling came from the other side of the table, as if some old professor was washing his hands with a spell. Harry brought the prepared late-night meal to the table and began to eat leisurely. The outer layer of the fish was tender and slightly springy, while the interior retained its fibrous firmness, harmonizing with the rich, spicy flavor that swept away the lingering chill from earlier. The coconut milk or yogurt brought a smooth creaminess and slight sweetness, interspersed with the tang of lime, creating a complex yet balanced flavor profile, leaving a refreshing coolness of coriander in the aftertaste that eased the weariness of the evening. The two had grown accustomed to their dining routine, one cooking while the other cleaned the dishes. As Harry put it, Professor Snape usually dealt with numerous cauldrons and experimental vessels, so a few plates certainly posed no challenge for him. That night, Snape found himself standing in the potions lab, staring at his slightly protruding belly, lost in contemplation. It was probably just the rare occurrence of late-night snacking causing indigestion. With a stern expression, Snape prepared himself a digestive potion. After the Christmas holiday, Harry returned to school, continuing his studies, and the events leading up to Christmas had not affected his appetite or mood in the slightest. Quirrell's sudden demise had relieved many students, as no one enjoyed attending classes accompanied by the stench of garlic and decay. Harry meticulously adhered to a schedule of breakfast, second breakfast, brunch, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, late-night snack, and a second late-night snack, living leisurely while eagerly awaiting the arrival of early spring. However, as he carried on with his seemingly carefree life, some individuals found it increasingly intolerable. That afternoon, having finished his afternoon tea, Harry was nestled in a hammock by the Black Lake, engrossed in a book when a figure appeared before him. Harry lifted his eyelids, nodded at the figure, leisurely turned a page, and then spoke coolly, 200 galleons. And I will help you retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, the figure hesitated, a few silver-white hairs falling onto the lawn. Harry, you must understand. Although I serve as the headmaster of Hogwarts, I cannot afford such an expense of 50 galleons. This is all I have. 190 galleons. Do you need me to clarify that you acquired this stone without spending a single canute? 60 galleons. I can contribute a little more from my private vault, but I cannot offer any further. 150 galleons. If that does not suffice, then so be it. It is getting late, and I must prepare to ponder what to have for breakfast tomorrow, not to mention a visit to Nurmengard. You will have to search on your own. 100 galleons. Plus some renowned French magical macarons and a few Napoleons for the muggles. My dear, that is all I can offer. I must retain some funds for operational expenses. Can you double the macarons and Napoleons? Can you manage that now? Very well. I find myself rather short on money, Professor. You must understand that caring for Professor Snape is quite a demanding task. Dumbledore sighed and retrieved a vault key from his robes. Take this, my child. It contains exactly 100 galleons. Splendid. Harry accepted the vault key and reclined in the hammock, leisurely extracting an oiled paper bundle from his pocket and tossing it onto the soft grass. Wow, what is this? He slowly sat up, dismounted the hammock, and picked up the oiled paper bundle. Upon opening it, a red crystal radiating an extraordinary magical energy was revealed. It's a Philosopher's Stone, Professor. What a remarkable coincidence. Dumbledore responded, not even pretending anymore, are we? Maintaining his genial smile, Dumbledore took the Philosopher's Stone from Harry and prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Professor, Harry interjected suddenly. Is there something else, Harry? May I borrow the room on the 4th floor for a bit of fun? It is of no use at the moment. Dumbledore chuckled and nodded amicably. Also, should Hogwarts truly face any troubles, you may come to me for assistance just once. Harry emphasized truly, making his intent unmistakably clear. He felt rather benevolent, offering a trade with an added layer of protective service. That sounds delightful, my child, Dumbledore replied, still smiling warmly. Shall we visit Nurmengard together this Saturday? Harry proposed. "Oh, I'm afraid that won't be possible." At that moment, Fawkes arrived, chirping melodiously. "It appears I must take my leave, Harry. I understand your sentiment. Relax and pursue what you desire." Dumbledore grasped Fawkes' talon and vanished. "Pursue what I desire," Harry mused as he reclined back into the hammock, closing his eyes. "There is so much I wish to indulge in. Treacle pudding, raisin pudding, cream bread, clotted cream cake, Bakewell tart, banana toffee pie, and sponge cake." His voice softened, growing fainter, as a breeze swept across the surface of the black lake. Countless sweet delights drifted through his thoughts until he fell asleep. In his dreams he encountered a seldom-seen figure, clad in a dark robe. The figure was brewing potions on a vast, empty meadow. Suddenly, a cauldron exploded, engulfing the surrounding grass in darkness, with wisps of black smoke curling above the figure's head. Harry slowly opened his eyes, sitting up to glance at the castle of Hogwarts. He unwrapped a lollipop and contemplated the recent progress of his research with Snape. Indeed, tonight's experiment carries a significant probability of failure. Very well. I shall refrain from visiting this evening. Thus, as Snape's cauldron erupted with the first muffled bang at 3 in the morning, Harry was in the kitchen, frying the 6th strip of bacon in grapeseed oil. It seemed that some might smell like grass charred by a fire dragon. Harry felt a slight tremor beneath his feet as he sluggishly flipped the bacon, the sizzling oil splattering into the hearth, causing the flames to leap joyfully. The bronze lizard tucked deeper into his sleeve, sensing the heat. "Do not fear. I have reinforced your body with alchemy. You won't disintegrate in ordinary flames. Of course, Professor Snape will not be undone by a mere cauldron explosion." Chapter 58. A whiff of aroma entangles whom? Unrelated to romance, I fry bacon for you. Clang. In the potions classroom of the Slytherin headmaster's office, a plate of bacon sandwiches, layered with egg and pumpkin paste, suddenly appeared on the only table untouched by the explosion. Perhaps fearing he would not have enough to eat, a few extra strips of bacon were scattered nearby. Snape stood beside the workstation, the hem of his robe speckled with remnants of silvery potions. His expression darker than the smoke from the cauldron explosion. He stared at the still warm bacon on the plate, as if it were a serpent that had betrayed Slytherin. At the same time, he keenly detected that the sandwich contained additional ingredients. Snape approached the table. Noticing the blank space on the plate was inscribed in pumpkin paste, a drop of joy potion. "Do not worry. The dosage is so small that even Filch's cat won't get high from it." Snape's mouth twitched slightly. He raised his wand to tidy the chaotic potions classroom and strode out, carrying the incongruous plate of sandwiches. He placed the sandwiches on a genuine dining table recently acquired for the Slytherin headmaster, and washed his hands with a refreshing spell. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, revealing how solitude can foster relaxation. He speared a sandwich with a fork and took a bite. The crispy bacon, the sweetness of the pumpkin paste, and a warmth Snape was reluctant to acknowledge surged down his throat. Meanwhile, in the kitchen on the first floor, the flames crackled merrily, and the aroma of toasted bread wafted down the spiral staircase leading to the cellar, like a soft rope binding a stubborn old bat to the mortal realm. On a leisurely afternoon in early spring, having just finished lunch, Harry decided to sneak out of the castle to visit Hagrid's hut for supplies. He had previously discovered that Hagrid not only made rock cakes, but also ventured into the Forbidden Forest to gather fruits and other forest goods, such as the spring bamboo shoots that began to emerge in early March. He needed Hagrid's assistance to keep an eye on them. Harvesting them too late would ruin their flavor. Before he approached Hagrid's hut, Harry noticed a long line of students waiting to taste the improved rock cakes, among them several lively figures. "Look who it is. Our great savior. He transformed the rock cakes into a delectable food fit for humans. We truly admire your craftsmanship. Have you considered joining us, even as a flavor consultant?" Upon spotting Harry, 2 identical red-haired boys broke away from the line, flanking him on either side. "George, Fred, hello." Harry nodded at them, speaking warmly. "I greatly appreciate your invitation, but sadly, I do not have the time at the moment. If I find some later, I will come looking for you. Then we shall await your arrival. You are always welcome." Harry, equally amiable, retrieved a few samples of Honeyduck's new products from his pocket, including the recently seen fire pepper candies. "I hope these can inspire you." Each twin took a piece, exchanging glances before speaking in unison. "Sounds delightful. If you change your mind, do let us know." "I will," Harry replied gently, finding the twins quite agreeable, lively, with strong cores yet possessing a sense of social decorum. After bidding farewell to the Weasley twins, Harry gradually approached Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, wearing a massive apron, was busily baking rock cakes in his enormous oven. "Children, this is all the material we have for today. This is the last batch. Please return tomorrow." Hagrid, with his amiable demeanor, was cheerfully calling out to the young wizards lined up behind him, while he casually held up a sign indicating that his supply of rock cakes had been exhausted. As the little wizards began to disperse, Hagrid finally noticed Harry standing a short distance away, eagerly awaiting a piece of jerky. "Oh, Harry, you've arrived. I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving those." "Hagrid, let us discuss this inside," Harry interjected promptly, redirecting the conversation. "By the way, are there bamboo shoots in the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid blinked, clearly momentarily distracted by the mention of bamboo shoots, and then broke into a wide grin. "Bamboo shoots? Oh, indeed. They can be found in the Forbidden Forest, but you must venture to the northern slope, where there's a patch of bamboo that survived last winter's frost. This year they're sprouting quite vigorously." As he wiped his hands on his apron, he ushered Harry into the house. The apron was adorned with a comically grinning hippogriff, and the stitching was coarse, resembling that done with twine. Inside, the scene remained as it always was, with crumbs of rock cakes scattered across the table, and Fong was diligently trying to stick his nose into an empty jar to lick up the honey. Hagrid poured Harry a cup of tea, with the tea leaves standing upright at the bottom like tiny twigs. "I just visited yesterday." Hagrid lowered his voice, as if afraid the pumpkins outside might overhear. "The shoots are just starting to peek through. In a couple of days, they'll be ready for harvest. However," he rubbed his hands together, his expression suddenly turning grave, "things have been a bit unsettled in the forest lately. The centaurs mentioned that before Christmas, they noticed some shadowy figures flitting about on the northern slope, and advised against taking students there. Hopefully it will calm down soon." Harry could surmise the identity of those shadowy figures and offered Hagrid some comforting words, then made his way to a heavy-lidded chest nearby. "Are they all doing well?" "Absolutely splendid," Hagrid exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he trembled with emotion while explaining. "I must apologize. I've been reminiscing about Aragog. I never imagined I would see Aragog's eggs on Christmas Day. I thought they had all been incinerated in that cluster of blue flames. Oh, Harry, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. You have rekindled the memories of my days nurturing Aragog." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with tears, and he approached the chest to lift the lid, revealing 4 palm-sized spiderlings scuttling about. Since they had been kept warm by the fireplace, they had hatched, and were now learning to walk. Hagrid gazed at them with affection, sharing anecdotes about his time with Aragog. "I've brought their special food. You know, Harry, their survival hinges on our successful domestication of their carnivorous habits." "Domestication?" Hagrid rubbed the corner of his apron, his voice nearly drowned out by Fong's snores. "Harry, I tried feeding them rock cake crumbs, but they wouldn't eat anything but meat, not even blood-soaked bread." "Oh, Hagrid, these little spiders are different from Aragog. They were immersed in potions while still in their eggs." Harry stifled a chuckle, gently explaining as he retrieved a small dark green pouch from his pocket, the opening embroidered with hasty silver letters spelling out Aragog Commemorative Edition. "I prepared some feed last night in the kitchen. A modified recipe, adjusted based on my research in the library." He squatted down and poured a bit of the contents into their feeding dish. The 4 tiny spiders immediately clustered around, their 8 eyes glowing a bright red. The dish contained a mixture of fire lizard meat blended with mooncalf cream, topped with a sprinkle of crushed jerky, emitting an aroma reminiscent of freshly baked blood pudding, lavishly prepared, a detail Harry always took great care in. It's worth mentioning that the bronze lizard had nestled quietly in his sleeve while he handled the fire lizard meat the previous night. Harry couldn't help but wonder if this alchemical creation truly believed it was a lizard. He gently stroked the bronze lizard crawling back and forth on his shoulder, trying to calm it down as it appeared restless since the night before, evidently a little frightened. "Oh, I added some calming ingredients to the feed," Harry remarked, letting his hand dangle above the chest as he observed the smallest spider attempting to climb onto his finger, giving it a gentle nudge to send it back into the chest. "We don't want them sneaking out at night to nibble on your toes." "Oh, Harry, you are so considerate." Hagrid laughed heartily, patting Harry on the shoulder, causing the bronze lizard to slip down into Harry's collar. "They grow quite quickly, and perhaps by the time we go digging for bamboo shoots, their diet can gradually transition to delectable roasted meats and other cooked delicacies." Harry leaned against the chest, poking one of the spiderlings on the head. Once they become accustomed to cooked food, these fussy spiders would lose interest in raw meat and live prey, much like a wild wolf he had encountered in his childhood near the Dursleys' home. That wolf, after tasting Dudley's custard tart, ceased its attacks on Dudley, instead seeking more custard tarts. At that time, Harry had strung together all of Dudley's tarts and draped them around the wolf's neck, and the wolf had pranced away happily. Dudley had looked at him as if he were some sort of deity. Since then, Harry's exposure to desserts had quietly expanded. Unfortunately, he was nearing 11 years old then, and before he could savor many delights, he had to start school. Eventually he had arrived at Hogwarts. As there was little to learn from Petunia's culinary skills. In fact, had it not been for Dumbledore's insistence on pairing him with Snape in a shared living arrangement, he might have considered renovating the Potter residence. Not to mention, he would first need to add a fully functional kitchen, and a refrigerator enchanted with a non-stick extension charm. Alchemy indeed proved to be a practical skill. It seemed that the Saturday classes were quite necessary. Harry gradually pulled his wandering thoughts back, glancing at Hagrid, who was now engrossed in a game of catch with his future supply of acromantula venom, occasionally breaking into a hearty chuckle. It was clear that he had developed a fondness for these spiders. I have a class this afternoon. I'll come by again next time. If there's anything, feel free to ask the little wizards here to relay messages. Don't feed them too much, they will grow too large. And then you won't be able to keep them. Hagrid solemnly agreed, discreetly producing a stack of rock cakes. I saved these for you, Harry. Take them back to enjoy. If you need more, just come find me. Harry expressed his gratitude, offering Hagrid a few last words of caution before bidding farewell, and strolling back to the castle with a hefty stack of freshly baked rock cakes. While it's undoubtedly convenient to carry food in one's pocket, there's a greater sense of joy in holding it close to one's heart. As Harry walked along the path, the sweet, milky aroma of the rock cakes wafted around him, momentarily distracting him. He suddenly recalled hearing that both Ron's mother and Draco's mother were quite adept at baking. Perhaps he could visit them this summer to sample their creations, and perhaps glean some culinary wisdom. Oh, not perhaps, he would definitely go this year. Just days ago, both had coincidentally approached him, inviting him to spend the summer at their respective homes, leading to a tense standoff where neither would yield. Ultimately, he had resolved the dispute by tossing a galleon to decide the order, with Ron going first and Draco following. Draco had exited with a parting remark about informing his father of his disappointment. Should he visit Ron's mother first? In Harry's recollection and Ron's vivid descriptions, she was a mother with an extraordinary talent for baking delicious cream puffs. The box of homemade fudge she sent during Christmas was equally delightful. She must surely be a formidable figure, well versed in the art of domestic magic, possessing an array of other remarkable skills. Harry found himself looking forward to this visit with a sense of anticipation. He descended the stairs to the cellar, clutching a rock cake. As the bronze lizard scuttled within his robes, suddenly peeking out from behind his neck, and making its way to the crown of his head, where it settled in silence. Hiss! The sculpture of a serpent on the doorknob of the Slytherin head's office greeted Harry, raising its head slightly to gaze enviously at the bronze lizard perched atop him. Patience begets resolution, my friend. Harry spoke suddenly, gently tapping the snake's head and uttering the incantation to open the door. Inside, Snape was engrossed in brewing potions, showing no inclination to greet him. Unperturbed, Harry replenished the box with the rock cakes, leaving 2 strawberry-flavored ones fashioned from toffee on his desk. Having completed these tasks, Harry lazily surveyed the surroundings and retrieved a small vial of acromantula venom from his pocket, placing it beside the rock cakes, a small surprise to soothe the temperamental bat. Its judicious use could effectively maintain its emotional fluctuations within a reasonable range. He intended to reserve the remaining venom until the acromantulas matured, planning to utilize it when necessary. As the door closed with a gentle thud, Harry departed. His next agenda was to procure supplies from Dumbledore before curfew. Chapter 60. Too much sweetness is detrimental for the elderly, so let the youth indulge. After a brief exchange, leaving behind the remark that too much sweetness is harmful to the elderly, Harry triumphantly carried a bag of confections down the corridor, under the watchful gaze of the water-stone beast. Passing by the tapestry depicting the troll bludgeoning the dim-witted Barnabas, Harry paused momentarily, staring intently at the wall for several seconds. He tore off a piece of toffee to chew, smoothing the now restless bronze lizard's spine, and offering it a piece of jerky. Let's go. We can return to visit later. Harry continued downwards, turning at the end of the 4th-floor corridor, where he entered to share his recent spoils with the 3-headed creature, Fluffy. Another batch of students just came in, didn't they? Woof. 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 Arf. The 3 heads of Fluffy spoke simultaneously, causing Harry to feel a bit bewildered. The middle head suggested that the left and right heads should enjoy some jerky first. Quietly, Harry produced 2 gigantic pieces of jerky and offered them to Fluffy's outer heads, patiently listening to the middle head's discourse. Oh, 2 waves from Gryffindor, 3 from Slytherin, and 1 each from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Harry took out a small notebook to tally the results, sheltering beneath the invisibility cloak in Fluffy's warm embrace, seeking refuge from the early spring chill. Regardless, he had already ensured their harmlessness. They could play as they wished, returning the same way if they were unable to proceed. far more useful than the garlic-laden defense against the dark arts class, although the difficulty had increased just a tad. At that moment, beneath the trapdoor, Hermione, Ron, and Neville were mingled among the adventurers, attempting to navigate a game of wizard's chess. However, today, the pieces were behaving rather oddly. Ron tentatively moved a piece forward, only to be struck on the backside by a knight from his side. Ouch! Ron yelped, clutching his rear and retreating, bewildered. Why did this knight hit me? It wasn't like this before. As soon as he voiced his confusion, the knight beside him advanced a step forward, seemingly hinting at something. Soon enough, the chessboard returned to its original state, devoid of challengers. Ron's eyes lit up, pointing at the knight with excitement. I figured it out. This chess game isn't solely controlled by us. We must coordinate with these sentient pieces. A flicker of surprise crossed Hermione's eyes. She had always thought Ron to be somewhat reckless, yet he had revealed a surprisingly astute side. Then let's gather a few people to try it out. That night, the number of challengers who had made it this far was rather limited, but representatives from all 4 houses were present, with a significant portion having been eliminated by the previous challenges. Each night, everyone had only one chance, so they needed to strategize carefully, whether actively or passively, in pursuit of overcoming this hurdle and obtaining what might be the legendary Philosopher's Stone as the ultimate prize. The group beside the chessboard formed a temporary alliance. Meanwhile, the architect of this trial optimization was leisurely enjoying a nap, separated from them by a mere ceiling. Harry felt as though he were dreaming, soaring leisurely on a broomstick through a serene and desolate landscape, an apple clutched in his mouth. Suddenly, with a crunch, he realized that while one hand steadied the broom, the other held an apple, which revealed a half-worm wriggling within its flesh. Harry. His palate wasn't quite that adventurous just yet. He silently opened his eyes, gently ruffled the sleeping Fluffy, and intended to retrieve something edible from his pocket to quell his surprise. Instead, he pulled out an apple. Harry stared at the apple for a moment, then silently returned it to his pocket, pushing it further down. Perhaps he wasn't in the mood for apples lately. He roused Fluffy's middle head, whispering a few instructions, resulting in all 3 heads waking up. The left head was busy licking meat remnants from its teeth, ignoring him, while the right head leaned in, nudging his wrist with its damp nose, indicating a desire for another piece. Harry patted it affectionately and broke the last piece of jerky into 3 segments, distributing them fairly among the 3 mouths. You all behave tonight. Try not to scare too many people, he reiterated, folding away the invisibility cloak as he exited the restricted area on the 4th floor. The corridor was even quieter than before. The Waterstone beast had assumed a different posture, its stone wings drooping like an owl that had endured 3 sleepless nights. As Harry passed, it suddenly spoke, its voice muffled within the stone, emitting a low, plaintive sound. All right, next time I'll bring you a lemon sherbet instead of sticky toffee. This will have to do for now, good night. Without glancing back, Harry tossed a piece of candy from his pocket, which landed perfectly in the beast's gaping maw. The candy was caught with a soft thud, red liquid oozing from its mouth, glistening in the dim light with a hint of the macabre. A bloody lollipop, Harry mused, sensing the beast's muffled murmurs of delight. He hoped that Dumbledore wouldn't be startled when he awoke in the morning, or that the first person to seek him out wouldn't be frightened. As he chewed on a piece of honeycomb toffee, he tucked the restless bronze lizard into his sleeve and turned the corner. Under the invisibility cloak, the hem brushed against the troll tapestry, where Barnabas was still obliviously pursuing a fleeing fluffball. The bronze lizard continued to scuttle about in his sleeve, its scales rubbing against one another, producing a faint scratching sound. Harry retrieved a squished chocolate frog from his pocket, breaking off half for the lizard. Do you remember what I said? Patience begets resolution. The lizard peeked out from the sleeve, eagerly devouring the chocolate frog with a satisfying crunch. Harry stood by the tapestry, gazing across the way with a serene expression. After finishing the remaining half of the chocolate frog, he turned to leave. As Harry descended the stairs and passed by the trophy display room on the 4th floor, a sudden thought struck him. He reached into his pocket beneath the invisibility cloak. The apple was still there, its skin now wrinkled, as if it had been drained of moisture by a nightmare. He turned on his heel and returned to the 4th floor, stopping in front of the trophy display room. Harry gently pushed the door open and immediately retrieved the apple from his pocket, aiming it at the glass cabinet housing the special contribution award on the topmost shelf. Inside the cabinet stood Tom Riddle's trophy, but mere seconds ago, it had been removed by Harry, leaving only a circular indentation, reminiscent of a socket devoid of an eye. In the next moment, the apple was snugly fitted into the hollow, a perfect match. Harry casually pried off a piece of gold leaf from the base of the adjacent Best Quidditch Beater trophy, and affixed it to the apple as a makeshift stem. giving it the appearance of a poorly crafted Christmas ornament. Yes, this seemed much more fitting. He admired his handiwork briefly, then nonchalantly pocketed the trophy and strolled away. Not long after he departed, the apple nestled within the display case quietly began to crack open in the darkness. A plump white worm cautiously peeked out, twisting its body left and right before retreating back inside. Chapter 61. The half of a cookie in his hand served as his obstinate disguise. I inquired about the potion for treating myopia. Indeed, Prince has developed a preliminary version. However, the silver-haired elder abruptly halted his sentence, lifting a cup of red tea to his lips. With a soft thud, 3 magical photographs were placed upon the table, each depicting a moving image of Dumbledore engaged in various activities, drinking tea, dining, or conversing with others. Yet due to the limited and costly materials, they were currently reserved for internal use only. This meant that only members of the Prince family had the privilege to apply for this myopia treatment potion. Indeed, Grindelwald carefully pinched a corner of the photograph, appreciating it with an ambiguous nod. Are the conditions for returning to the Prince family still the same? Of course. But do you remember that saying? The strongest bonds are those forged through mutual benefit. Harry remained silent, quietly contemplating while munching on the cookies he had brought for Grindelwald. By the way, Grindelwald diverted a fraction of his attention to chat with Harry as he admired the photographs. You've been studying at Hogwarts for almost a year now, haven't you? I almost forgot to ask which house you're in. Silence. A prolonged silence. Not hearing a response from Harry, Grindelwald glanced up to find Harry had unknowingly leaned back in the armchair and fallen asleep, half a cookie still clutched in his hand. Ah, the youth. They can just fall asleep at a moment's notice. Grindelwald briefly mused, deciding not to wake him, taking the opportunity to further appreciate the artistry of the photographs. Eventually, Harry truly succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, the fireplace was reduced to mere dark red embers, and the sun had long since dipped behind the distant treetops. Grindelwald still sat across from him, the 3 moving photographs arranged in a fan shape, as if engaged in a silent game of cards. Would you like me to draft a reply for you? The elder slid a piece of parchment towards Harry, the ink still warm from the flames of the hearth. It seems highly probable that the current head of the Prince family would be willing to accept you as a distant relative, provided that you visit their estate during the summer to test the potion, and publicly declare your voluntary renunciation of the surname Potter. This is merely a trivial introduction regarding the potion for treating myopia. I must say, he remains as obsessed with potions as ever. At the bottom of the letter, the signature formed a silver serpent coiled into the initials SP, as if flicking its tongue. I refuse. Harry popped the half-eaten cookie into his mouth, picked up the parchment to read its contents, then pushed it back. Grindelwald folded it with a flick of his wrist, and tossed it into the flames of the fireplace. Mutual benefit may forge the strongest connections, but sometimes, the most fragile relationships are the ones worth safeguarding. Harry's tone was gentle yet resolute. He could not so easily alter his name, let alone for the sake of a potion. Thank you for your message. Harry stood, brushed off the crumbs from his clothes, produced a second-hand one to clean up the remnants of food, ensuring he did not attract any mice to Grindelwald before stowing the wand back into his coat pocket. How many wands have you acquired? Simply counting their number holds little significance, sir. The hour grows late. Until next Saturday, Hogwarts. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the Slytherin headmaster's office was rapped upon once again. Snape opened the door with a stern expression, ushering Harry inside. Good evening, Professor. Snape fixed him with a scrutinizing gaze, clearly believing his visit bore ill tidings. Harry swallowed the remnants of a chewy candy and spoke earnestly. I have come to participate in research. I suddenly have a few intriguing ideas over the past couple of days that I wish to discuss with you. Snape regarded Harry's earnest face with skepticism. When had this brat become so industrious outside of mealtimes? His mind was filled with doubt. Yet, as Harry presented one thought-provoking question after another, Snape's attention was thoroughly diverted. Thus, if we were to reduce the particle size of moonstone powder by 3 orders of magnitude, theoretically, we could form a reversible refractive layer on the surface of the cornea, eliminating the need for lens adjustment. The theory holds. But the sensitivity of moonstone to magical fluctuations would increase exponentially. Snape's quill scratched across the parchment, producing a soft rustling sound. Any emotional fluctuations would cause the user to experience temporary blindness. Harry continued to drip a drop of phoenix tears into the cauldron, the golden liquid exploding into a small burst of silver light upon contact with the moonstone suspension, reminiscent of miniature fireworks. The moonlight reflected upon the black lake, shimmering beneath the surface, as 2 figures quietly toiled away in the dungeons. That evening, supper did not appear in the Slytherin headmaster's office until 5 o'clock, which could rightly be called breakfast for the following day. Harry's eyes sparkled upon seeing the croissants on the white porcelain plate. They had indeed discovered how to make croissants even more delectable. Upon a cursory glance, the plate held two varieties of croissants: sweet cream croissants and savory ham and mashed potato croissants. The savory croissant featured the signature honeycomb pattern flaky crust, baked to a golden brown with a hint of crispness, its surface gleaming with a buttery sheen, and its edges slightly curled. When cut in half, the filling layers were distinctly defined. The base was laid with dense mashed potatoes, smooth and ungritty, with a faint hint of creaminess, while the center was sandwiched with slices of rosy ham, glistening and slightly curled at the edges, topped with fresh lettuce leaves that were crisp and dewy, their color a vibrant emerald. The filling spilled forth from the cut surface, flaky crumbs scattered like a miniature avalanche. The savory croissant was visually stunning, yet the classic cream croissant was by no means inferior. The cream croissant boasted a plumper silhouette than the ordinary croissant, resembling a golden crescent moon. Its surface, brushed with egg wash, was baked to a deep amber hue, revealing layers of overlapping pastry at the fissures, with edges that curled slightly as if on the verge of crumbling into golden flakes. When sliced open, it was not hollow but filled with a snow-white, ample core of cream, so light it seemed ready to overflow, resembling a solidified cloud. The cream was adorned with a few strawberries, occasionally speckled with coarse sugar crystals, sparkling under the sunlight like scattered gems. "Good morning, Professor. Another beautiful day begins." Harry set down the cleaned utensils, proceeding to the office's washroom to wash his hands. Although he could resolve this with a spell, doing so always left him with the nagging sensation of not having been thoroughly cleaned, perhaps a remnant of his prolonged time in the Muggle world. Finally, mealtime had arrived. After a rare night of staying up late, Harry felt the ache in his jaw from chewing on peppermint candies and army rations. Chapter 62. The last bite of food was still worth fighting for. The first bite was marked by the crisp sound of flaky pastry shattering, akin to the sharp crack of stepping on thin ice, followed immediately by an explosion of buttery aroma. The soft mashed potatoes enveloped the tip of his tongue, imbued with a subtle creaminess and a dash of black pepper's warmth. The savory essence of the ham, with its smokiness, soon emerged, the fibers releasing juices as he chewed, creating a tender contrast against the starchiness of the potatoes. The crispness of the lettuce serves as a delightful finishing touch, its refreshing moisture cutting through the greasiness, leaving behind a whisper of sweetness reminiscent of fresh grass. Ultimately, the remnants of the flaky pastry mingle with the filling, adhering to the palate like a gentle ambush, prompting an irresistible urge to savor every last morsel. Comforting. This was Harry's heartfelt first impression after a long night of toil, finally rewarded with a warm, substantial meal. He devoured a savory croissant in a few bites before selecting a sweet one for further enjoyment. The freshly baked croissant indeed possessed an extraordinary texture. As his teeth grazed the surface, the flaky crust crumbled into countless delicate shards, unleashing a burst of buttery aroma. Immediately thereafter, a cool, velvety cream flooded his mouth. It was not the heavy richness of piped frosting, but rather a lightness imbued with air, akin to half-melted snow, dissolving on his tongue with a delightful pop, leaving behind the texture of vanilla seeds and a hint of sweet, salty dairy. The crispness of the pastry contrasted with the cream's softness, creating a sublime tension, while the tartness of strawberries rolled into his stomach, ultimately leaving a residue of caramelized pastry crumbs lodged between his teeth, like a lingering echo that refused to fade. A perfect breakfast rendered Harry's demeanor notably more serene. With the data tests completed, the development process should accelerate. Sitting beside the dining table, he nodded in a token gesture, his green eyes quietly fixated on his guardian, lost in thought, before tentatively calling out, "Professor." Noticing Harry's gaze, Snape silently lifted his head, raising an eyebrow. "Will you be having this last croissant?" Snape's hand, concealed beneath his robes, clenched slightly, rendering him unable to express his desire to partake, and thus he rose with a stoic expression, regretfully departing the table. Harry, having successfully indulged in the final croissant, contentedly concluded his breakfast, returning to his dormitory to catch up on sleep. His roommates had grown accustomed to the elusive savior's habit of never adhering to the normal curfew, intentionally avoiding the subject. In their eyes, Harry must have had his reasons. Each time he departed at night, he would return days later with intriguing fresh delicacies, which sufficed for their satisfaction. They Hufflepuffs were not particularly driven by curiosity. As for the forbidden area, had they not heard rumors, they would have likely remained oblivious to the tantalizing prize hidden beneath the trapdoor on the 4th floor, which might have been an exceptionally delectable treat. In truth, Harry had strategically promoted the venture to the 4 houses. To Hufflepuff he advertised delightful food, To Gryffindor and Slytherin, he spoke of treasures of unparalleled value, while Ravenclaw was intrigued by whispers of an ancient magical scroll. This led to uncertainty about what awaited them at the final challenge. Yet, driven by their respective obsessions, they flocked eagerly to the fourth-floor adventure. The orchestrator of it all, having endured a night of fatigue, was now soundly sleeping in bed. As expected, he dreamt once more. In this dream he found himself in the Hogwarts library, standing in the restricted section before a book. The volume contained secrets of immortality. Once again, Harry stealthily exited his dormitory at night. The cake nestled comfortably on Rupert's bed, blissfully unaware of his friend's quiet departure. For several days, the restless bronze lizard had nestled silently within Harry's sleeve. Draped in his invisibility cloak, Harry first ventured to the fourth-floor forbidden area to feed the dog, gauging the evening's traffic, and then ascended directly to the 8th floor. After pouring an entire bag of lemon sherbet into the mouth of the dripping stone beast, Harry approached the tapestry depicting the troll thumping the foolish Barabbas. He gently closed his eyes, focused his mind, and paced back and forth 3 times in front of the tapestry, at which point an ancient wooden door slowly materialized in the wall. Pushing the door open revealed a vast, dimly lit storage space thick with dust. The atmosphere of the room was stifling, chaotic, and enigmatic, as if centuries of secrets and abandoned relics from Hogwarts had accumulated within. The darkness of the room of requirement enveloped him like a heavy blanket soaked in ink. Pressing down upon him, Harry closed the door tightly behind him, the hinges emitting a soft creak, as though the room itself was cautioning him, "Intruder, bear the consequences." He raised his wand, letting the tip glow with a silvery light. The illumination danced like a nimble fish among dust and cobwebs, revealing crooked bookshelves, overturned cauldrons, a suit of armor missing a leg, and a crown. It was precariously perched atop the head of a cracked half-statue, as if carelessly discarded, yet also seemingly waiting for some tardy guest. It was a dull gray, blending into the clutter, but Harry approached it resolutely, with the wand's faint glow. He scrutinized the crown closely. It was silver, defiantly reflecting an elusive, cold sheen reminiscent of an old moon, with tiny sapphires embedded in the shape of a soaring eagle, its beak clutching a droplet of frozen starlight. Holding his breath, he stepped closer. The dust crunched beneath his feet, producing a soft, delicate sound, akin to the echo of stepping on thin ice. He extended his hand, and as his fingertips brushed against the layer of fine dust, the crown trembled gently, as if recognizing him. In an instant, the dream of the library and the reality before him overlapped. The illustration of the crown from the book he had seen in his dream now stood before him. Inscribed on the inner band were words in ancient runes almost worn smooth, identical to those in his dream. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." The crown appeared archaic and obscure, yet the ink seeped forth like a fresh wound, exuding a dim red glow. Harry felt a thought crystallizing within him. He was certain that if he donned this crown, he would possess complete prophetic abilities, becoming omniscient, even privy to the secrets of immortality. Thus, the dreams he had been experiencing were merely a trial run of prophetic powers, correct? Harry raised his hand and lifted the crown from the statue's head, holding it in his palm. The moment he grasped it, a chill coursed up his finger bones, as if he had touched a frostbitten iron railing without gloves. He heard a buzzing in his ears, and then the world abruptly fell silent. Even the sound of falling dust was drawn away. In the next moment, the surrounding sounds returned to his ears, a gentle voice emitting a brief, light laugh. His grip on the crown tightened abruptly, his tone leisurely. "But you, having stolen my continuously operating real-time analysis from my subconscious, have casually combined it with an imaginary dream, to fool me into believing it is prophetic ability. Is that not a bit presumptuous?" Extra fragments of Harry Potter's Academic Journey 1. Part 1. Dudley once again tossed Harry's glasses into the toilet. This was the 3rd time this month. "Look at our little Harry." Uncle Vernon's large belly shook with laughter. "Can't even solve a 2nd-grade math problem. What a waste." Aunt Petunia's shrill voice emanated from the kitchen. "At least don't let him bring down Dudley's grades, Vernon. We don't want Dudley attending the same secondary school as him." Harry crouched by the toilet, trembling fingers retrieving his damp glasses. Water droplets slid down the lenses like the tears he was desperately holding back. For 10 years, the Dursleys had never missed an opportunity to humiliate him, particularly regarding his academic shortcomings. But this time was different. Harry wiped his glasses dry, his green eyes shimmering with an unusual light. He quietly pulled from his pocket the battered copy of Basic Algebra, salvaged from the trash, its pages crumpled. Yet he remembered every formula with clarity. "I will prove it to you," Harry whispered to the empty bathroom. "I shall be 100 times, 1,000 times more intelligent than Dudley." Part 2. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry was engrossed in a copy of Standard Spells, Level 1. He was nearly pressing his nose against the pages, his lips silently moving as he attempted to pronounce the peculiar incantations. "Is there anyone else in this compartment?" inquired a red-haired boy as he pushed open the door. Harry looked up, adjusted his glasses, and lifted his eyelids slightly. "There's room available, please come in." "I'm Ron Weasley," the boy said as he dragged a hefty suitcase inside. "Harry Potter." Harry extended his hand, only to retract it immediately to flip a page. "Wait. I haven't finished the pronunciation part of this levitation charm." Ron's eyes widened. "You're really Harry Potter? The boy who lived?" "I suppose so." Hagrid said as much before. Harry replied absently, his fingers tracing a passage about wand movements. "But right now, I'm more interested in this." Ron appeared somewhat perplexed but took a seat nonetheless. He attempted to converse about Quidditch and sweets, but Harry's responses remained curt and indifferent, his gaze scarcely leaving the book. However, when Hermione arrived later, she seemed to share a common language with Harry. Part 3. During the sorting ceremony. When Professor McGonagall called out Harry Potter, the entire hall fell silent. Harry nervously approached, sitting on the wobbly stool. The sorting hat barely touched his hair before exclaiming, "Oh! What an extraordinary mind, filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, a clear desire to prove oneself. That is evident, most evident." Harry silently thought. Which house offers the most knowledge? More knowledge? The sorting hat seemed amused, twisting atop his head, but Harry grew somewhat anxious, having not touched a book for a minute. "Dear child, you possess Slytherin's ambition, albeit misdirected. I believe you belong to Ravenclaw." A wave of astonished whispers rippled through the hall. Harry removed the hat and walked towards the cheering Ravenclaw table, serenely retrieving his textbook to continue reading. He passed the Gryffindor table without noticing Ron's disappointed expression or Hermione's bewildered gaze. Part 4. The Ravenclaw Tower was even more splendid than Harry had imagined. The ceiling of the common room was adorned with constellations, the walls lined with books, and even each step of the spiral staircase was inscribed with famous wizards' maxims. "Welcome to the House of Wisdom," a senior student cheerfully introduced to the newcomers. "We have a tradition here. Each night before bed, you may ask one question, and the answer will be provided at breakfast the following day." Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Any question?" "As long as it's not something overly profound like how to create a philosopher's stone." The head boy winked. "After all, we must give the first year some time to adjust." That evening, while the other newcomers discussed the grandeur of the castle and the excitement of the classes, Harry nestled in an armchair by the window, reading magical theory by the light of the moon and the fire. His curious roommate, also from the Muggle world, leaned over. "Do you truly enjoy reading that much? I mean, didn't you want to play the games that ordinary children do before you knew you were a wizard?" Harry looked up, the moonlight casting an eerie halo on his glasses. "My cousin has 36 game consoles, and I could only watch. But books are something they cannot fully control. Knowledge discarded by others can always be found in the trash." The boy appeared somewhat shocked. "What do you most want to learn now?" "Everything," Harry replied simply, and then, out of politeness, added a remark to soften his bluntness, "especially everything that proves them wrong." Part 5. In the first week of Charms class, Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, elucidating the fundamentals of the levitation charm. Wrist flexibility, precise movements, and accurate pronunciation are essential. Remember, it's Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosa. I once had a student mispronounce the last syllable and ended up floating to the ceiling. A classmate beside Harry eagerly raised her hand. "Professor, may I give it a try?" Of course. The girl executed the charm flawlessly, her feather gently soaring into the air. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands joyfully. "Brilliant! Ravenclaw gains 5 points." Harry observed her movements attentively, then raised his wand before his own feather. Unlike the others, he did not chant the incantation loudly, but rather whispered the syllables, making a subtle yet precise flick of his wrist. His feather not only floated up but also executed a graceful spin in the air before delicately landing atop his textbook, perfectly covering the chapter title on the levitation charm. "By Merlin's beard!" Professor Flitwick exclaimed as he jumped down from the stack of books. "Mr. Potter, not only did you succeed on your first attempt, but you also added a personal touch. 10 points for Ravenclaw." The students turned to stare at Harry in astonishment. He merely smiled shyly and immediately began jotting down notes. During the break, his classmates surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about the method, particularly the girl who had performed well in class, her eyes shining with excitement. "Harry, how did you do that?" "I practiced all summer just to master the basic spells." Harry adjusted his glasses. "I suppose it might be because I'm used to speaking softly. Whispering the incantation seems to focus the magic better." The girl appeared both impressed and slightly envious. a spark of competition igniting in her eyes. Let us see how you fare in Transfiguration class next week. Chapter 63. To be honest, I still think calling it a green bean cake is more manageable. Harry exposed its trick, the crown trembling violently in his hands. Do you wish for the fragments of my soul here? It's unfortunate. Had you not initially misled me with dreams, our connection might have been stronger. And we could have met long ago. Oh, I learned a saying from some Eastern literature. To hear the truth in the morning, one may die in the evening, which seems quite fitting for our current situation. You possess consciousness but cannot speak, which in itself attests to your fragility. Now, relax and do not resist me. No sooner had he spoken than the crown trembled even more violently in his hands, dark mist subtly seeping from its surface, chillingly creeping up his arm. It sought to forcibly seize control. Harry sighed softly, gripping the crown firmly, the scar on his forehead glowing with a faint green light in the dim space, rendering his face somewhat sinister. Why must you ignore my counsel time and again? A gentle yet overwhelming force repelled the chill back into the crown, the dark mist within it writhing frantically, attempting to invade Harry's mind. Yet upon contact with that power, it melted away like snow. The backlash from its invasion elicited a piercing wail. What terrified it further was the realization that its power was gradually waning, prompting it to struggle restlessly once more. I said, do not move. Harry spoke with resignation, applying a bit of pressure, the exquisite crown transforming into a mass of scrap iron amidst its increasingly feeble wails. In Harry's hands, a pure energy and a shard of soul enveloped in dark mist manifested. Ah, reserve. Harry retrieved his jar from his cloak pocket, stuffing the unconscious shard into it. It's been digesting rapidly lately. Your arrival is quite timely. He meticulously tucked the tin can into his pocket, and presented the cluster of pure energy to the bronze lizard that had just emerged from his sleeve, and now rested upon his shoulder. He exchanged whispers with it, affirming, yes indeed, this will enable you to become a true alchemical being, rather than merely an ordinary object. Harry casually stowed the scrap metal into a bag, intending to sell it to Dumbledore, and then settled cross-legged on a vacant patch of floor in the room. He retrieved his wand, allowing the bronze lizard to crawl into the palm of his hand. Since you have made your decision, I shall assist you. The lizard's scales glimmered with a cold light in the dimness, reminiscent of ancient armor soaked in moonlight. It coiled its slender tail around Harry's fingers, emitting a faint clicking sound from its throat, akin to metallic joints mimicking a heartbeat. It may sting a little. Harry gently tapped the lizard's brow with the tip of his wand, and the pure energy flowed down the wand, like molten silver cascading into its verdant veins. The lizard's pupils abruptly constricted into vertical slits, and a web of cracks appeared along its spine, revealing a nascent, iridescent membrane beneath. The bronze lizard began to tremble violently, its metallic scales clattering against one another. Harry felt a searing warmth emanating from his palm, yet he did not release his grip. Hold on, he murmured softly. Think of how it felt when you first encountered sunlight. The residual energy from the diadem coursed through the lizard's body, and the once cold metal joints began to shimmer with the glow of life. Its tail instinctively loosened its grip on Harry's fingers, and began to thump against his wrist with increasing force. Suddenly, the lizard opened its mouth, not in a mechanical manner, but as a true creature inhaling deeply. A gravelly voice emerged from its throat, imbued with a texture reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. A subtle smile graced Harry's lips as he extended a finger to caress its head. Welcome to the realm of sound. Please select your name. Incidentally, the energy from the Ravenclaw diadem has also bestowed upon you the ability to utilize human language. The bronze lizard, perhaps awaiting the moment it would determine what else it might be called, gazed down at its front claws, which were shedding their coppery rust. The newly formed skin shimmered in the dim light, resembling flowing mercury, radiating an extraordinary greenish hue, as if it were a fusion of copper and some enigmatic energy. Why? Confusion laced its voice. You know, I am merely a monitor. When you last met Dumbledore, he was candid with you. That is inconsequential. What matters is that you are free now. Harry's voice remained gentle and steady. You are my first companion in the magical realm, which holds profound significance for me. I believe Dumbledore would not object. After all, he has not utilized you in quite some time, and he compensated me handsomely with candies and sweets. Did he not? The lizard's irises dilated and constricted in the darkness, as if digesting this information. It attempted to flex its newly formed claws, the motion flowing far more smoothly than before. I can taste the air now. It suddenly spoke, tentatively structuring its words in human language. It is dust, ancient parchment. And the toffee in my pocket? Harry chuckled as he retrieved a piece of toffee from another pocket, the crinkling wrapper producing a soft rustling sound. Not so fast. Let us wait until your transformation is complete before indulging. The tip of the lizard's tail instinctively curled up, a movement that startled it. Harry sensed the weight in his palm shifting. The once cold metallic texture was gradually being replaced by warm warmth. Name. The lizard's voice dropped suddenly, reminiscent of a river just learning to flow. I wish to be called Bron. A name derived from bronze, how fitting. I expected you might choose something like mung bean cake or matcha pudding. Bron fell silent for a moment, an expression of humanity washing over it. That would be utterly embarrassing. The metallic timbre of Bron's voice was tinged with a hint of disdain for the first time. I am an alchemical being, not a dessert. Though it harbored a fondness for sweets. Harry let out a hearty laugh, the toffee wrapper crackling between his fingers. Suddenly recalling something, he rummaged through his robes and produced a crumpled piece of parchment, upon which a hasty sketch of an alchemical array was inscribed. I almost forgot. I haven't yet utilized the tail feather I asked Fox to send yesterday. He placed the resplendent red gold feather in Bron's newly formed claws. Let us regard this rebirth as a complete ceremony. The final step of the ritual is a gift from me, given willingly. Since you have chosen a name, you must also select your form. Bron's irises constricted to fine lines. It cradled the tail feather in its new claws, gently brushing against it. And the metallic rumble in its throat softened. I wish for wings. Chapter 64. It appears that the bloody lollipop indeed looks quite gory. Harry raised an eyebrow. This answer was somewhat unexpected. The form of the bronze lizard could have manifested countless possibilities. Dragon scales, serpent tongues, even human fingers. But Wings the Ravenclaw diadem had indeed stored remnants of flight spells and energies. Harry pondered thoughtfully as he tapped the parchment with his wand, causing the lines of the alchemical array to come alive and dance. However, the density of bronze is quite substantial, and the structure of the wings is unique. You must learn to burn like a phoenix. Bron suddenly seized his sleeve, its newly formed teeth leaving tiny indentations in the fabric. This action caused it to freeze, as it had never considered the option of biting while serving merely as a nimble surveillance tool. Sorry. It released its grip immediately, its voice strained. I was merely afraid that the burning would erase my name as well. Harry remained silent, understanding that every name is hard won. He suddenly lifted Bron and exited the room of requirement, placing Bron on the nearest windowsill. Moonlight filtered through the dim stained glass, casting blue-green diamond patterns upon its transforming, mercury-like skin. Look over there, Bron. Harry pointed towards the forbidden forest outside the window. In the night, dark creatures were soaring above the treetops. They were thestrals, magical beings visible only to those who have witnessed death and comprehended its significance. They did not possess such large wings at birth. Harry's voice mingled with the night wind, yet the gentleness in his tone remained unshaken. But death has taught them how to bear weight. Bron's tail unconsciously traced patterns upon the windowsill, etching delicate lines that formed words. These were not the mechanically replicated texts of its previous existence as a monitor, but rather its own thoughts. Bron remembers the first sunlight. Burning will not erase memory. Harry's fingers brushed over the etchings. Their soft sounds resonated profoundly. It will only remind you of the way dust dances in beams of light when you first behold the sun. A clicking sound emanated from Bron's chest, as if gears were recalibrating. Yet did it still possess gears? It pressed the phoenix tail feather against its newly formed chest, where cold bronze once lay, now pulsating with a faint, iridescent heartbeat. Let us begin. For the first time, laughter infused its voice, an alchemical being endowed with complete emotion. If I lose my name in the flames, then I shall be called Mung Bean Cake. Harry swiftly cast a barrier around them and pressed his wand against Bron's brow. The light of the alchemical array instantaneously engulfed the entire windowsill. Amidst the eruption of cerulean flames, Bron heard the sound of its own bones stretching, not the metallic distortion of anguish, but the genuine cracking of growing bones. Something fervent pierced through its shoulder blades, unfurling into translucent membranes adorned with shards of bronze and ashes from the phoenix tail feather under the moonlight. Like the rusted patterns on the most ancient of bronze artifacts, it resembled the fiery rain shed by a phoenix as it first unfurled its wings. When the flames extinguished, Harry caught the creature that plummeted from the sky. It was now no larger than the palm of his hand, its wings a shimmering turquoise membrane, each feather's base still glimmering with the cold light of bronze. Success. Harry gently brushed away the ashes from its eye with his fingertip and congratulated. Bravo, Broom. The first flying lizard crafted from bronze, and the ashes of phoenix tail feathers. Broom cautiously spread its nascent wings and tentatively tapped Harry's nose. As a piece of toffee was popped into its mouth, it suddenly discovered a third flavor in the air, distinct from the dust and parchment. The sweet, burnt aroma of toffee. Mung Bean Cake. It croaked softly, burying its face in Harry's palm, murmuring that it actually sounded quite pleasant. All right, mung bean cake. Shall we go for a midnight snack? You really do shout. Shoo. Harry raised a finger to silence Broom, a hint of laughter lacing his voice. You must understand. Some names penetrate the very marrow. Even fierce flames cannot consume them. Outside the window, a dizzy bat flapped its wings, searching for the path it had taken. What password did the headmaster set? Rainbow macaron? Excellent. As part of the delightful post-class routine, Harry bribed the water nymph with a lemon sherbet and inquired about the headmaster's office password. Rainbow macaron. Creak. Harry pushed the door open, carrying the sack, while Broom perched on his shoulder, flapping its wings excitedly, eager to choose an auspicious day for its maiden flight. Good afternoon, Professor. Not out yet. Harry greeted Dumbledore, who was sipping tea, as though he had returned home. Broom also flapped its wings in greeting. Good afternoon, Dumbledore. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Broom. Oh, hello there. Children. Dumbledore kindly adjusted his glasses and acknowledged them, while his hand, resting upon his knee, subtly directed the treats to form a queue and hide away in a more concealed cupboard. Ding. Harry placed the sack on the table, his expression earnest as he stated, 100 galleons, would you like to buy it? Dumbledore smiled and opened the sack, but his genial expression froze upon seeing the heap of scrap metal inside, inscribed with a line of text. Good heavens, he saw Ravenclaw's diadem reduced to a mere pile of scrap. Ha, Harry, this is old junk dug out from the castle. If you like, I could offer you a discount, say a raise for Professor Snape. That way, he can comfortably spend his guardian's money the next time he shops. Dumbledore's fingers lingered on the nearly worn inscription. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, as his silver hair shimmered like a frozen waterfall in the glow of the fireplace. Very well, it's a deal. Dumbledore replied gently, though a hint of barely perceptible weariness tinged his voice. Harry, next time, please refrain from feeding the nymph bloody lollipops. This morning, he startled me when I left. I thought he had devoured some unfortunate child last night out of hunger. All right. Harry maintained a commendable demeanor, leaving the sack on Dumbledore's desk, and turned to exit with Broom. At the door, he suddenly spoke up. By the way, Professor, while I discovered the diadem, I also found a fragment of Voldemort's soul.